Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Ran the Hero System. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was a mere 5 years old the first time he had taken apart the T.V remote in the living room. Inko had been in the kitchen getting dinner ready, sluggishly, after a particularly long day at the lawyer firm she worked at. When she had finally noticed what Izuku was doing, she almost had a heart attack. After jumping into action, holding back her desire to yank the tools out of her son's hand for safety reasons, Inko crouched by her son and asked why he had taken the remote apart. Izuku had turned wide and sparkling eyes towards his mother and said, "I want to know how it works. Heroes have to use SS support equipment, right? So, what if I could make it?" Inko had taken one look at the earnest and sparkling expression on her son's face, the same one she had seen repeatedly when Izuku scribbled in his analysis notebooks, in crayon, and came to a decision. She would enroll him in some STEM classes geared towards engineering and innovating. After he put the remote back together under his mom's watchful eyes. She hadn't seen her son's gaze as bright as that since she had to pull him out of Aldra Elementary. The school had allowed all kinds of bullying under the impression that because Izuku was quirkless he didn't matter. Inko had ripped into that school with the fury of a protective mother and sued them into shutting down in court. Personally, Izuku took to his new school, Kiyoshi Elementary, like a fish in water. They had a nice STEM program and a strict anti-discrimination and bullying policy. Kiyoshi Elementary also had a sister school, Kiyoshi Middle School, which had a support course for those wishing to go into the industry. Considering Izuku's newfound love for the profession, Inko felt relieved with her decision. The first time Izuku came home babbling up a storm about his new friend called Hatsume who had a wild personality and a fierce passion for inventing, Inko had nearly cried in happiness, as a Midoriya does. She didn't want her son to burst into tears as well, so she held back. Midoriyas were sympathetic criers as well as easily moved. It was a few months into Izuku's last year in elementary school when he came home with the tale of a taller boy with purple, gravity-defying hair and a quiet disposition. A story of an anxious child who was just adopted out of a horrible orphanage which was currently being sued. A case that no attorney wanted to take because they turned their heads away after reading that the quirks dealt with were villainous. In a fit of righteous fury, Inko sent Izuku back to school with a sealed letter that held her business card and a written note detailing her acceptance to the case if they still needed someone. This was how one Midoriya Inko became friends with the pro-heroes present Mike and Eraserhead, otherwise known as Yamada Hizashi and Aizawa Shoyuda. Inko was sitting at her mahogany desk, neatly organized besides the current case papers sitting in front of her, when her phone rang. Quickly, she grabbed the phone from her right and swiped to answer. "Hello, Midoriya Inko speaking." A cheerful yet strangely familiar voice chirped from the other side of the line. "Hello Midoriya-san, this is Yamada Hizashi, one of the fathers for Ayama Hitoshi. You sent my son home with a letter and business card." Straightening in her chair, despite not physically seeing the man, Inko put away the case file she was looking at. "I did," she confirmed, "and I meant every word in that letter. My son was kind enough to inform me after coming home from school about your case, and I wanted to know if it would be of use. I'm currently sitting in the office of the presiding detective on the case. Would you be willing to come down to Muzustafu police station to speak about the case? If you really are able to take this case on as an attorney, it would mean a lot. Of course, I happen to live in the area and my office isn't far. I could be there in 15 minutes. Without waiting, Inko stood and collected her briefcase as she started to pack her things. "That would be lovely." The poor man sounded so desperate. "I'll be there soon," Inko promised and promptly hung up. As if understanding that getting in her way would be a horrible decision, crowds parted like the Dead Sea to Moses and the trains were on time as Inko Power walked to the station and got on the earliest train. The police department was a short 5-minute walk from the train station and Inko pushed open the doors with a small smile to the receptionist who paled. It was the same worker from when Inko came by to watch the arrests of some Aldra teachers. Without even checking an ID, Though she supposed that her reputation acted as an ID itself, the receptionist pointed her towards the office area and let her know that she was looking for a Detective Tsukachi. Inko walked past curious officers and various other people before coming up to a wooden door with a metal nameplate. Detective Tsukachi engraved in box letters. Raising a clenched fist, she knocked firmly twice before stepping back. The door opened to reveal a scruffy man in sweatpants and a gray long-sleeve shirt. Black curly hair was tied back into a bun, scruff framed his face, and the eye bags under his eyes looked permanently imprinted. The man raised an eyebrow at her in a silent question, and Inko gave him a warm smile. "Midoriya Inko, I'm an attorney and I'm here to speak with Detective Tsukachi." The man's eyes widened ever so slightly, and he stepped to the side and held open the door for her to walk in. In the room there were two other people. A man with long blonde hair that was tied in an elaborate braid over his shoulders sat in a seat in front of a wooden desk. Familiar lime green eyes sat behind orange-framed reading glasses, and they snapped to hers in a sharp awareness that Inko felt like she was under one of her son's analytical gazes. Behind a cheap-looking wooden desk, no offense to the man but it looked ready to break under the weight of the paperwork on it, was an average-looking male with a buzz cut and was dressed in a button-down and dress pants. Tie foregone and draped over the chair he sat on. "You got here quickly, it hasn't even been 11 minutes yet." Inko turned to the scruffy man, who had spoken in a gruff yet curious voice. Not that most would be able to pick apart the underlying emotion, but Midoriya's were observant, and flashed a smile. "For some reason, it seems as if everything was working in my favor today. The trains were on time and the crowd seemed to part for me for some odd reason." The blonde chuckled nervously before shaking off whatever thought he may have had before standing to his full height, which was quite tall, and bowed in greeting. "Hello Midoriya-san, I'm Yamada Hisashi. The grump who opened the door is my husband Aizawa Shoyuda. Thank you so much for taking on this case. Please, call me Inko. It's a pleasure to meet you and it's no trouble. This isn't the first time I've taken discrimination-based abuse to court and it won't be the last." She gave a very small vindictive smile at the end of that, and Tsukachi seemed to choke on air for a second. "The Aldra case," he whispered, and Inko couldn't tell if he was in awe or terrified. Yamada turned to the detective with a questioning eyebrow, a replica of his husband's which almost made Inko coo at the adorableness of it, but his husband vocalized the question. "What about this, Aldra?" Tsukachi sighed and seemed to resign himself before he spoke, gesturing to Inko vaguely in defeat. "A few years ago I was put in charge of confirming the evidence for a case and arresting a few dozen teachers and a principal at Aldra Elementary. The case was about criminal negligence and quirk-based discrimination at an administrative level. The details were mostly kept under wraps, but apparently there was a child who was the focus of their torment and Midoriya. The man faltered at Inko's cold smile and continued while correcting himself. "Inko-san here sued the school into shutting down and stacked as many charges as she could without allowing them to challenge it. She was ruthless." The last bit was added under the man's breath, but they all heard it. Instead of being slightly unnerved by the information, the two men turned to her with bright gazes and cruel smirks. "Oh, Inko absolutely adored this couple. You'll do the same here as well?" Aizawa spoke up, his tone carefully blank. "With malicious intent and vindictive pleasure, Aizawa-san." Inko smiled a warm smile that should be comforting, but it didn't match the ruthlessness of her words. In return, Aizawa smiled a Cheshire cat smile, all teeth and wild eyes. Yamada settled for a feral yet still soft smile. "I like her," Aizawa stated firmly, and Inko beamed. Aizawa Shoyuda was enjoying himself tremendously. As promised, Midoriya Inko stood in the courtroom with a small professional smile that hid the malicious grin he had seen a few minutes earlier before they walked in. She had just finished her polite verbal harassment of the opposing attorney, and Shoyuda had to hold back a shocked snort as the man began to actually cry. The judge, who had been sitting relaxed in his seat the whole time, was now shaking ever so slightly in silent laughter. The judge laughing. The jury wasn't much better. Whispers of shocked incredulity and remorseless, hollow pity shot around like gunshots. Pale faces of horror were directed to the opposition as they conversed over the last 2 hours. 2 hours that had been dedicated to a verbal beatdown and dissection of the orphanage's pleas. Shoyuta has seen people come out of a lecture of Nezu's looking better than they did. Shoyuta was immensely grateful that Inko had reached out to them. Hizashi, who had slowly been losing control over his facial expressions, seemed to agree with the sentiment based on the shocked awe on his face. Tsukachi was not joking when he called her style ruthless. Said man was sitting with his head in his hands with an oddly pale complexion. Inko had so effectively put them in their place that Shoyuta almost felt bad for them. If only they didn't abuse his son. Pity. By the end of the day, every single worker in the orphanage faced jail time of varying degrees. The orphanage director faced the worst of it, and he was proud to say that the man would be lucky to see the light of day ever again. Inko had parted ways with them with a warm smile and even warmer hug after making sure they visited along with their son at some point. Now, Aizawa Shoyuta wasn't a person who liked people. He tolerated them at best and disdained their very existence at worst. He actively went out of his way to make sure he had as few interactions with humanity as possible outside of what's expected. There were very few exceptions to this rule. Those who managed to worm their way onto his list could be counted on his fingers. His husband, his two idiotic friends Nemuri and Tensei, his son, and admittedly Nezu, not that he would ever tell that rat. After today? Seeing the man who seemed so untouchable through the law a mere month ago sob his heart out after coming face to face with Inko in all her protective fury? Well, it's only expected that Inko gets her place on that small list. Aldra was wrong. It was a calm Tuesday afternoon in February when Izuku realized this. Sure, objectively, Izuku knew it wasn't normal for teachers to ignore your raised hands and call you the same names your bullies do. Logically, he knew that the discrepancies between his grades and his work were wrong, that he aced tests that were marked as zeros. He knew that friends don't blast you with their newly formed quirks and laugh at you when you cry afterwards. He knew that the nurse telling him he was a waste of resources was medical negligence and extremely wrong. That being able to hide injuries as easily as he did was bad. He just couldn't believe it. As Hatsum rambled about her newest baby, Hitoshi nodding along with a curious tilt of the head and small smile, Izuku was struck silent by this singular thought. Aldra had been wrong. Aldra was wrong. Izuku was not a waste of resources, he was not useless, or worthless, or a Deku. He was Midoriya Izuku. He was top of his grade and learning so rapidly the teachers couldn't keep up. He had two friends that he cared dearly for that loved him despite his quirkless status. His dream was obtainable. He was perfectly capable of becoming a support hero, someone who helped keep the heroes alive and capable. He wasn't dumb and under-evolved or geneless. He didn't have to justify his existence every single day after running away from catch. Izuku was brought back to the present by a forceful poke to the cheek. Based on the greasy feeling left on his cheek afterwards, Mei had just poked him. He sent her a playful glare, but softened when he saw her and Hitoshi's concerned gazes. "You okay, Izuku-an?" Mei asked. Hitoshi just watched on silently. He had been getting better at speaking recently, but he was still quiet. Izuku's blood boiled at the thought of the muzzle his shitty orphanage forced him to wear on an almost daily basis. Shaking his head, anger wouldn't help his mood at all. Izuku gave them a small smile. "I never did tell you guys about Aldra, did I?" He rubbed his shoulder absent-mindedly. The starburst scar that was burned into his flesh always seemed to itch when he thought of his previous schooling. Mei and Hitoshi's eyes widened. He had never told them about his previous school past the name, though the lawsuit that dragged it through the media gave them an inclination as to what could have happened. Also the scar that he dodged questions about like the plague. Hitoshi waved a dismissive hand in the air as Mei hopped up. "Izuku-an, you don't have to tell us. We know some general stuff because of the news, but it's obviously something stressful to you. I don't want to know if it upsets you." She threw her arm around his shoulders as Hitoshi nodded his agreement. "I know. You guys are amazing friends and I cherish you so much, but I want you to know. It took me a while to unlearn the things I was forced to learn there, and you two helped me immensely, and I just want you to know." Izuku fidgeted with the hem of his shirt, a science pun on the front that Hitoshi always groaned about whenever he saw it. Mei softened her gaze and simply nodded, retreating back into her seat. Hitoshi straightened and maneuvered on his own to face Izuku directly. Between their immediate acceptance and concerned yet gentle gazes, Izuku felt like he could cry, but he stopped himself. Instead, he took a deep centering breath and spoke. He told them of childhood friends, of doctor's appointments where he was diagnosed as if he was a disease, of his mother immediately comforting him, telling him he could be whoever and whatever he wanted. He spoke about the reactions and of how his childhood friend turned on him. He quoted his teachers, his principal, the nurse, the bullies. He spoke of the final snap. The reason why his mother attacked them so viciously. Showed them the starburst scar he kept hidden underneath shirts with long enough sleeves. Explained how though this was his biggest scar, it wasn't his only one. How at the mere age of 5 he had become a shell of a person, all because of something he couldn't control. It had taken a single year to turn his life upside down. It took several just to realize that everything he was told was wrong. How they were the first friends Izuku has had in years, and how they saved him. He stopped talking and was immediately embraced in 2 pairs of arms. They trembled but held on oh so tightly. Sweet reassurances whispered into his ears as they calmed down together. Izuku just took a moment to bask in the warmth of his found family before promptly bursting into tears. He gripped their shirts tightly and breathed. How lucky, Izuku thought to himself, he was to find such amazing friends. 2 insane overlords and an insomniac. Insomnicat, mind explaining to me how the F you 2 managed to explode a lunch tray? Don't deny it either cause I saw it happen. Consider me impressed since I didn't see you bring anything explosive into lunch. Overlord 2, sheer brilliance my good sir. Overlord 1, I had no part in it, you accuser. Insomnicat, I'm finding that hard to believe. Overlord 1, I am an innocent bystander and this is slander. Overlord 2, ladies, chill, you're both the prettiest girls at the party. Overlord 1, Mei. Overlord 2, Izuku. Overlord 1, MEI. Overlord 2, IZU. Insomnicat, besides your totally not involved explosion at lunch, what's the plan Overlords of Chaos? Overlord 1, after I finish up at the dojo we'll meet up at Meowth, I wanna go over the possibilities for the exams. Overlord 2, I changed some of my babies recently so be prepared. Insomnicat, sounds good. Pops said I'm good to go and will make sure to keep Dad distracted so he doesn't tag along. Overlord 1, good. Tell Papa Mike I say hi. Insomnicat, sigh. Hitoshi resolutely ignores the fond warm feeling that bubbles underneath his skin at Izuku's reply. It had taken less than 30 minutes when Pops met Izuku for him to tell his friend that he should call him Pops too. Izuku had been a flustered mess but ended up calling him Papa Mike as a nickname further into their friendship. Dad got the nickname Dadzua, and as much as he claims he isn't, he knows that the man is fond of it. It didn't hurt that after Izuku confided that without a dad present, he had seen his parents as father figures, the nicknames only became more sickeningly fond. Much to Dad's despair. The bell rang, signifying the end of the school day, and Hitoshi could already hear a bang from somewhere in the hallways. Mei always had explosive exits and entrances. Throwing his bag over his shoulder, Hitoshi left the classroom while ignoring the glares of some of his classmates. Bullying wasn't allowed and strictly cracked down on, but that didn't mean they couldn't show hatred in other ways. Though, thanks to Izuku's patented Midoriya glare, no one ever tried anything. The train ride to his apartment, a hero complex for undergrounds and twilights, was blessedly quiet. Hitoshi just slipped on his wireless headphones, Izuku customs that were black with dark purple accents, and put on the trio's Spotify playlist. He closed his eyes as memories of the last few years rushed through his head. He couldn't quite help the fond sigh he let escape. Izuku had made this specific playlist to listen to whenever they were all together in the workroom that took up the entirety of the Hatsum's garage. Thanks to Hatsum being a support equipment manufacturer and designer, they had all the newest tech and workspace to actually build equipment. Izuku and Mei were constants in the space. The train's speaker crackled to life and broke him out of his memories as he noticed they were at his stop. Getting up, he left the train with a small smile and headed home. Opening the door, he was greeted by the smell of muffins. Huffing an exasperated breath, he walked into the kitchen to see Hisashi taking said muffins out of the oven. Whatever was stressing him out must have been soothed by the baking considering the lack of stress lines. Plus, the 5 other trays of muffins. "Hey Pops," he chirped, "what's got you stressed?" The blonde startled for a second before turning a grin to his son, placing the muffins on the stove to cool before responding. "A case I've been working on has hit a lull, so I need a break before I start pulling hair out," he huffed. "Nothing too bad but enough to bake. They're blueberry muffins if you want to take some to your war meeting." Hitoshi spluttered before throwing an eyebrow up and schooling his features to show how utterly unimpressed he was. "It is not a war meeting. Just a casual conversation about the entrance exams for UA." "Sure it is," Hisashi drawled. "Go ahead and tell yourself that. The last time you had one of those meetings here, I definitely didn't hear Izuku giving you a detailed plan of attack for the practical portion. Which I am terrified of that child's skills in collecting information because how in the F dashed. The blonde shivered and Hitoshi snorted in response. Izuku was a menace in all the good ways, but that hidden talent and terrifying ability was hidden under a cinnamon roll exterior, which made the reveal of his talents all the more terrifying to those that weren't in the know. Conceding to that accurate jab, but not after childishly sticking his tongue out at his pops and letting him know Izuku said hi, Hitoshi left for his room to get changed. Izuku has martial arts classes for self-defense and to build the muscle necessary to lift heavier inventions and metals. He was jacked and built like a brick house, which doesn't help Hitoshi's gay thoughts at all, so he was busy for another hour. Mei was probably in the lair, as they had taken to calling the workspace in her garage. Also why they were nicknamed the overlords in Hitoshi's phone, so he had an hour before he needed to get to the cafe. Might as well finish up the homework his history teacher handed out today. Another privilege of having Mei and Izuku as his friends was the college-level tutoring that Hitoshi was all but forced to sit through. Mof was a cat cafe on the corner of the street 5 minutes from their middle school. The trio met up here as often as their lair and knew all the cats by name. The workers also knew their orders by heart, so that was a plus. Hitoshi arrived first as usual, after sneaking past his dad who loved cats like one loves a god. Not that Hitoshi could call him out since he held a similar regard for the fluffy felines. Sitting in the booth, Kiki, a university student part-time worker, dropped off his order of a mocha frappuccino and paw print cookie. He gave her a quick thanks and was greeted with a mirthful smile before she left to deal with other customers. Izuku came barreling in first, dressed in his black workout leggings and green running shorts, a charcoal gray hoodie thrown over his possibly groan-worthy pun shirt. Long curly hair reached his collarbones and swayed with the wind as Izuku jogged over. He had started to let it grow out after Hitoshi commented about how it looked good on him, and he desperately didn't want to remember how smug and flushed that made him. He harshly swallowed and willed whatever thoughts wanted to pop up into the void, which was a struggle when faced with that illegal smile of warm sunshine. "Hey Toshi!" Izuku chirped, sliding into the booth, and was immediately greeted by Scar, a gray fluffy cat that was missing an eye and only liked Izuku. Mei should be here soon. Sure enough, Kiki had just dropped off Izuku's, and Mei, since she was well versed in what times they arrive at the cafe, order. Mei came through the door. A grease smear on her cheek but otherwise clean. She was warned that she needed to change before coming to the cafe several times before she took the advice to heart. After she slid into the booth, Hitoshi only had enough time to nod in her direction before a notebook was slapped onto the table. A fond groan came from him as Izuku developed a manic gleam to his eyes and wide, toothy smile. There's more than one type of point scoring. The green menace crowed and Hitoshi let his forehead slump against the table. Please tell me you didn't actually hack into UA for this absolute life-changing revelation. He all but begged into the smooth wood of the table. A fluffy white cat named Kuro pawed at his legs and he helped the kitten-sized feline climb up and settle on his lap. Oh, honestly, you think so low of me. Why would I hack UA when the internet exists and it's completely legal? Izuku huffed, playfully upset that Hitoshi would assume he hacked into the school, as if the little sheet isn't and hasn't been able to. All I did was compare the possibilities presented through older students' abilities by the first sports festival they do and the practical portion of the entrance exam. If I'm right, and the entrance exam was built on an urban battle scene, then some of the freshmen couldn't have possibly gotten in with just the points presented. From there, I came up with possible other systems of judgment and have an idea or two. He groaned, again, but looked up. You're an evil genius. What's the other systems? Izuku cracked a grin and Mei giggled. Rescue, Izuku stated with the seriousness of a judge delivering a punishment. Hitoshi desperately wanted to snort at it, but he was busy having his mind blown. By helping other examinees stay safe and protecting them from things they don't notice, there is the possibility of receiving rescue-based points. I also somewhat believe that there's espionage points, but I don't know if you want to risk it. Risk it? He asked, taking a bite out of the chocolate goodness of his cookie. Izuku nodded. Yeah, such as sneaking in weapons. You know, Izuku may be right, but on the off chance he's not, which Hitoshi doubts because the principle of UA is Nedzu. Honestly, the rat probably would enjoy someone sneaking in weapons. It could ruin his chances. Thought so, Izu said, noticing his face had scrunched up at the thought. So villain-based and rescue-based points are your best bet. He nodded, and Izuku took that as his cue to turn to Mei, who also took it as her cue to update them on her newest babies. She rambled about an Eskrima rods and jet shoes. Even a jetpack she planned to use at a later date. The rambles stopped after a good few minutes, and both Hitoshi and Mei noticed Izuku's constant fidgeting. Izu-kun. Izu. Snapping to attention, Izuku flushed an adorable strawberry red and ducked his head. Fingers running up and down the seam of his newest notebook in a grounding motion. I had an idea and wondered if maybe you'd be willing to consider it? Izuku's voice seemed to get smaller with every word as he looked out from under his eyelashes, long curly hair framing his face, and Hitoshi felt his breath catch. God if and damn it, he's so goddamn gay. Pushing aside those thoughts, they would only hinder him. Hitoshi focused on his anxious friend who had no need to be scared about. Telling them about something. Of course, Izuku, we're always willing to at least listen to you. It's what friends do. Mei nodded rapidly along, and Izuku gave them one of those endearing small smiles before taking a centering breath. You know how we want to make a combined agency in the future? Hitoshi for underground heroics and me and Mei as the support development and business managers. The two of them nodded along with his words. It's an idea that has been years in the making and something they dedicated years to plan out. I came up with names? I'll just tell you and explain as I go? Hitoshi was extremely curious. He has had a hard time coming up with a hero name, not being one for that creative naming stuff, and Mei calls her babies by descriptions instead of names. No matter what she claims, Electrical Rod of Fury is not a name. Even for me? Mei asked, a bit confused, but the excitement she was feeling was evident in the way her eyes glowed with anticipation. Izuku nodded. Yeah, pen names are common in support to prevent real names from leaking and villains trying to find their new hostage and black market support equipment for free. Izuku placed his notebook on the table and opened a page. The page was organized, a rarity for these notebooks, and had "Echi" written in an elegant scrawl at the top. There were several other things on the page, but it was coded, as they usually were. He could make out 3 separate sections though, each focused on something different. HHH Agency and Incorporation. Each of the H's stand for each of us. Mei would be Hephaestus, the god of blacksmithing, fire, and crafting, which is everything Mei and more. Hitoshi stole a glance at Mei and saw stars in her eyes, though she valiantly held in a screech. Next is Hades, which would be mine. Hades is the overseer of the underworld, and since I'll be taking over the business management, no offense but you too SCK at that, and intelligence gathering, though I'll still be inventing and building, it fit. Plus it also relates to Hitoshi's in a way. Izuku shrugged, obviously a little worried about putting himself on a pedestal despite it being well earned. Hitoshi gave him a small fond smile and felt relieved as the tension eased in Izuku's shoulders. For Toshi, I was thinking Hypnos. Hypnos works in the underworld and is the personification of sleep. Toshi, your quirk feels as if you're drifting in an infinite darkness that instead of being scary is calming. Like drifting off into sleep in a cozy dark room. It's also the origin of the word hypnosis, which is technically what your quirk should have been called. Izuku bit off the last part. It was a common frustration to Izuku since brainwashing sounded so negative when it really didn't match his quirk's technicalities at all. Brainwashing is constant manipulation to create a permanent effect. Hitoshi's quirk only takes over bodily functions and enough brain function to give commands to follow. Exactly like hypnosis. It had been the cause of Hitoshi's existential crisis for weeks afterwards. Hitoshi took a bit of time to absorb the information. He knew Izuku was staring at him with thinly veiled worry, but Hitoshi was a bit busy having an epiphany. Hypnos. He liked it. He really liked it. It felt right on a deeper level than just aesthetic. Of course, Izuku was also right about its suitability. I love it. He sounded a bit breathless, but by God did Hitoshi love it. Mei finally let out a screech and shouted, Izuku-an, that's genius. I also love it. It suits us so well. The regulars in the cafe studiously ignored the group of three, well used to Mei's loud antics. Hitoshi finally returned his gaze to Izuku and sighed fondly at the happy tears rolling down his friend's face. I'm glad. Izuku squeezed out between sobs. He beamed and Hitoshi reached into his pocket and grabbed out his obnoxious rich lady glasses and slid them on. Too bright. The dramatics were well worth the sweat he got to the shoulder when those sweet giggles reached his ears. The next few months were full of planning and training. Of course they had schoolwork as normal, but that was usually a breeze for the two mad geniuses, and their tutoring sessions had Hitoshi at the top of his class. Much to his classmates' chagrin. Dad and Pops took him to their private gym in a warehouse to help Hitoshi train to prepare for the entrance exam at UA. They never told him anything about the exam and he never asked. Which only served as confirmation that Izuku had already briefed him. When he had offhandedly mentioned with a smirk that heroes should always focus on rescuing when watching Endeavor on the news, who had focused on maiming the enemy as usual. God, he hated the man. Didn't help that Dad and Pops always told him about how he acts at the hero meetings and galas. His dad had groaned and Pops slumped into the couch. How problem child, never mind. His dad muffled a grumble into his capture scarf and sagged into Pops. Honestly, what is that child built out of? Hisashi questioned. It was rhetorical, but Hitoshi answered nonetheless. Midoriya Izuku. Hitoshi choked on laughter as the two shivered on the couch. Every time Midoriya was mentioned, the two of them always either shuddered or gained feral smirks and Cheshire grins. It depended on the scenario in which Izuku was involved. She was a force to be reckoned with and gave birth to a chaos demon hidden by sunshine smiles. Speaking of Izuku, she invited us over for dinner the night before the entrance exams. Wanna go? Hisashi asked. Sure, Dad will enjoy it too. I heard from Izuku that she imported some coffee specially for him from Italy. That caught Shuta's attention. We're going, Shoyuta stated firmly. Hitoshi snorted. As much as his dad grumbles about how terrifying Izuku is, Hitoshi knows they get along like a house on fire. It didn't hurt that Hitoshi had slipped Izuku the name of his dad's favorite coffee brand that he sees as a special treat for manipulation purposes. Izuku stared at the large building of UA with a hint of nervousness to accompany his excitement, along with the oatmeal cranberry cookies his mom made last night as good luck charms. Hitoshi stood beside him, playing the role of the nonchalant cool guy that he so desperately wishes to be, but Izuku knows better. His friend is just as nervous, if not more than him. He could tell by the way he had shoved his hands in his pockets as they approached. Izuku may or may not have all but shoved one of his cookies in Hitoshi's face to help with the trembling hands that he had hidden. They were waiting outside the gates of UA for Mei to show up, though they were also an hour early due to nerves, so they had time as they ate their cookies. Izuku was just about to go through his notebooks for a third time that morning when he heard a loud sigh from next to him. I'm going to lose my mind, Hitoshi stated, grumbling underneath his breath, and Izuku sighed, exasperated. Toshi, you know the rules. He gave Izuku an unimpressed look before reciting the sentence Izuku had all but drilled into his head. Keep calm. Don't freak sheet up and have fun, he stated tonelessly. There you go. Izuku punctuated his statement with a satisfied nod and a condescending pat to the taller boys, by only 2 inches, thank you very much, shoulder. Hitoshi sighed again, but this time it was fond and amused. though he had to jump away to avoid the swat to the shoulder. What blueprints did you end up bringing to work on during your practical? Hitoshi inquired, keeping his hands up in a placating gesture. As if Izuku would trust such a thing. Hitoshi was a petty person and absolutely would use his mumble rants as a way to catch him off guard. Dadzuo would be proud. I have like 3 depending on the time they give since it changes every few years, but it'll be either the gloves, the eskrima, or the persona cords. Izuku smirked as Hitoshi snapped out of his fake peaceful stance to face him properly and with excitement. The persona cords? Yep, Izuku cheered, popping the P. If all goes well, then you'll have your support equipment ready by the 2nd day of school if they allow it. Hitoshi's eyes brightened and his lips twitched into a goofy grin. It was adorable. Izuku soon discovered that Hitoshi would also use his smugness as a distraction. He deserved that shoulder jab for letting his guard down. They continued conversing for a bit longer before Mei arrived in all her explosive glory. Literally. She exploded something that she had been working on the minute she got close enough to the gate for them to be in the blast radius. The 3 shook off the soot, Hitoshi grumbling and Izuku giggling, and walked in. There were few students there, since they were an hour early, but they just found some bean bags in the waiting room to sit in. A greatly appreciated touch, even if it caused Izuku to go off on a tangent about why Nedzu made that particular decision. Mei cheerfully went over all the possibilities for the support practical down to the percentages, and Izuku listed off his own thoughts. Hitoshi watched them with a small smile despite some of the more specific mathematical intricacies going over his head. When the time came for the written exam, the trio were excited to find out that they were all in the same room. The proctor, ectoplasm, listed out their seating numbers, and Izuku waved good luck as he headed for the back and sat down, content to ignore the world until the test was in front of him. He was so out of it that he didn't see a blonde teen wearing a Gakurin-style uniform sit a few seats in front of him. He also didn't notice how the blonde froze when he saw him, but shook himself out of it before he had sat down with a huff. The written exam was almost too easy. Izuku was honestly flabbergasted that it was as easy as it was. Sure, there were quite a few challenging questions on advanced subjects, and was worded in complex ways to throw off students, but otherwise it was easy. Hell, the analysis-based questions had excited him. When answering them, he had to ask for extra paper. He really didn't understand the look of horror on Ectoplasm's face when he handed him the paper, but he decided to push it off for future Izuku to analyze. He managed to finish an hour early, Mei close behind at 40 minutes early, and Hitoshi had subtly stuck his tongue out at them in retaliation. It took 30 minutes and 10 more students to join them before Hitoshi popped into the waiting room and snarked about them being mad geniuses born from a chemical experiment. Mei just cackled loudly and rubbed their success in his face while Izuku sat to the side and enjoyed the absolute snark fest coming from the both of them. They finally split when it came to the practical portion of the exams. The hero practical was about to start and the support exams would start in another 30 minutes. Hitoshi left for the auditorium that the hero hopefuls would be debriefed at, and Mei followed him to the support labs, chattering away about her babies and which one she was excited to blow the judges away with. Standing outside the steel doors, Izuku took a deep breath. He was vaguely aware of Mei standing off to the side, watching him, but he tuned the world out for a moment. What he didn't realize was that Mei was watching with fascination. She has seen Izuku get into his zone several times over the years, but each time is so fascinating that she can't help it. Izuku let his mind calm and settle. Let his brain quiet down and pushed aside the rapid thoughts that never stopped. Pushed aside the constant observation and analysis and embraced a sense of clarity that he always used in workrooms when he built. Releasing a deep sigh, Izuku opened his eyes and slid open the door. It was time for Hades to get to work. Hitoshi sat in his assigned seat, somewhere towards the back of the auditorium, thank F-, as he waited for the 10 minutes to be up and for the debrief to start. He had a few things to confirm from previous casual meetings. Idly observing his competition, 'cause that's what they were, Hitoshi grabbed the packet that he had laid next to him to go over. When he saw the description of the first pointer, he wanted to be upset at Izuku's mad skills, but all he felt was fond smugness. Damn it. It took a couple more minutes before the lights in the auditorium shut off except for the ones on stage. Then, in all his extroverted peppy glory, Present Mike stepped out onto the stage. "Can I get a yeah?" Hitoshi sighed, but sat straighter and took a deep breath and shouted, "Yeah." He had to listen to his pops grumble about how every year he hadn't gotten a single applicant to shout back at his call, and Hitoshi has run out of FS to give, so here we are. A few other applicants glared and gave him unimpressed looks, which caused Hitoshi to have to hold back a smirk when right after his shout, Present Mike snapped finger guns in his direction and spoke. "That's what I'm talking about. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Listener." Now dash. Seriously, they should know by now that when applying for a competitive school, garnering attention is one of many ways to get your foot in the door. They shouldn't look so shocked. As Present Mike explained the practical, Hitoshi focused on memorizing the packet. There were a few key points of information, such as the FING off switch on third pointers, that he memorized. He almost finished reading up on the 0 pointer when he saw it. Out of the corner of his eye was Ida Tenya, the current Ingenium Legacy's little brother and his parents' friend's sibling, standing up and chopping his arms like a bad robot imitation. If what Hitoshi knew about the guy was correct, then on the printout there are 4 villain types instead of the 3 you've spoken of. Oh great, he actually was as stiff as Dad said, which begs me to ask why UA would have a misprint as large as this on the packet, since this is supposed to be a studious academy of the highest form. It's shameful. We are here for the chance to be molded into exemplary heroes. Hitoshi gave a low whistle as he watched the left eyebrow of his pops twitch. A small action that normally wouldn't be caught dead in his persona, since it was a habit he had picked up from Dad when he was agitated. RoboBoy was really pushing some nerves if he managed to make Pops break character for a moment. "I was getting there, listener." Oh, that faux cheerful reply is absolutely hilarious to Hitoshi, however it seemed to settle the Ida boy as he sat down afterwards. The last villain type is worth 0 points, as shown in the packet. Petty. His pops was being so petty right now and he's living for it. It's just an obstacle to get through. Now, head out to your designated buses through the doors on the right. Good luck suffering. Hitoshi was grateful that Pops and his 2 chaos friends taught him English, or he would have missed that last part. Getting up, Hitoshi subtly threw a mock salute to his pops and laughed quietly out the door as he saw the twitch once again. Oh, he was so going to be hearing his pops rant when he gets home after this. The bus ride was a quiet and tension-filled affair, but Hitoshi didn't mind. They all filed off to the battlegrounds where the practical was, and he made his way towards the front. It took another 10 minutes before he saw Ectoplasm's head above the announcer stand, and he crouched into a sprint position. Sure enough, the minute Ectoplasm reached the edge of the platform, he held up a hand and plainly said, "Go." He shot out of the barely open gates like a bullet and quickly climbed his way up to the top of the nearest building before continuing. His dad had taught him the useful art of parkour, which made traveling extremely easy without the obstacles that were on ground level. Izuku's lecture voice filtered through his subconscious, telling him that large-scale attacks usually have groups going through shortcuts and back alleyways to surround and eliminate, as well as plant bombs, steal intel, etc. With that in mind, he spent a minute or 2 patrolling the perimeter before he came across exactly what he was looking for. A chunk of 3-pointers all slowly moving through alleyways. Just as Izuku warned. With a feral grin, Hitoshi flipped off the roof and landed on the back of the last 3-pointer in the group, hands expertly finding the off-switch panel and yanking it off before he powered the bot down. 3 points down, several more to go. Search and destroy. This FNG exam was just a search and destroy game with a modern map and a medic point system if Hitoshi is going to be honest with himself, and as long as it's not romantic feelings, Hitoshi is always honest with himself. He had helped a few examinees and dealt with their scathing remarks and embarrassed denial of need. Some actually thanked him, but that was probably because he pushed them in the nurse's direction for scrapes and bruises. He focused on the alleyways most of the time, but towards the middle of the exam, he had migrated towards the center where more robots had been dispatched. He could comfortably say he had in the 30s in terms of points for villains, and he didn't know whether or not that was a good thing. The exam is about as cryptic as the principal when it comes to requirements. The 3-pointers were the rarest, but also the only ones with the off-switch panel in an easy-to-access location. so he was a bit upset that the alley prey he had been hunting had thinned out. Well, he dodged a few 1- and 2-pointers before making his way up another building to search the scene for 3-pointers. Unfortunately for him, it seemed that most of the 3-pointers had been gunned for, not that he could say anything, and what was left were the 2-pointers mostly and a good chunk of the ones. He was at a loss. What could he do? The 1- and 2-pointers didn't have accessible off switches and the metal was a bit too thick to just punch. He needed a weapon. What the F could he use as a weapon? He scrambled around until he saw it. A broken stop sign. Hitoshi smirked. That was a free weapon if he's ever seen one. Aizawa, is your son using a stop sign as an axe? Shoyuta had been taking a comfortable nap in the observation lounge when he heard Vlad speak. Reluctantly, not really, he was always willing to see his son's achievements and this one sounded hilarious. He sat up, still cocooned in his sleeping bag, to face the monitors. Said monitors showed his son brandishing a stop sign like some kind of caveman that found a nice stick before using said sign to slice and dice 1-pointers by imitating pre-quirk samurai. Shoyuta was mildly impressed by the arm strength such a thing would require, along with the fact that it was working. He taught him well. It appears so. He flopped back down, content to ignore the 1B teacher. Choosing to conveniently not hear the spluttering and muttered, "There's 2 of them now." Shoyuta was going to take a nap before his plans were ruined by Nedzu, who decided to drop in. Because the rat uses the vents for transportation. No one knows how he manages to do it because the only visible openings don't actually open. Plus, sometimes the rat drops into a room where there aren't any visible openings. You can't pry the openings open either because they're reinforced. Groaning into the couch cushions where he was currently trying to bury his head and hide away from the rest of the world, Shoyuta was forced to sit up once again to deal with whatever the hell Nedzu had planned this time. He almost wanted to throw himself out of the window, though, when he saw the gleeful expression on the principal's face. "What has you in such a good mood, Nedzu?" Shoyuta had almost forgotten about all might or small might in that form. He silently cursed to himself when he realized what exactly he was saying because you do not ask Nedzu questions about what makes him excited. Doing so only leads you into a world governed by a sadistic rat intent on manipulating you to get what he wants. The best way to keep your sanity is to remain blissfully ignorant to the rat's whims. Sure, it was a great way to be silently manipulated, but that was better than knowing you were being manipulated and being unable to do anything about it. Nothing too important, Yagi-kun. Oh god, that chirpy voice is the stuff of nightmares. Just finished up reading over the written exams and there was one that really stood out. They had an incredibly fascinating thought process and analytical ability. I hope to invite them for a cup of tea. I would greatly enjoy having the chance to pick at their mind for a bit, maybe play a game of chess. Yep, Shoyuta wasn't touching that with a 30-foot pole. The world could go ahead and burn to the ground for all he cares. He might just fling his body into the sun instead of sticking around to see a second Nedzu in the making. Plus, the longer Shoyuta considers it, the more he realizes that he probably knows who Nedzu is talking about, and that just makes the situation worse. Ever worse was the fact that Nedzu wanted to have a chess match. He valiantly held back a shudder. But never mind that, it's almost time for the 0-pointers to be released. Getting up, Shoyuta moved to one of the front row seats to observe from a closer distance. The 0-pointer was an obstacle that they used to test the teens' emergency reactions. Do they freeze? Help others escape? Those are all questions that are important when choosing future candidates among others with similar exam scores, as well as a few other unknown details that only Nedzu and his secret panel of judges are privy to. He kept his eyes on the screen as Nedzu slammed the button with all the glee of a sadistic overlord, cackling like mad as the veritable giant was unleashed onto the chaos of the city the practicals were held in. Among the screeching and terrified examinees running for their lives, Shoyuta focused on the screen with his son on it. The same screen, where his son had found the camera connected to it and was staring directly at them. The menacing Cheshire grin and cackles he let loose when he saw his son's unimpressed deadpan expression were enough to have the teachers scooting away and Nedzu beaming. Well, there was the saying, like minds attract. Alright examinees, my name is Higuri Majima, also known as Pro Hero Power Loader. As the head of the support course here at UA, I'm in charge of overseeing the practical exam. Izuku and Mei were sitting at two different workstations, right next to each other, as they kept twitching fingers by their sides to prevent starting immediately on their projects. Sure, the workspace being used for the practical wasn't as advanced as the garage at Hatsum's house, or the basement work zone that they weren't allowed into, but since Mei's mom used that workspace to work on personal projects for heroes, they assume it's well-equipped. However, it was workspace. That means they could build here. That means they desperately want Power Loader to hurry up, please and thank you. You'll have 3 hours to build a support item of your choice. There are 5 different blueprints to choose from, but if you have your own, that's fine too. Let me know if you need any additional materials, but otherwise don't come to me. This is an assessment of your skills. Alright, any questions? No one raised their hands, so Power Loader nodded, seemingly relieved, before he called out a quick and sharp start. As if programmed, Mei and Izuku spun around, giving each other a quick fist bump, and slipped their safety goggles on in sync. A reaction that was second nature to them, having been lab partners for years at this point. It was a reaction that had Power Loader's attention on them instantly. He's seen multiple support hopefuls over the years, including those who were partners since before being accepted in UA, but he has never seen a pair so attuned with the other. Izuku grabbed the blueprints of the persona chords and his journal, which had his analysis notes. Flipping to Hitoshi's page and thumb-tacking the blueprint onto the corkboard in front of his station, he got to work. Time passed by quickly, yet slowly at the same time. The only break in focus was due to the occasional threatening spark or explosion from Hatsum's workspace, and that was only because he was curious as to what invention she chose to build. Izuku worked mindlessly on the task at hand. His only thoughts were hyper-focused on the tool in his hand and the parts he connects. This part goes here. This wire connects there. Weld this, heat this, connect this, rewire this, tighten that, twist that, pull that part apart. This, that, there, then where, what, when, and how. The sound of metal clanking in repetitive motions lulled him into a state of mindlessness. His brain is blissfully silent in the presence of the simplicity of creation. Izuku, from his trance 2 hours later, holding the mask-like object he had made. The inside was lined with the softest material Izuku could find and stuffed to feel like a cloud against your skin, and was black in color. The metal outer casing was still the regular steel color since they weren't given the paint needed to enhance the aesthetic, but that was a future Izuku problem. Placing it on his face, which sat a bit uncomfortably but it wasn't built with him in mind, Izuku quickly checked the ear cuffs and head straps. The mask was built to be worn both over just the ears, in case of flashbacks or bad days, and with the head strap. When he deemed them to pass, he moved on to the dial testing and focused on replicating Shinsu's voice. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Mei watching through her peripheral vision as her jetpack sat completed in front of her. He smirked under the mask, not that she could see it, and finished adjusting the dials. When he finished, he had a sheet-eating grin stretching on his face when he spoke to seemingly no one. He was merely testing the capabilities of his creation. "Present Mike is just Mrs. Piggy on steroids," he drawled. It was somewhat disorienting to hear Shinsu's voice come from him, but he was proud that it sounded entirely natural. Not a single distortion. Mei was shaking with barely restrained laughter beside him, and he slipped off his mask, revealing the smug smirk on his face. Suddenly, Power Loader's alarm could be heard cutting through the noise of the workroom, silencing the applicants as they put their tools down and waited for their proctor to stand up. Power Loader silenced his phone and walked to stand in the middle of the room, hand waving lazily as he gathered everyone's attention. "All right, leave your creations at the stations along with your blueprints. The judges will come in to observe the footage of you working at the stations and of your final product, as well as the portfolios you turned in with your application. If they have any questions about what your invention does or portfolio, it will be emailed to the provided address. Go ahead and file out. Go beyond dash. Plus ultra." Hitoshi was waiting for them by the gate, obviously exhausted, and he greeted them with a quick sup before launching into a description of the zero-pointer. Mei was very excited to learn about the giant robot. They all reached the train station as Hitoshi finished regaling his tale about saving a blonde teen with a black lightning bolt in his hair from being turned into human mush by Godzilla's robot babysitter that had an appetite for untrained teens in city battlefields. They loaded on the first train to Izuku's neighborhood and quietly chatted about anything and nothing to keep their nerves at bay. They reached Izuku's apartment early, but the door was still opened by one excited Inko who pulled them all in for a hug. "You three did your best. I just know it. I'm so proud of you three." "Thank you, Midoriya." "Thanks, Mom." "Come in. I made katsudon." "Katsudon." Mei and Izuku cheered. Hitoshi just snorted. "Hitoshi, don't snort at that. I eat a perfectly respectable amount of katsudon." "You call 5 days a week respectable?" As the apartment door closed, it said that there was a loud smack that seemed to echo into the distance as Izuku retaliated against the absolute bullshit his friend had been spewing. Mei's cackles accompanying it with all her unsympathetic glory. Patience is a virtue and, as shown through the years of friendship Hitoshi has survived with his 2 Chaos Gremlin friends, a FANG rarity. He had lost count of the amount of explosions Mei had released upon this mortal realm in her anxious building a while ago. The walls of her workstation in the lair were layered with a healthy dose of soot and other questionable chemicals. Izuku wasn't much better. He eyed the stack of journals perched on the gremlin's own workstation warily as they seemed to tilt when a particularly strong gust of wind from the AC hit it. Izuku had been planning inventions and analyzing heroes and villains for the past 3 hours. Sure, he was nervous, how could he not be? But he had taken to distracting himself through cat videos and the deep disturbing meme side of Reddit. A normal and, probably, healthy coping mechanism. He was particularly fond of the memes that took you 2 or 3 tries to read since they made absolutely no sense if you tried to logically break them down. He would immediately send them to his dad so he could check them during his break on patrol and receive a confused and exasperated "what the F" back. Pure comedy. It has been over a week since the entrance exams, so they should be receiving their letters soon, if not today, but for now they were all holed away in the lair. Mei's mom Kazemi had stopped in the lair to ask what they all wanted for dinner, so they were occupying themselves until food got there. It was coming close to 5 o'clock when the cheerful voice of Kazemi rang out over the speaker systems, installed for when they were working on inventions and the older Hatsum didn't want to walk in on an explosion or was too busy working on hero support commissions to check in. "Dinner's here, gremlins. Come on down to the fuel dock." With a final bang from whatever Mei was working on, the 3 of them made a mad dash to the dining room. They may or may not have forgotten to eat lunch, but that's besides the point. What really mattered was when they entered the dining room, all of their parents were there, along with 3 white envelopes placed in the center of the table. Coming to a halt, wide eyes rapidly switched between staring at the envelopes and the grouped parents with dizzying speed. "Is that dash?" Izuku had started but fell short at the fond smirk on Inko's face. Hitoshi snapped his eyes up to look at his dad's expression, ignoring Pop's barely contained excitement because Pops was always excited, and took in the amusement hidden behind tired eyes. Both Izuku and himself were yanked out of their shock as Mei grabbed their hands and yanked them forwards towards the envelopes. Snatching her own up as she plopped into her usual seat at the table, Izuku and Hitoshi followed with nervous excitement. They stared at the envelopes in their hands for all of 2 seconds before looking at each other and nodding. Instantly, they ripped open the envelopes and jumped a bit when circular metal discs clanked against the table as they fell out. "Projectors?" Izuku called out, confused. Instantly, Hitoshi's lit up, must have been sensitive or landed on the on button, and All Might in all his blonde buff Kool-Aid wannabe glory appeared above the wooden table. Hitoshi was pretty sure he heard his dad grumble about blonde idiots without teaching licenses, but he elected to ignore it. "Young Ayamaki," All Might boomed, causing Hitoshi to wince at the volume. "You completed the written exam with a remarkable 89%. A feat worth praise." Hitoshi sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment but looked over at Izuku and Mei anyways, giving them a thankful smile. The 2 gave soft smiles back. Well, as soft as Mei could get her smile to look considering the vibrating she was doing in anticipation. As for the heroic practical, you achieved a score of 39 villain points. Unfortunately, that wouldn't have been enough to get you into the heroics course. Hitoshi sighed in a sharp breath and bit his lip. However, there was another system of points. A secret point evaluation meant to find the heroic potential just villain points wouldn't get. I knew it. Izuku shouted and was instantly shushed by Mei with a hand clamped over his mouth. Hitoshi just chuckled, still on edge, but the tension was slowly leaving his shoulders. You admirably helped fellow examinees get out of harm's way or find nearby medic spots after assessing their injuries. The projector showed clips of the exam that focused on Hitoshi helping others. He could feel the blush settle on his cheeks at the attention. You also helped save someone from the zero-pointer in a daring rescue. The panel has seen fit to award you with 70 rescue points. This brings your total points to 109. You achieved first place. Welcome, Ayama-kun. This is your academia. The projector ended with a flash of light, leaving the group of people in silence as it processed. Hitoshi could feel the water rolling down his cheeks as his eyes blurred the world with tears. Two pairs of arms wrapped around him in a tight hug that was familiar and warm. Hitoshi grabbed onto Izuku and Mei's arms as he tightened his own hold. Soon enough, more pairs of arms joined the hug. Inko's proud and happy sobs mixed with Izuku's, and Hitoshi could hear his dad's exasperated yet fond huff. "Good job, brat," his dad said fondly. A small ghost of a smile on his face as he entered his blurry view. "I got in," he whispered, then loudly repeated, "I got in. My baby got in." Pops cheered, just shy of activating his quirk. Hitoshi blushed at the term of endearment, but his dad just glared at Pops in warning at the volume. It took a few more minutes to rein the emotions back in before Mei hopped up and opened hers. "Hello, Hatsum-kun. As you may remember, my pro-hero name is Power Loader and I was the proctor for the support exams. Starting with your written test score, you managed to achieve a high score of 93%. This puts you within the top 10 written scores this year. Congratulations." Mei cheered and grabbed Izuku and Hitoshi into a side hug with her arms wrapped around both of their necks. They went willingly but rolled their eyes anyway. They were brought back to the projector when Power Loader sighed. It wasn't a negative sound, but it had them on edge. For the support practical, you impressed the judges with your portfolio and speed in creating a literal jetpack, though with numerous explosions during the process. Power Loader grit out, obviously the cause for the sigh, and the group all collectively snorted, and achieved a 8-10 scoring. This places you in second place for the support practicals. Congratulations and welcome to your support academia. Mei screeched, flung herself up, and promptly dragged her two friends into a group hug with the rest of the found family. There were less tears, just the Midoriyas as usual, and more happy screeching to replace it. It was considerably easier to calm down the emotional reaction this time, but Mei wouldn't stop vibrating, which was fine. They loved Mei in all her glory. She was a lovable ball of excitement with mad scientist energy and a complete disregard for safety protocols in the lab unless she deemed it necessary. Which is a terrifying thing because that meant she was working on something lethal. All in all, she's the best friend they could ever have. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. Inko planted herself behind her son's chair as Hitoshi and Mei sat in the chairs next to them. Kazemi, Shoyuta, and Hizashi all grouping around the four to get a good look as Izuku pressed the on button for his projector. "Hello, Midoriya-kun. As I'm sure you remember, I'm the pro-hero Power Loader who was in charge of the support practicals. Firstly, I want you to know how incredibly hard it is to get the score you did on the written exams. Nedzu has made it a habit to make the written exams as hard as he possibly could before it became impossible for people entering on a high school level. Meaning your score of 100% is virtually almost impossible to reach." Power Loader seemed flabbergasted by what he was saying, and they all could understand. Izuku was barely processing that he had managed what exactly? In fact, the last person to have a full score was a student with an intelligence quirk 20 years ago. The group was shocked silent. Izuku's mouth opened and closed like a fish as he processed what Power Loader was saying. For the support practicals, the judges were blown away by your portfolio. Snipe in particular was notified of your gun design and was extremely interested in its capabilities. As for the building portion, you were given a 9-10 for the fully functioning persona chords and their tailored details. The analysis you gave of the person the persona chords were made for was impressive and extremely detailed. If I didn't know any better, I would think you were a professional analyst. It shouldn't come as a surprise then, that I get the honor to welcome you to your support academia. Also, Nedzu wishes to have a meeting with you on the first day of school. He has taken an interest in you. With a shudder as he forced the last words out, Power Loader disappeared once more in a flash of light. In the silence of the dining room, Izuku's quiet words rang like gunshots. Holy shit! The next few hours were filled with happy congratulations, subtly and amused reprimands for cursing, and Aizawa's horror-filled claim that Izuku would be molded into a ratling. Whatever that meant. Food was passed around and enjoyed with stories and laughter, a Midoriya congratulations tradition. Then, the day ended with the whole group heading into the living room to enjoy some hot chocolate and just exist. It was the Aizawa Yamada household tradition. The Hatsums usually went to the labs to create something that would put them on a government list, which warranted the firm refusal to allow it to happen from Aizawa and Yamada. Inko, however, looked a little too interested for the two's comfort. The next week before school started was filled with shopping and preparations. Mei and Izuku had to go out and grab some clothes to wear in the support labs and workstations at UA, though they would probably end up only wearing the uniform for formal occasions and school supplies. The trio would meet up at Meowth to go over their paperwork and plans, along with several discussions on what Hitoshi's costume would end up looking like, while also just going to de-stress. The first day of school saw all three of them, green, purple and pink respectively, boarding the same train to head to UA. Hitoshi had arrived first, followed closely by Izuku and his 3 thermoses filled with Italian coffee. A dark purple thermos with a fluffy gravity-defying fur cat lazily hanging off of an H was presented to Hitoshi with a soft sheepish smile. I used the engraver in the lair to make the designs. I hope you like it, Izuku stated softly, a blush highlighting his freckles. His hair was pulled up into a bun, the bangs still too short to join framed his face in a way that seemed purposeful, but Hitoshi knew it wasn't. Taking a moment to make sure he wasn't grinning sloppily back, because Izuku was unfairly adorable, Hitoshi thanked Aizu and gratefully accepted the delicious coffee. Mei showed up 5 minutes later and was promptly handed a pink thermos with her own pink cat hanging off an H by its back paws, seemingly caught mid-swing, wearing the same steampunk goggles Mei was fond of on its head. To say she was excited is an understatement. Izuku's was a dark emerald green with a cat that was perched on one of the vertical lines in the H and wore a futuristic mask around its neck. I have plans to make my own safety equipment during the support invention section of my day. The mask is modeled after my final design. I'll show you the minute it's done. Izuku beamed as he explained the design choice. Arriving at UA, they all stopped before the gate for a good minute before moving on, soaking up the image of the high school where they would be able to follow their dreams alongside like-minded people. Hitoshi's class was on the opposite side of school, so they couldn't follow him, but after throwing on indoor shoes, they all huddled together and shared parting words and the not-so-secret handshake. Izuku and Mei dashed off to their support learning paradise as Hitoshi walked to the doom that was his dad in a teacher setting. He was silently grateful that he had come to school early. At least he would be able to avoid social interaction for a little longer without the buffer of Mei and Izuku. Right? Mei bounced on the ball of her feet as she slammed open the large doors of the support classroom 1H. She grabbed Aizu's hand and dragged him into the relatively empty classroom, immediately zeroing in on the seats she wanted, completely ignoring the 3 students already in the room. All UA courses have the same general education requirement to pass, so the basic classrooms were the same. But for support and heroics their day lasted twice as long and was shared between their main classroom and the development studio. Honing in with her eyes out of habit, she pushed Aizu into the seat behind her chosen seat at the back of the classroom right next to the windows. Student numbers 19, and tossing her bag onto the hook situated on the left side of the desk, she spun in her seat until she was facing Aizu and took a sip of the heavenly Italian coffee Midoriya managed to get her hands on. Your mom is a goddess, Mei chirped after getting her dose of caffeine. Despite what people believed, all 3 of them were insomniacs. Mei and Aizu just get manic compared to Hitoshi's lazy snark. I know, Izuku responded, an amused expression settling on his face as he takes out a journal from who knows where to start writing something down. Remember the one case involving that one support company's lawsuit involving discrimination? She made the opponents cry again. May let loose an impressed whistle before dissolving into cackles along with Aiza's giggles. Midoriya was ferocious and they always enjoyed watching her politely, yet ruthlessly, rip into the opponents. They stayed chatting like that while Aiza designed some sort of support equipment for Hitoshi. She would get the rundown later when it was done, until Power Loader walked in through the front door. Reluctantly, they put the journal away and May spun to face their new homeroom teacher. Hello, my name's Higuri Majima, aka the pro support hero Power Loader, as you may remember from the exam. You can refer to me as Majima-sensei, Power Loader, or just PL. Today will be a half day, going over the syllabus and a tour of the development lab where I'll assign you workstations. Though that will be after orientation. Power Loader scanned over the classroom and settled his eyes on herself and Izuku for a moment longer than the rest before returning to talking. Strange. Araki-kun, could you come up here and pass out these papers? Araki was sitting in the middle of the first row, closest to the teacher, and had vibrant red hair. They wore the male student uniform and seemed to radiate sunshine. They grabbed the papers from PL and turned around to quickly distribute them, a sunshine smile directed to each student they approached and a small hello. May noticed that their eyes were two different shades of red, the left being vibrant like their hair and the right being closer to a dark wine red. May read over the syllabus quickly with excitement that spiked each time she came across the word development. She was vibrating in her seat by the time she finished reading the packet, which was making it extremely hard to pay attention to Power Loader. Normally, she wouldn't care about a teacher's words, she was smart enough to ignore them and learned better on her own anyways, but this was Power Loader. A support hero. Their invention allowing, technique teaching, support hero teacher. She could tell her energy was starting to gather attention from her classmates as she caught glances sent her way, but she really couldn't help it. Thankfully, Aizu was extremely observant. A small tap on her back had her reaching back and sure enough, a fidget cube was pushed into her fingers. Tapping twice on Aizu's desk as a thank you, she took the fidget and reoriented herself, letting her nerves settle with each soft click of the buttons on the cube. I'll let you read over those papers later, for now we'll have a small icebreaker round. Just a quick head start on getting to know your classmates. Just name, a specialty, and something you find interesting like hobbies or something similar. We'll go in student number order, so Imai-kun, you're up. At the front, a rather tall and built teen stood up. They had metallic steel-like hair and dark purple eyes. Tan skin made the white of his teeth shine brighter as he grinned. Hey, the name's Imai-k, he/they pronouns. Go ahead and call me Phase if you want. It's a nickname I've had since my quirk came in, which is to change the state of matter. I specialize in building items, not so much the inventing process, and I have a hobby of knitting. Huh? May wasn't really expecting the knitting part. It suits him. Imai sat down and the student behind him stood. This process repeated for over 20 minutes. Kondo, Shimada, Lindensford, Kimo, Araki from before, Saki, Tokunaga, Chinen, Matsumoto, Ueda, Takashima, Aikara, Sada, Koike, Azuma, and Lycus. Finally, it was May's turn. Jumping up in her usual energetic glory, eyes jumping around her classmates' faces as she took in all the details she could, she gave her own introduction. Hatsume. I go by she/her pronouns. I specialize in making my babies. Power Loader seemed to choke on something and several classmates spluttered, but she paid them no mind. I've been working on inventing since I was barely able to write, and my special skills include verbal manipulation into gaining test subjects for my babies and winning at Mario Kart. She held back a giggle at Aiza's muttered, stupid blue shells. She sat back down and without missing a beat Izuku rose to start his own introduction, despite the still spluttering and pale class. She would be surprised by the bravery her friend displayed, if it weren't for his white-knuckle grip on the desk. Despite social interactions becoming easier, Izuku had never truly been able to handle large amounts of attention in school environments unless he threw on a mask. It made her want to toss an explosive baby at the people who hurt her precious bean. My name's Midoriya Izuku, he/him pronouns. I specialize in analysis and inventing, though I'm just as skilled with putting said inventions together. Mei-chan and I are support partners and lifelong friends. I guess a hobby of mine would be quirk analysis. I also enjoy costume designing in my spare time. Izuku scratched at the back of his neck sheepishly before giving a small bow and sitting down. She could hear the almost silent breath of relief to be out of view once again. The class gave a small round of claps before Power Loader brought the attention back to himself and announced that they needed to leave for orientation and to leave their stuff and syllabuses in the classroom. Izuku-kun, why didn't you mention your incredibly fascinating skills at gathering information that you probably shouldn't be able to gather? She asked innocently, but Izu just shot her a playful glare as they headed out the door of the classroom. Absolutely not. I am not mentioning to my new classmates that I have an info network capable of finding out what their order is at their favorite cafe within the hour. Despite his claim, both Mei and Izuku forgot to pay attention to their surroundings. Power Loader, who had been standing next to the door as they filed through, had heard them. The man silently cursed Aizawa for jinxing him earlier in the year. He didn't think too hard when he entered that bet, and look what happened. The walk to the auditorium where the orientation was being held was short, and they sat in the Class 1H section. Running their eyes down the rows of seats, in search of a particular class, they both caught sight of the entirely empty Class 1A spot at the same time. 1,000 yen that Dadzawa is running an assessment test, Mei whispered, leaning over to Izuku's side. 2,000 yen that he threatened them too, Izuku whispered back. Bet. Hitoshi was so very wrong. Walking into the classroom of 1A, through the very large sliding door, there were already people sitting in their seats. He could vaguely recognize a few. Yaoyorozu was a legacy child and that was definitely a Todoroki, but the one person he really didn't want to deal with this early in the morning was doing his version of speed walking over to the door where Hitoshi had frozen in the doorway. Hello there. My name is Ida Tenya. As we are classmates in this studious academy, I thought it imperative that I introduce myself to all of my future classmates. RoboCop stated, loudly. Hitoshi eyed the chopping hand with barely hidden wariness before looking back at Ida's face and nodding in greeting. Ayama Hitoshi, he said simply. It was too early for this bullshit. Thankfully, RoboCop accepted his greeting for what it was and sped off somewhere else to terrorize the other students present. Sighing, Hitoshi slumped over to seat 18, where he knew his spot was according to his dad's seating chart he was shown last night, and all but collapsed into the seat. Placing his hand underneath his chin, Hitoshi decided he could get a few more minutes of rest before the day got wild. It was 15 minutes before class started when Hitoshi's boredom was cured by the gift teenage drama. The classroom had been slowly filled as time passed. A few stood out in sheer bright and loudness, but the star of the show was the blonde currently being yelled at by Mini Ingenium. Put your feet down this instant. It is disrespectful to ruin the furniture that holds such importance in Dash. Hitoshi tuned him out, focusing on the deepening scowl on the blonde in front of him. He had to press his hand over his mouth to stop from choking on laughter when he noticed that the teen's hair made him look like a walking Pomeranian. The anger that was slowly building didn't help at all. He couldn't stop imagining a tiny, fluffy dog growling at the end of their owner's leash whenever someone got too close. Pom-Pom Boy was about to blow a fuse. The vein on his forehead was extremely close to popping. In fact, the blonde's hand actually was popping. Small firecracker-like pops seemed to be released from his hand. There was an uncomfortable pit to his stomach when he noticed them, and he couldn't for the life of him explain why he felt that way. Oi, Four Eyes, leave me the F alone. Pom-Pom spat venomously. It's a fucking desk, not a goddamn 100-year dynasty heirloom. This was, obviously, not the right thing to say considering RoboCop was about to gear up for another lecture. However, right as the teen opened his mouth, a shriek could be heard from the front of the classroom. Hitoshi thought, that's why he could feel someone watching him. Standing in the doorway was a girl with a brown bob cut, stuck in the same position she jumped into to shriek, and was staring at a lump of yellow on the floor. Hitoshi sighed quietly to himself. Why his dad does this he'll never know. Don't try to explain it as an intimidation tactic either, because just looking at his students like they were annoyances and too much trouble had them shivering most of the time. Hell, When Hitoshi had to come to UA with his dads during the summer, he got front row seats to see his dad stare down the #1 pro hero into a shivering mess because he suggested something idiotic. It gets funnier every time he remembers. The yellow blob of a human slowly dragged its lump form into a standing position as Aizawa-sensei slurped up the last of his jelly pouch. Obnoxious, loud, slurp. His dads had the audacity to ask why he's dramatic when these are the parental figures in his life? Hypocrites. With a dramatic sigh, his dad unzipped his sleeping bag, a gift from Inko, surprisingly. She had claimed it would be useful for getting all the sleep he could after a particularly bad patrol left him with deep dark circles. Stepping out of the monstrosity like a moth hatching from its cocoon, and walked over to the podium. His gruff voice cut through the silence like a knife. You need to work on your situational awareness. It's been 8 minutes, that won't cut it in the field. Do better. Standing in front of the podium, Aizawa ran a cold gaze over the class. Hitoshi sat straighter under its piercing intensity. This was no longer his dad who helped him train on weekends, or who sat with him on the couch cuddling cats with coffee. This was Aizawa-sensei. The gruff, cold, closed-off man who trained heroes in training. There are no favorites. No second chances. No going easy. My name is Aizawa Shoyuda. I'll be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. Now, he reached down, grabbing something from under his podium, put these on and meet me on the training fields. A box of gym uniforms were placed on the podium and Aizawa promptly turned on his heel and left the shell-shocked classroom. Hitoshi, however, knew his dad. He knew that he better get his butt in gear because family ties or not, Aizawa would ship him out of the course if he decided to half-butt anything. Launching up from his desk the moment the classroom door closed behind Aizawa, he grabbed a gym uniform that had his name and bolted out of the door. He managed to be the first one in and out, the rest of the class finally joining halfway through his changing, and he got an approving nod from Aizawa when he walked out on the field and came to a stop on the line. Hitoshi internally cringed when he saw the eyebrow twitch Aizawa gave when it took over 10 minutes for them all to get to the field. It took you 15 minutes to get changed and get here. By the time the first week is over, I expect it to take 5. The class straightened under his cold gaze, some even shivered, and nodded sheepishly. We'll be conducting an apprehension test dash. There were shocked gasps and Aizawa stopped, the twitch coming back. Hitoshi almost wanted to toss his body away from the brunette who then shouted, "But what about orientation?" But he pushed the urge down and powered through. UA allows their teachers creative freedom to conduct our classes as we see fit. It would be illogical to go to an orientation when I can assess your abilities now. You can learn the rules in your own time, not on mine. Aizawa stated simply. Now, Ayama? Hitoshi straightened and nodded sharply. An approving gleam settled in his teacher's eyes and he inwardly preened. You received first place on the entrance exam. How far could you throw in middle school? 71 meters, sensei. Step in the circle. You'll do the same thing except this time use your quirk. Anything goes as long as you stay in the circle. Nodding, Hitoshi walked over to the circle and accepted the softball. Sighing, he internally debated on what his classmates would think before tossing it out of his mind. If they had a problem with his quirk, then they shouldn't be heroes. He turned around and assessed his fellow classmates, a little upset he didn't have Izuku here mumbling away the types of possible quirks they'd have. Not like he knew most of their names anyways. He caught sight of the girl who shrieked earlier and noticed how she kept hold of her shirt, a nervous tick probably, with only 4 fingers. Well, whatever her quirk was he was about to find out. Hey, Hitoshi said, gesturing to the girl, and when she pointed to herself he nodded. Do you think I can have your help? My quirk's mental and needs a third party to work in this scenario. Oh, of course. I'd love to help. She walked over with a skip in her step. Do I need to do anything specific? Hitoshi leaned down and angled his head to speak closer to her ears so he could whisper. Just respond when I ask a question. Also, if you could keep that a secret, that'd be great. He leaned back and reached out with a hand, placing it on her shoulder, as he ignored the blush that had intensified when he leaned down. So you don't mind, right? He asked. His quirk laced his words like ivy, smoothing out the sound until it became enticing. Not at dash. Her eyes glazed over and white covered her pupils as her body went slack. Use your quirk on this softball to launch it without hurting yourself. Hitoshi ignored the gasps and whispered words that erupted from his classmates, if they survived long enough to be called that, and handed the ball to whatever her name was, and watched as she grabbed it with all 5 fingers and reared back to launch it straight into space. Startled, Hitoshi dropped his quirk and gaped at the sky where the ball had disappeared. He was forcefully drawn out of his surprise when he heard a chime from Aizawa's direction. He turned to him just as Aizawa turned around the device and showed the infinity symbol. Infinity! It was silent for all of 2 seconds before everyone erupted into shocked exclamations as he walked back to join the group with an excited Uraraka, who he finally learned the name of. Most were just surprised at the number, but he had to stifle a flinch when he heard one that had him reeling with anger. What's a villain doing here? Hitoshi glanced towards the sound and had to look down until he saw a purple ball. The short teen was looking at him with thinly veiled disgust, and he sent the short BFD a glare he learned from his dad, satisfied when he saw the disgusting bigot flinch. He was about to call the BSRD out. His dad did not tolerate quirk discrimination when it happened. It was just 6 words. 6 words that were going to kill them. This will be so much fun. Hitoshi snapped his gaze away from the purple bee and gaped at the general direction of the voice. A girl with pink curly hair and skin was jumping in place with excitement. Oh, the poor thing doesn't realize what she's just done. Fun. They all flinched at the cold and deceptive calmness. You think this is fun? Well then, if you won't take this seriously, Hitoshi shuddered at the scowl on Aizawa's face, then the person to come in last will be expelled. Lovely. He should have known today was going to be a living hell the moment he saw that bright yellow sleeping bag. Hitoshi watched as his maybe classmates went through the assessments like someone lit their buttes on fire. Considering the threat of expulsion, they were at least metaphorically on fire. Exactly how Aizawa liked it. Hitoshi was struggling a little bit, but he managed just fine after discovering the blessing that was Uraraka and Kaminari, who introduced himself as the almost human pancake from the exam that he saved. They stuck by his side in between assessments and chatted his ear off in a way he was used to the feeling due to Mei and Izuku. For a few of the tests he was restricted to body strength instead of quirk, but he trained for that. His grip strength was higher than most due to capture weapon training. Sit-ups were easy enough due to torture call training as well, and the endurance run had to be done on his own, but he got creative for the others. It had been incredibly embarrassing to hear Uraraka and Kaminari's cackling when he had brainwashed Aizawa into literally flinging him for the standing long jump, but he persevered. He saw that barely their twitch of the lips from his dad, he was so going to use his choice against him at some point. By the end of the tests, Hitoshi found himself sitting comfortably smack dab in the middle of the class at 10th. Of course, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki were first and second respectively, then Bakugo, who was the pom-pom boy from earlier, Ida, and so on until it reached Mineta in 20th. Hitoshi couldn't say he wasn't spitefully smug about it. While the rest of the class was stuck staring at the board, he discreetly caught his dad's attention with a small hand movement. Once he got a subtly raised eyebrow in response, he signed quickly in hero sign, as his dad's called it. It was a separate sign language used in heroics, specifically underground, to prevent others from understanding what they were speaking about. Hitoshi had learned it, alongside JSL for Pops, when he got adopted. Purple 20, Quirk D, Ase. Hitoshi hadn't missed the muttered words and leering eyes. It had disgusted him just as much, if not more, than the blatant quirk discrimination from earlier. His dad had probably caught some of it, but the man was also busy judging the other students' conduct, so he couldn't focus on just one student like Hitoshi could. Hidden from his classmates' view, Aizawa signed back. V or P? V, Hitoshi confirmed, and his dad nodded, slipping into his teacher's role seamlessly. Mineta, you came last, Aizawa stated. His flat tone betrayed none of his internal feelings and sent Hitoshi's classmates on edge. Especially Yaoyorozu, who seemed to have assumed his dad was lying about expulsion. He wasn't, he was just bending the terms of why he would expel someone. He was deliberately not continuing as to create assumptions and get a reaction. Based on the reaction he would determine the course of action he wanted to take. The disgusting ball-headed purple bigot burst into tears and Hitoshi immediately decided that Izuku looked way prettier when he cried. Hitoshi also decided that he needed to get off that train of thought before he went down a spiral. Now, if Mineta had merely cried about missing out on his chance and grew a backbone, maybe Aizawa would have spared him. Maybe. While the Grapist did wail about missing his chance, it was with the added, missed opportunity he would be kept from. That missed opportunity being SXL assault. Hitoshi physically recoiled when he heard that. Enough! Aizawa sent a red quirked glare that sent shivers down everyone's spines. If they thought his normal glare was scary, then Aizawa's actually angry glare? Nightmare fuel. Your views of heroics are abhorrent and not to mention bordering on harassment of what would be your future colleagues and your classmates. Verbally you already have. Did you think I wasn't paying attention? Head to the principal's office. You don't deserve a place in my class or heroics for that matter. Aizawa all but growled his response, eyes narrowed in a deadly glare, the red glow gone but still as terrifying. The short teen yelped and cried even harder as he ran towards the school building, leaving behind a shell-shocked class. The field was silent, wide-eyed classmates stared at the retreating figure as the teen ran to the building. They only turned back to their now homeroom teacher when the teen disappeared from view, the same wide-eyed, terrified, shock plastered on their faces. Though he noticed a few relieved shoulders dropping. If they were looking for any hint or reaction from Aizawa, something to let them know that he wasn't unaffected by expelling a student on the first day, they were going to be disappointed. Expelling those who won't do good in the industry, or don't deserve to be in the industry, is Aizawa's bread and butter. That was his form of kindness. A few moments passed before Aizawa spoke again, his toneless voice cut through the tension like a knife. Alright, go ahead and change and head back to the classroom. You'll find your syllabus on your desks. Take them and you're free to go. A deranged grin broke out on his face and Hitoshi fought to make sure a matching one stayed off his own. Welcome to Class 1A. The welcome sounded a lot more threatening now that the teens knew Aizawa didn't just threaten. He promised. As if being freed from the clutches of hell, Hitoshi's classmates ran like mad towards the locker rooms while he followed at a more sedate pace. He had to stay behind with his dads after all, no need to rush. His decision was rewarded with a soft practiced murmur from his dad as he passed by on his way to the principal's office to expel the Grapist. When you get to the faculty room, I want details. Hitoshi nodded, remembering the muttered words from earlier that crawled underneath his skin wrong. With a renewed pep in his step, he got to the locker room that was thankfully devoid of other students and changed. Huffing to himself, Dad must have really scared them if they changed that quickly. Hitoshi headed to the classroom where he left his bag and was surprised to still see people there. Kaminari and Uraraka were chatting together in front of his desk, seemingly deep in a conversation about the crime rate in underfunded neighborhoods and ways to fix it. Unexpected but interesting. Is my bag being detained for questioning? He drawled, watching with amusement as they jumped. Whoa, dude, I didn't even hear you come in. Kaminari exclaimed, dramatically holding a hand over his heart. Uraraka nodded rapidly with a small giggle. I'm told that often. He got stealth training from Eraserhead. Of course no one heard him, though the question still stands. He raised an eyebrow in the direction of his desk, which was still surrounded. With a cheery oops from the blonde and another giggle from Uraraka, followed by an apology, they parted for him to grab his bag. A purple and black backpack that was gifted to him 2 years ago and has several questionable compartments due to the overlords of chaos. He threw it over his shoulder, the usual ominous clinks following the movement, and turned towards the suspiciously still here people. Raising an expectant eyebrow, he was faced with 2 beaming smiles. What took you so long to get here? Kaminari asked. It wasn't accusatory and closer to innocent curiosity, so he didn't mind answering. I'm staying behind since I get picked up, not technically a lie, so I saw no need to hurry. Why waste energy? Oh, I guess we can't head to the train station together then. Uraraka and Kaminari pouted after that exclamation and Hitoshi rolled his eyes. I normally head home with 2 friends on the train every other day. If they're fine with it you can tag along. Plus Mei would love new test subjects and Izuku would hound them with quirk questions. Hitoshi could almost hear Izuku's shriek of excitement when he hears about zero gravity. The two brightened and Kaminari opened his mouth to say something, but was cut off by the loudly blasted, bass-boosted, CPR cupcake song as Hitoshi felt his pocket vibrate. He almost flung his phone across the room as he dug it out from his pocket and smashed the answer button to stop the ringtone. God damn it, stop if and he changing his ringtones what the foo dash, and accidentally hit the speakerphone as he frantically hurried to stop the song from continuing. Toshi! Izuku's voice cheered in the now silent classroom. Hitoshi wanted to curl up and die. May exploded something in the development studio while I was in my meeting despite the fact that we, technically, aren't even supposed to be working today so she's being chewed out by PL, which, karma, but we made a bet during orientation when we saw that you weren't there, so we'll meet up at your place later to confirm it dash. In the back May could be heard shouting, it's not optional, followed by a groan and, Hatsum pay attention please. Hitoshi helplessly looked up from his phone at his stunned classmates, and I'll bring some of Mom's thumbprint cookies. I want to hear everything. He felt like he could combust from embarrassment right then and there. Unfortunately, he had to continue being perceived by two wide-eyed classmates of his as he sighed before responding. Sounds good, he grumbled. I'll let Dad and Pops know you're coming over. I'll text you when I get home. Also, let May know she's dead meat for messing with my ringtones again. An adorable giggle filtered through the phone and Hitoshi held back a fond sigh at the sound. God, he was a simp. He could hear May now. What? The song's accurate, isn't it? He was so gonna defenestrate her. He should have known confiding in May was going to bite him in the butt. What has she changed it to now? Came the mirth-filled question and Hitoshi could picture the smirk he was wearing. CPR by Cupcake. The phone erupted into uncontrollable cackles as Izuku lost it on the other end. Hitoshi huffed in fake annoyance but despite his tries, Izuku couldn't stop cackling until a full minute later. All right, we'll see you later Toshi. The phone call ended with another giggle and the world was plunged into awkward silence. Hitoshi slipped the offending phone back into his pocket, mentally noting the need to change the ringtone, before returning to stare at the still wide eyes and red cheeks of two obviously amused teens who were holding back laughter. Never speak of this or they'll never find your bodies, he warned, narrowed eyes searching their expressions cautiously. Much to his dismay, that only served as the tipping point to send them into hysterics. Picking out a hidden camera in the classroom, he gave his best unimpressed stare, complete with dead eyes and blank expression. Sitting at his desk after dismissing the bright-eyed green teen with the fascinating mind from their meeting, Netsu grinned a feral grin at his security cameras, a few chuckles escaping him at what he saw. He promptly screenshot the recording and sent it to Shoyuta and Yamada. Izuku watched as May slammed open the steel doors of the development studio despite Powerloader's protests with the same amusement he always felt when watching people react to May's excitement. It was a force of nature that you needed to direct because no matter what you do, it can't be contained. Leaving a distraught Powerloader behind, May and Izuku fled out of the studio and headed straight for the train station to grab the earliest one to Hitoshi's home. The ride was filled with support invention technicalities and excitement that caused a few onlookers to subtly scoot away from the disaster duo, not that they noticed. Practically running, they dashed off the train the moment it stopped and headed for the hero complex that they had keycards for thanks to Papa Mike. Swiping the cards for the door, then elevator, they headed up to the top floor, 4th level, where the apartment was. Conveniently next to a fire escape access route from the roof that Aizawa uses to travel during patrols. With a final card swipe and a loud bang, the two descended on the Aizayamada family like demons sniffing out souls of the innocent. Ignoring the grumbling of Shoyuta from the couch, the two ran over to Hitoshi, who was sitting at the dining table munching on a muffin courtesy of Hizashi, and grabbed him. Izuku lifted the lanky, but fairly well-built, teen over his shoulder as May chanted, "All hail," over and over again as they dragged him to his own room. Hitoshi went limp the minute Izuku had grabbed him, already used to the chaos at that point, and Hizashi just stared at the retreating forms of his son and honorary children with thinly veiled bewilderment. I will never be used to those two, he settled on. Shoyuta merely gave a sympathetic look towards his husband before promptly passing out for his pre-patrol nap. Hitoshi huffed at his overlord's antics fondly as Izuku tossed him over his head and onto the bed. Mei finished off her chanting with a cheer of victory as they found their designated spots in his room. Mei flung herself into a pink beanbag she had dragged over to his house and left while Izuku sat sideways in his office. Chair, legs dangling over the armrests. Did Dadzawa conduct an assessment test? Did he threaten you too? Hitoshi propped his head up with a hand and shook his head, amused. Both. Mei sighed dramatically and pulled out a chunk of cash before plopping it in Izuku's waiting hands. Izuku just snickered as he pocketed the money and proceeded to start spinning the office chair. Rolling his eyes, Hitoshi gave them a raised eyebrow which only served to send Izuku into a fit of giggles. All right, he heard on the fourth spin, the giggles finally ending. Lay it on us, how was the first day hero in training? So, I walk through the unnecessarily large door of Class 1A in order to go sit down when I get accosted by Mini Ingenium who has a stick so far up his A-dash. Hitoshi proceeded to explain his entire day from watching his dad inch in like a caterpillar to the two other teens who stayed behind to try and head home with him. As expected, Izuku and Mei both jumped at the chance to accost his classmates with their chaos. Hitoshi smirked when Izuku jumped out of the office chair to shriek when Hitoshi explained Uraraka's quirk, devolving into a mutter storm about the practical application a quirk like that could have. They stayed and talked for a while afterwards, mostly about future support equipment and what they planned on doing tomorrow after school, when dinner was called. The trio migrated to the dinner table where Shoyuta had his face pressed into the wood, obviously just woken up, and Hizashi was placing the last plate of food. As they all sat together and ate, Hitoshi felt that similar warmth when he took in the scene he was a part of. He really did love his family. Though he wouldn't hesitate to hip-throw Mei if she grabbed the last piece of garlic bread again. Sighing, Hitoshi walked into 1A the next day absolutely exhausted and headed for his seat. He had been hit with another insomnia-induced all-nighter last night, so there was probably more caffeine in his system than actual blood at this point. Last night he had been watching cat videos on the living room TV when Shoyuta had walked in through the front door, stumbling a bit from being exhausted from patrol. Their eyes met in a tense stare down for a lengthy minute before his dad shrugged and plopped onto the couch next to him and promptly passed out. Hitoshi stared longingly at the yellow cocoon that was housing his teacher and father at the front of the classroom from his seat as he sat down and let his head thunk against the table hard enough that he was sure it made the girl with earjacks a few seats ahead of him wince. As it was the first real day of school and not a half day, Hitoshi was promptly reminded that he had actual schoolwork to do on top of being exhausted. Groaning under his breath, because of course he gets cursed like this, he decided that since English was their first PRD he was going to take a nap. He knows English fluently by now due to the combined efforts of his friends and Pops, so it can politely F off for now. Thankfully, his Pops, who was in charge of English, was well aware of his sleeping habits and fluency, so he was blessedly unbothered. The rest of the day passed similarly. Any subjects he knew of he took naps during, and any he needed to actually focus on was done with minimal reluctance. The bell rang for lunch, and Hitoshi sighed in relief for all of 2 seconds before Ida Jr. accosted him before he could even get out of his seat. Ayama-kun. It is important for hero hopefuls to pay attention in class. We must train our minds along with our bodies. You shouldn't sleep through a lesson or you'll miss the important content and sabotage your own work. While Ida chopped and reprimanded him, he took the time to really look at the teen. Sure, he was definitely stuck up a bit, literally in the case of his arms. Why does he have to chop as he talks? But after dealing with people who talked behind his back and hated him for years for reasons out of his control, he got pretty good at reading people. RoboCop here wasn't really being mean, though definitely a stickler for the rules. There was even an undercurrent of worry. Maybe he wasn't so bad. He'll have to inform Izuku and Mei of Ida's changed status from stick-up but to stiff and in dire need of a lesson about the grays in life. Ida, Hitoshi started with a sigh. I have insomnia. I literally can't sleep sometimes, so I took the chance. Plus I only took naps in classes where I already knew the information. Do you mind moving now? I'm starving and we have foundational heroics this afternoon. Oh, of course. I apologize for assuming. However, if I may, I recommend seeing a doctor about the insomnia. Sleep is an important part of growth after all. Hitoshi just nodded and turned around to get his things. Grabbing his food, he left immediately. He really was hungry and he wasn't going to stick around to hear that possible conversation. He slipped out the classroom door near silently as he avoided everyone, his phone pulled out and showcasing the group chat where Izuku and Mei informed him of their location, which was unsurprisingly the development studio. He walked down to the support department's first-year section, the directions ingrained into his muscle memory by Izuku. Hitoshi approached and slid open the steel doors. He called out a "Pardon the intrusion," that was immediately silenced by a loud bang that he was unfortunately used to. Over towards the back, Hito-chan, chirped Mei from the direction of the loud sound. Walking over, he passed by an empty teacher's desk that left him questioning why these gremlins were allowed in without supervision, before grabbing another workstation chair and plopping into it next to Mei and Izuku. What Hitoshi didn't know was that power loader was actually underneath the desk due to deciding that if he didn't see it, he didn't have to deal with it. Besides, Aizawa had informed him during their meeting yesterday that the two were capable enough to not get themselves killed. He managed to down half of his bento before being dragged into whatever they were working on, which he promptly lost his mind when he saw the mask on the workstation table that he was dragged to. That's Dash. Yep. Izuku chirped, grabbing the mask and handing it over to Hitoshi, who took it with careful hands. The metal was a dark black enhanced with dark purple accent lines lining various geometric patterns on the modulator. The ear cuff section was a charcoal gray and the knob for adjusting the voice changer was also dark purple. On the inside, the mask was lined with a soft plush inner layer colored black to match the metal and hide the fabric lining. Looking on the inside of the ear cuffs, a subtle comm link was embedded into the metal. Inscribed just under the comm link were 3 H's pierced together in a geometric design to fit into a triangle shape that was followed by an Hades. Hades his mind supplied. Izuku was the one to make it, so of course his moniker would be inscribed, but the symbols knew. He loves it. Placing it on his face, Hitoshi marveled at the lighter-than-air feeling the mask had. Besides the slight pressure, he couldn't even tell it was on his face. The ear cuffs fit perfectly and held up the mask easily, even as he swung his head around in sharp turns and spins. "It's FNG perfect," Hitoshi said, and he jumped at the sound of Hizashi's voice coming out of his own mouth. "Holy sheet!" Mei and Izuku broke into giggles at the sound of Hizashi's voice saying, "sheet." The man would constantly tease them by saying, "No swearing around the baby's show," whenever Shoyuta cursed. Hitoshi slipped off the mask as he joined them in giggles for a bit. "Izuku, you feral gremlin child, this is FING insane. I love it." After being dragged through an entire rundown of all the settings on the mask, and there were a lot, Hitoshi left the development studio just in time for the bell to signal the end of lunch. With a smile and a coffee to go that Izuku had produced from somewhere, he walked into an energized Class 1A. Alright, foundational heroics. He doesn't want to admit he's excited. He quickly walked over to his seat and made sure to keep his usual indifferent attitude on his face. He was failing. The bell rang and the excited tension in the room grew twofold. Backs pinned straight and excited smiles broke out around the room. Kaminari was quite literally buzzing in his seat. "Who do you think the new heroics teacher is going to be?" he heard from somewhere in the middle of the room. Hitoshi made sure his face was perfectly blank. He already knew who the new teacher was, the perks of having to spend his summer days here a few times, and just knew the rest of his classmates would lose their sheet. He may not be a fan of the man. His dad was his idol, okay? Plus it helps that he's seen the man cower under his dad's glare, but he understood that to a lot of people he was viewed as close to a god as one can get while still being human. As his classmates gossiped about the newest teacher and who it could be, a few tossed the idea of All Might around, but most agreed that the man was too busy to teach, which made the next few minutes absolutely hilarious for Hitoshi. Just as his classmates finally decided on All Might not being a teacher, the man's voice silenced them from behind the door. "I am Dash." The door slammed open, revealing an All Might hanging off of the frame, cape billowing behind him. Coming through the door like a normal person. Oh god, he's going to keel over at this rate. Choking on air, Hitoshi desperately tried to silence his laughter. How the F Was that a normal person's entrance? People don't do that? Taking deep breaths, and ignoring the knowing look Uraraka was sending him as she covered her own mouth, he calmed down enough to listen to the tail end of All Might's declaration of the subject for the day. Which almost made him choke, for real this time, as the man proposed battle trials. Dear God, please, for his sanity, tell him that it's quirkless battles. He really hopes that All Might knows enough about basic safety protocols to understand that quirked sparring would be a terrible idea this early, but the man's track record doesn't really support that hope. Did his dad even see the proposed lesson plan before All Might used it? 'Cause there's no way in hell he approved battle trials. Before he could voice these concerns though, the man had disappeared through the door in a blur, leaving them to collect their costumes and head to the site of their practicals. Leaving them to collect their costumes? Collect their costumes? Hitoshi jumped up and swiftly jogged over to the wall and grabbed his suitcase before booking it out the door. His costume. His heroics costume. His FANG hero costume and gear. All thoughts and concerns were pushed away in favor of getting to the locker room and tossing on his outfit. Mei and Izuku had helped plan it with him along with his dad's. Though his parents only got to see the rough draft since Hitoshi wanted to surprise them. Finding a secluded corner, he placed his case on the bench in front of the lockers and used trembling hands to slowly open it. The first rough draft of the costume was similar to Shuda's, a black baggy suit with combat boots and the capture weapon but with the added mask. He had been an embarrassed mess for the next week under Hisashi's relentless teasing. The final product, however, was very different. The most noticeable difference was the base. Instead of a one-piece jumpsuit that Shoyuta wore, Hitoshi opted out to have combat-level cargo pants in black with dark purple accents in the seams as well as a skin-tight, quirk-enhanced, Kevlar long-sleeved turtleneck that was a matching black, and on the neck, under his right ear, was a small familiar symbol of the 3 H's. His capture scarf, newly dyed a similar dark purple to the accents, rested around his shoulders. The combat boots stayed the same, black with, of course, dark purple laces, but Mei had gotten her hands on them and added hidden compartments for knives. Which was badass, and Hitoshi could imagine his pop's face when he found out. There was also the utility belt that was settled around his hips. His dad's had compiled a list of useful extra stuff like medical equipment that filled the pockets, and fingerless gloves that may or may not act like brass knuckles. The final piece was the mask that now rested around his neck. All in all, he thought he looked pretty FNG badass. He walked out of the changing room with Kaminari, which he hadn't even noticed the others walk in due to his excitement, and met up with Uraraka, who definitely didn't ask for the costume she was currently wearing. Hey, you know you can apply for changes in costume design, right? Either through a SBMSN of a request for change or just taking a trip to the support department. Wait, actually? Hitoshi nodded, carefully taking note of the others failing at hiding their eavesdropping. He'd have to let Dad know that the costume design company they used this time missed the mark by a wide margin. Yeah, I recommend going tomorrow since things will be in full swing by then. How do I? Oh wait, those 2 friends of yours were in support, weren't they? Kaminari asked, bouncing on his feet as they waited for the class to start. Yep, he said, popping the P. They're insane and I love them for it. For warning, if you get paired with them, anything you request will come back to you with several different additions that may be scary to have anywhere near you but will end up being useful in vague situations as well as having amazing quality. That sounds like it comes from personal experience, Uraraka added, nervously fidgeting. It is. Why do you think my backpack makes those ominous as F clinking noises? I still haven't found all of the functions they added, he added with a raised eyebrow. Dude, what the F dash? Hitoshi just gave a dead-eye stare to Kaminari, pushing as much resignation and emotionless energy into it as he could. I've been friends with them for over 9 years, Pikachu, and not once have I been able to answer that question. Their conversation was cut short when All Might's loud laugh echoed through the air, the man himself standing a little ways in front of the pack of students. The battle trials, which he had forgotten about while caught up in the excitement of hero costumes, were going to be 2-on-2 indoor quirked sparring matches with a designated target and time limit. Who the hell approved this? After the team numbers were dished out, he was placed on Yaoyorozu's Team C, Hitoshi walked over to his teammate while subtly searching for his phone. When he felt the cool metal and slick screen, he pulled it out. Ayama-san? 1SEC, I'm just asking a friend of mine to inquire with a teacher about something specific we want to do with some of my gear. There. He tossed his phone back into his pocket. Sure, he was texting a friend, but that was only because he knew his dads were either teaching or napping and wouldn't get his text immediately anyways. Oh, that's right. I heard you had friends in support. Do you think they'd be able to help me change certain aspects of my costume? Hitoshi turned to look at what was clearly the costume company's attempts to get jail time and returned his gaze back to the fidgeting girl in front of him. Yeah, one of them has an attorney for a mom too. Want her number as well? Dodging the piece of metal that went sailing over his head, Izuku turned around to hand Mei the wrench she had been looking for. There was a groan from the corner of the workshop that reminded him of a dying man, but a quick glance showed Power Loader fully alive and relatively okay, so he turned back around. Strange. Pushing aside his thoughts on Power Loader's current health, he turned back to his pet project of a retractable knife that could possibly hold narcotics in the blade that releases with the press of a button. The container for the narcotics had been having a problem with closing back off, which is annoying, but he was getting close to figuring it out. Diving back into the process of creating, Izuku almost missed the sound of his phone going off. The cheery sound of Hitoshi's dead and emotionless voice saying, "Answer your goddamn phone, you support obsessed gremlin," chimed through the air as Izuku reached over to grab his phone. After repeatedly not hearing his phone go off while he was in the zone, the trio discovered that as long as it was one of their voices making a noise, he would respond immediately. Thus, the recordings of his friends' voices to set as either text or ringtones. Grabbing the definitely modified cell phone, Izuku swiped it open and read his newest message. From Pretty in Purple. PP, All Might thought it'd be a good idea to have battle trials, quirked, indoors. Sick dad on him. May, code F to Z. Izuku shouted over the sound of exploding support equipment, once again dodging a stray piece of flying metal. For a second he thought he heard one of his classmates whimper in fear, but he ignored that most likely misheard noise. It wasn't. The way Hades-san, came the shouted response. Instantly Mei dropped all that she was doing and came over to Izuku's station. Dropping into his now vacated seat, she grabbed out the binder full of blueprints and designs that they had been working on together for years that he kept in his desk for safekeeping. Sometimes spontaneous combustions could be problematic, and keeping the binder safe was top priority. Izuku passed her another fidget. He had several on hand for whenever things got a little too still or quiet for Mei, then got up and walked over to Power Loader, who was staring at the two of them with thinly veiled horror. Vince strange. PL-sensei, can I go visit the faculty room? I have something I need to notify the class homeroom teacher of 1A about. And don't worry about Mei. She'll be still for exactly how long it'll take me to get there and back, as long as she has that binder and fidget, that is, so dash. Go ahead, Power Loader responded, his voice warbled in that weird way that Izuku couldn't really understand. When he got home later that day, he realized that Power Loader sounded desperate. Here, have a pass. Come back the moment you're done. Izuku nodded, taking the slip, before he walked out of the steel doors of the development studio. He could have sworn he heard a sigh of relief right before the doors closed. The faculty room wasn't hard to find as long as you knew what to look for. No, he doesn't mean the faculty room the students are pointed towards. He meant the faculty room. Of course, there was a second faculty room that students weren't notified about. The staff of UA are pro-heroes. They would need a space that they could feel safe in, that they can assume no one but themselves knew about. A place to discuss cases or essays without care for who could drop in at any moment. It works as a safe room and a reprieve from the teenage hormones that infect the school hallways. A safe haven, if you will. Izuku was absolutely about to ruin this for them, and he couldn't be happier. He had made sure to get the actual UA maps from the server database. Nedzu was extremely interested in his methods of doing so, since he may or may not have done it before he was even his personal student. Stopping in front of the unassuming wall, Izuku turned to look up at a random patch of ceiling and smiled. All teeth and dead eyes. Instantly, the wall beeped and slid open with a small flash of green where the ID reader was embedded in. this time giving an actual smile, one that didn't make people want to bury themselves 6 feet under. Hitoshi's words, not his. Izuku gave a small nod to the hidden camera before turning his head back to the door. Once it was opened, he walked into the room with a small bounce in his step. Not even a second after he entered, the painful sound of a man holding on for dear life to his last thread of sanity as the world seemed to ruin everything and anything it could touch reached his ears. Eyes honing in on the black lumpy form of a human blob on the staff couch, Izuku smiled a beaming smile and threw up his arms while posed, perfectly performing jazz hands. Dezawa, he chirped, eyes alight with glee. Fing problem child, he griped, but Izuku knew better. There was a layer of fondness and concern in his tone. So caught up in his excitement to see one of his father figures, and to relay the message Toshi sent him, he failed to notice the few teachers still in the room choking on air at the display. I've come to relay a message from Toshi, he disclosed, walking over to the couch. To his credit, Aizawa instantly was alert, his lumpy form shedding to reveal the perpetually exhausted man underneath as he sat up from the couch. Intense eyes solely focused on Izuku as he made his way over. Normally, such focus would make his anxiety spike, but he was more than used to Aizawa's brand of attention, especially when it concerns his family. Quick question, did you check All Might's lesson plans for today? Aizawa gave him a confused eyebrow raise, eyes questioning as the man was thrown off guard at the sudden change in topic. Well, sudden for him. Of course, he huffed. I gave him a sample of the previous practical lessons and had him use the costume adjustment and practice run. The first years are to run an obstacle course while in their costumes in order to check whether or not. He trailed off, seemingly realizing why Izuku asked that particular question. His head snapped back to stare at him, face contorted in the way that shows he really didn't want to be wrong. It probably didn't help that he was definitely giving the man a sympathetic smile paired with those dead eyes he's perfected for occasions like this. Strange considering I was just notified that he has elected to conduct quirked battle trials. He paused for dramatic effect, and to enjoy the light draining from Aizawa's eyes, indoors. In response to that declaration, Aizawa let loose a stream of curse words that would put sailors to shame and were creative. The man jumped out of his seat, anger rolling off of him in waves so potent that he swore you could feel it, turning to give him an apologetic nod which Izuku waved off with his own lazy one. Returning the soft dismissal with another sharp definitive nod, he stalked out of the room like the Grim Reaper on their way to steal the soul of an internationally recognized public figure. Turning to face another, random, space on the ceiling, Izuku asked, "Can I have a copy of the recording later to watch with Mei and Toshi over popcorn?" The only answer in the now silent faculty room was the distinct sound of whirling from the machinery attached to a camera as it moved up and down as if it were nodding. Welp, this is why we don't conduct Fing battle trials. Hitoshi thought, staring at the back of All Might's head as if he could speak telepathically to the idiot. The first battle contained teams A and D, which ended up being a shit show. Since there was an uneven amount of students, which Hitoshi noticed All Might faltering over with a strained grin, Shoji ended up teaming with Uraraka since Todoroki had volunteered to be a one-man team. Something about the teen's face when he had said that had set him on edge. Mind whirling as red flags popped up in his brain, similarities between this emotionless teen and himself as a child were screaming at him to pay attention. The result of the first battle could be listed neatly in order, starting with Angry Pom-Pom Boy broke away from Robot Boy after arguing. Team A split between Gravity Girl and Shoji, Gigi going up and Shoji down. Angry Pom-Pom was too loud and Shoji was able to dodge him due to enhanced hearing, hiding in the shadows to avoid confrontation. Gigi found the bomb but was left weaponless cause of Robot Boy's thinking ahead. Angry Pom-Pom decided that if he couldn't find them, he would make it impossible to hide. The battle was inconclusive since the building was brought down to the ground. It was a miracle that no one was injured past broken wrists from the recoil of 2 very large grenades. All in all, Hitoshi was left flabbergasted over, again, who in the hell approved something like this? Once the medbots that followed an upset and strangely pale Bakugo left the room and closed the door, All Might cleared his throat. The man was paler than before, How mysterious, not. But right before he could even open his mouth, a loud bang had him snapping his mouth shut. Spinning on his heel to face the door that led to the staff entrance, All Might tensed as if preparing for an enemy. When he saw whatever was standing there, the man's back went completely straight as he tensed and even started to take a step back. Leaning to the side to see what could have froze the literal number one hero, Hitoshi slapped a hand over his mouth. Wide mirthful eyes flipping between All Might and the newest member in the room. Aizawa Shoyuta, strictest teacher in all of UA, a man with over 155 expulsions to his name, a reputation for having sadistic streak a mile wide, the number one underground hero, not that anyone outside of the Yuichin actually knows that, stood at the entrance of the doorway in all his 6 feet, said as, "All hell glory." Foot slowly making its way back down from where it had kicked open the door, eyes narrowed in an icy dead stare. His hair fidgeted as he lost some of his iron control over his quirk due to the pure rage he was no doubt experiencing. If there was one thing his dad cared about, it was the safety of his students. Whether that meant shipping them out of the hero course to keep them alive, or sending them into hell training to be prepared. The room was silenced in fear as their expulsion-happy sensei seemed to have someone's final judgment on the tip of his tongue, just waiting to be given to the soon-to-be-dead recipient. When Aizawa did speak, his voice was colder than a snowstorm, hiding the burning anger that was beneath his skin. Words sharp like knives as they cut through the tense air, unhindered and clinically precise. "What?" Aizawa began, his tone drier than 1,000 deserts. "Are you doing?" It was a rhetorical question, barely even a question considering the man said it like a statement, but the poor situationally blind blonde dumb, known as All Might, tried to answer anyway. Aizawa-kun dash. Hitoshi inhaled sharply as his eyes widened. His gaze snapping over to observe his dad, and he inwardly cringed when he saw the twitch of his left eyebrow. It was almost impressive of All Might to be able to get a reaction out of a man known for his apathetic poker face. Of all things to say when referring to Aizawa, All Might just had to choose the worst option. All Might did not just refer to Aizawa-sensei with "Kuren." "I was just conducting the first year's practical heroics class as we went over yesterday. Did you come to watch?" Someone pray for this poor man's life because he sure as hell wasn't going to. Shoyuta had immediately left the faculty room the minute Izuku had finished relaying what Hitoshi had sent him to relay. Something that sent him into pure rage as the blonde buffoon that didn't even have a teaching license sent his students into a highly dangerous environment on the first FANG day of heroics. He had made sure to use all of the shortcuts to shorten the distance between himself and the gym they were at. The location had been sent to him almost immediately after he slammed the faculty door shut. The lack of prompt and annoying riddle-like messages just hammered home a recent thought that had been plaguing him ever since the announcement that All Might was hired. Something tells him that there was more happening behind the scenes than just Netsu hiring the hero on a whim. Something that he wasn't going to like. Pushing away those unnecessary thoughts for later, Shoyuta approached the gym's staff entrance into the monitor room. He reached out with his hand for a split second before deciding against it. He could hear talking on the other side of the door, the blonde dumbass explaining something or another, and that just won't do. Reeling back, he lifted one steel-reinforced combat boot and slammed it into the door that gave way easily under the force, silencing the room inside. The sadistic side of him brightened considerably at the new death-like pallor of the supposed number one pro hero of Japan. Any amusement he may have gained from that observation, though, drained out of him as fast as it arrived when the man opened his mouth. What does he mean they went over this bullshit of a lesson? Oh my god. The man is illiterate. Of all things for the number one pro hero and symbol of peace to be, he's illiterate. Shuta's pure rage cooled instantly and until it became an icy tundra of calm fury. It didn't weaken, but it cooled from the burning magma that boiled beneath his skin just waiting to burst out. Now it burned in a different way. The frosty change seemed to literally drop the temperature of the surrounding room. He used that cold anger to fuel him as he turned back to the object of his frustrations. All Might, Shoyuta intervened as the blonde began to nervously ramble, desperately filling the judgmental silence he was obviously not used to. "Are you illiterate?" Oh, he enjoyed that shocked and downright offended expression. I am in dash. Because if you could read, show you to cut in once again, ignoring All Might's spluttering, you would understand that the lesson you seem to have decided to use belonged to the third-year heroic students. Students who would only get this lesson after another week at a minimum. The room was dead silent except for the spluttering and confused denials coming from a man who was supposed to be the best of them. Izuku and I dash. He gave the beard a nasty glare, once again cutting him off. Of course, where your eyes failed, your ears should have saved you, considering I made sure to drill it into your thick-headed skull what to do for the last few weeks. Though I see you're in need of an appointment with an audiologist, considering that failed as well. All Might was struck silent, mouth open and closing like a fish, though there was a realization there. The previously pale skin had gone ghostly, making the man look like he had been brought to hell and back, eyes wide with shame and fear. I expect to see you to head to the staff room immediately. I'll join you after class is finished so we can correct this mistake, am I understood? Ah, but Izuku dash. I understood. Yes, sir. Good. Now scram. Show Yuta watched, ducking his head into his capture weapon to hide his smirk, as All Might ran out of the room with his metaphorical tail in between his legs. Only when the door slammed shut did he drop his glare and sigh. He turned back to his class, incredibly amused by the looks of awestruck horror at him, besides his son who looked to be one word off of hysterical laughter, as internally mourned his afternoon nap. All right, he started, reveling in the growing terror in his students. Let's get started on what should have been your first class in heroics. He quickly scanned over his students before noticing a distinct lack of teen angst. I'm going to regret this, he muttered to himself before speaking louder to say, where's Bakugo? He was going to murder that blonde Pillsbury Doughboy Kool-Aid wannabe motherfucker. The third day of school passed at a snail's pace compared to the days before. The first half of the day was dedicated to general education, much to Hitoshi and Mei's displeasure, and the two were counting down to when lunch would begin. Where is Izuku, you might ask? No clue. After his meeting with Principal Nedzu, his schedule had changed and the only classes on there were labeled Class S and Practical Application. He had also been incredibly vague as to what exactly was happening between the two feral geniuses. Which, as you may expect, did nothing to quell the sense of dread Hitoshi and his dads felt when they heard this. When the bell rang for lunch, Hitoshi was swarmed by Uraraka and Kaminari. They asked to join him for lunch, more like demanded, and when he sighed and just vaguely gestured to follow, the two beamed like he had given them 1,000,000 yen. Pulling out his phone and sending a quick text to his duo, he asked if they were joining for lunch, a valid concern considering the habits of the two, and felt relief at the two affirmatives. He was a little nervous at the idea of sitting with new people without his emotional support gremlins. When they arrived at the lunchroom, Hitoshi headed for the seat closest to the exit while also being near a window. Precautionary measures. He ended up at the corner table on the left side and plopped down at the end of the table. Uraraka and Kaminari chose to sit in front of him on the opposite side. Why did you choose a place so far back? Kaminari asked, already digging into his food, tone light with curiosity. It's a precautionary measure, he stated simply. The two echoed. As if to prove his point, Hitoshi was shoved by something further down the table until he knocked into another solid surface. Instantly knowing what happened the minute he saw green and pink in his peripherals, he turned to shoot Mei a dirty glare as Izuku giggled from where he had just slammed into him. Phew, he hissed. Save it for later, she seamlessly responded, grinning that wild smile of hers. Hitoshi ignored the shocked coughing coming from in front of him as he relaxed into their usual banter. The perks of having emotional support gremlins. He didn't notice, but Kaminari and Uraraka did. They saw how his shoulders lost their tension, how his smile was small but genuine. It was shocking how different he was with these newcomers compared to the lazily smirks and hostile snark he kept on hand in the classroom. Silently, they vowed to get close enough with the elusive teen to allow him that reprieve. To have him as comfortable with them as he was now. You wish, Pinky, I'm a delight. Delightfully disgusting. Support maniac. Purple panda. You're the reason the gene pool needs a lifeguard. And you're the reason God feels disappointment. God may be disappointed, Izuku cut in, but I, certainly, have never been prouder. Hitoshi threw his head back and cackled along with Mei as Izuku calmly took a bite out of his udon, his eyes twinkling with mirth. The three of them took a bit to calm down but eventually got there. Mei reached in and yanked out some metal contraption instead of, food, which proves Hitoshi's theory. He scooted a slight bit away from the gremlin and thankfully, Izuku got the memo and adjusted as well. So, Izuku chirped, looking at Uraraka and Kaminari with that suspiciously polite smile, you must be the two classmates Toshi was talking about? Still a little dumbstruck, the two numbly nodded. However, and this was mildly impressive, Kaminari could be seen weighing invisible options before making the decision to sell his soul to the devil. Considering his next words were, and he quotes, "So your CPR friend?" which caused Izuku to snort. Which reminds him he never did get Mei back for that. "I forgot to murder you," he says, turning to Mei. Uraraka choked on her noodles. You would imagine a decision like that would be easy to remember. You little sheet dash. Any further attempts to drag his friend into an early grave were cut off by the alarm going off in the lunchroom. The blaring sound caused him to flinch before he recognized what was happening. Listening in, Hitoshi grabbed Izuku's arm, completely ignoring how FING built his crush friend is, to keep him still while he processed what the automated words were saying. This is a level 3 alarm. I repeat, this is a level 3 alarm dash. A break-in. Hitoshi snapped to attention as he looked towards the growing stampede at the other side of the cafeteria. Everyone was running and squashing each other in their panic to get out of the room. He sighed, what kind of UA students were they, before directing his tablemates to head in the opposite direction. No way was he going to approach that swarm. Lunch Rush has a special backdoor he wouldn't mind letting us use, he explained when Uraraka and Kaminari gave him confused looks. Izuku and Mei had just nodded and stood up, gathering their things. Lunch Rush happily let them through with a quick explanation that it was just the press managing to get past the gate, which caused Uraraka and Kaminari to groan and explain that they had to get through the vultures earlier that morning. Due to the trio coming early, courtesy of the Ayama's car, they had managed to avoid the crowd. Though Aizawa had several words about the three of them being in a single car together. Plus, he usually came through the staff entrance anyway. They were all walking in a group towards 1A and had just gotten far enough for the yelling to become a dull murmur when the two gremlins pounced on the opportunity. So, Uraraka was it? A zero-gravity quirk. Hitoshi resisted the urge to snicker at Izuku's oh-so-polite tone of voice. There was a good chance Uraraka was about to get dragged through hell and back. Whenever I touch an object with all 5 fingers, I can remove their gravity, making them weightless, and they float around until I release my quirk, she cheerfully responded, demonstrating with a pen she grabbed out of her pocket. That's so cool. And also a little strange. Izuku cut in, thumb pressed onto his bottom lip in the way Hitoshi recognizes as being lost in deep thought. If you took away gravity, wouldn't it just fly away? Especially with the gravitational pull being the only thing keeping objects tied to the Earth despite spinning at an extreme velocity. It's more like you're just manipulating the amount of gravity that is applied to an object instead of taking it all away. If so, then you should be able to dash. Izuku trailed right off into one of his signature mutter storms. The words were going so fast that Hitoshi could barely keep up, let alone Uraraka, who had never been exposed to Izuku's brand of thought processing. If that wasn't shocking enough, then the notebook he just materialized out of thin air definitely was. What dash? Returning his gaze to Uraraka, and away from his adorable friend, he finally lost his battle over his emotions and snorted at the look of absolute astonishment on her face. The process between her facial expression changing from confusion to dawning realization was as dramatic as an opera. Even funnier was Mei taking this chance to switch to Uraraka, having finished getting Kaminari to promise to only come to them for support equipment, and bulldozing through her existential crisis to do the same to her. Once Izuku finished his mutter storm, having filled over 5 pages in his notebook, he quickly informed Uraraka that she was not escaping experimentation, not exactly those words but that was the implied meaning, before switching to ask Kaminari about his quirk. which led to Izuku shrieking and stopping dead in the middle of the now silent hallway. Wide eyes staring into Kaminari's soul as he blinked rapidly. Hitoshi could actually see Izuku's brain shut down and restart as he stood there. Short circuit? He yelled into the silence, words echoing down the hallway. You short-circuit your brain? A dash, Kaminari eloquently responded, stunned by the outburst. That's it, I expect to see you in the support department tomorrow before school starts. We're fixing this whether or not I have to drag you there. That is a serious health concern, Kaminari. Izuku huffed and sent Hitoshi a look that said, make sure he does, before grabbing Mei's hand and turning around to head back to the support department. Come on, Mei, there are babies to make. Izuku yelled before the two dashed off and disappeared to cause unimaginable chaos. Rip power loader. Hitoshi lazily waved before he just continued to walk to class as Kaminari and Uraraka followed, subdued and shell-shocked, before two voices so quiet he almost thought he imagined it spoke up in a tone that could only be described as horrified. Make babies? Those cheats. Kurogiri watched Tamura throw his fifth tantrum that day with solemn resignation. He was never buying the nice stools again if all they would be is dust by the end of the day. Sighing, he turned back to the glass he was polishing instead of watching his board turn the bar into a crematorium. Tamura, a deep and warped voice cut through the newest insult from the young adult and everything stilled. Were you able to grab what you wanted? Kurogiri was slightly jealous of the way Sir managed Tamura. With the slightest hint of Sir's voice, red eyes snapped to attention towards the static of the TV and the tantrums ceased immediately. No, Tamura sounded pained when he said it. The documents were in some weird code, even their titles, so I couldn't even tell which was which. It's unfair, sensei. It was quiet for a long moment and Kurogiri shifted uncomfortably in it. He always despised the quiet, but doubly so when it was Sir's quiet. Too many bad memories were attached to the quiet. Too many. Enough despite those that he knows he can't remember anymore, the ones the doctor made sure he couldn't remember anymore. The deep hum reverberated around the bar, striking deep within the mist that had become his body. Because he knows on some deeper level that he wasn't born this way. The temptation to walk away from this, to leave the bar and just go for an early grocery shopping trip, was strong. Yet Kurogiri wasn't allowed to leave. Kurogiri was a puppet, and this was his puppeteer. All good things come to those who wait, Tamura. I think it's about time that I introduce you to someone, Kurogiri. He snapped to attention, the polished glass clinking onto the counter as his body moved to obey. To give everything he has to this disembodied voice. Open a portal here, it's been a while since I've seen you, Tamura. We have much to catch up on. The smell of chamomile tea wafted through the currently empty office as Nedzu watched his camera recordings again. The gate's current dust status was surprising and more than a little worrying. Part of him was glad he had managed to recode all of the paper documentation this year, considering the faculty office door was opened and yet none of his cameras are showing when. Obviously they were tampered with, but the traces are inconclusive, so it was more than likely the work of a quirk. Disappointing but not unexpected. Sighing, he made a mental note to go over all of the security recordings for the past few days in order to find the hole. A sharp ding echoed from his desktop and he grinned, all toothy and sharp, as a green mop of hair waved at one of the cameras he had placed in the vents. Without waiting, Nedzu's newest personal student dropped out of the vents and onto the plush couch he had placed in his office for that exact reason. Getting up and hopping out of his chair, he grabbed a new cup of tea and placed it in front of the newest resident before sitting on the opposing couch with his own. Nedzu-sensei. His student chirped, taking the cup with a grateful bow of the head. Izuku-kun. He chirped back. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? His student grinned, all sharp teeth and dead eyes, and Nedzu smiled back. Equally as animalistic. Oh, this was going to be interesting. Quick question, Nedzu-sensei, his student began, his smile never diminishing, but there was a flash of anger in those dead eyes. What's your opinion on the Hero Commission? Oh, Nedzu liked this human child. Well, Izuku-kun, I believe you know the answer to that question already. Instead, how about we discuss what moves we shall make next? Of course. Hey Dad, Hitoshi started, looking over to where his dad was sipping on his coffee before patrol. He had agonized over his next words for hours, going over them again and again, running his mind over every possibility and situation that could come of this, but he had to. His parents needed to know. Looking up, he saw an eye crack open and land on him, so he continued. I think Todoroki's in danger. Shoyuta instantly snapped both eyes open and placed his coffee down. Hizashi followed quickly, turning off the stove to give him their full attention. I noticed he was off, but with it having been only 2 days, his dad started, but Hitoshi knew better. He knew his parents had seen the red flags, but with only so much time and no evidence besides a few off comments and actions, they couldn't start investigating yet. Especially considering who Todoroki's parent was. He's like me, Hitoshi stated quietly, eyes trained on the wood table even though he could hear the sharp intake of breath from in front of him, and I don't think he had anyone to save him like I did. Aizawa walked into the faculty room calmly and fully awake. The other teachers were immediately terrified. Shoyuta? Stopping his scan of the room, he let his eyes rest on Kiyama. Their charcoal gray boring into her as if staring into her very soul, judging her very existence. He tilted his head slightly to show that he was listening, and Kiyama shivered underneath the dead-eyed stare. What happened? Because really, what the F happened? There was a still silence for a moment, a small moment that filled the faculty's stomachs with dread and, admittedly, fear. Aizawa tilted his head in the other direction, looking remarkably like a cat deciding whether or not you were worth their time. His eyes scanning the faces of the teachers present, searching, evaluating. Once his gaze locked onto his target, he lazily straightened his head again, body positioned towards his prey. A good question, he started, voice devoid of any emotions, one that I have yet to receive the answer to myself. He stepped to the side, hand reaching for the knob of his private office door. Not once did he express anything but calm indifference, but it was the way he looked at the room. Those eyes piercing and so awake that it sent off alarm bells in their heads. Well, All Might, he droned, eyes never moving from the skeletal man who was quaking beneath his stare. Shall we discuss what happened in my office? Everyone turned to stare at Yagi, their eyes wide open and shocked. The prevailing question being, what the actual F did he do to cause this? Yamada, the only teacher who could possibly know what the hell happened, was just sipping on his mug of coffee with curious eyes that darted back and forth between the two like a mean girl sensing gossip. He would get the rant later from his husband over dinner. To his credit, Yagi snapped up and off of the couch where he had been shivering in nerves since the afternoon classes started, which was making a whole lot more sense now that they could see exactly what was causing the distress. The man walked briskly into the office that was being held open for him, the door holder looking remarkably like the devil about to condemn a soul in that moment. The whole thing looked like one of those slow-motion cinematic scenes of a criminal being sentenced to death or like a student receiving a punishment. Neither worked since Aizawa was the one he set off. You should never PSS off Aizawa. They stared as Aizawa walked into the office, the door clicking softly behind him, and cursed Nedzu's forethought to make their offices soundproof. This was starting to sound like prime gossiping material. Aizawa-ku dash. Shoyuta let his gaze snap to All Might's and narrowed his eyes into a glare, satisfied when he saw the man flinch. Walking around the guest chair, he made his way behind his desk to sit down. Hands clasped together in front of him and laid on top of his desk, grounding him so his anger didn't control him completely, as he pointedly stared at the chair positioned in front of his desk. Taking the cue for what it was, All Might Yagi in this form, sat down, fiddling with his slightly bloodied handkerchief. Shoyuta let the silence sit for a while, letting the tension stew until it threatened to strangle the man in front of him. Normally, he would get some sadistic sense of smug pride at making the number one hero squirm. This, however, came at the cost of his students' well-being, and so no. Shoyuta was not happy. Run me through your thought process. It wasn't a request. Flinching, this time harsher than before, Yagi tentatively walked through his thoughts. From going through the booklet to applying the same lessons he used to be put through in his teens. Smash that into his idea of plus ultra, which was entirely too much plus ultra, if that makes any sense at all, and tada. You get the dumbest lesson plan to ever infect this earth with its stupidity. Each word to come out of the blonde buffoon's mouth sent him further down his spiral of, what the F dash. Looking subtly at the camera in his office, the rat was sitting everywhere, he sent Nedzu a look. This is why teaching licenses are a necessity to teach. Stop, he sighed, cutting off the pro-hero's newest ramble. The man sheepishly looked up from the spot he had found on the floor to stare at, but quickly looked away again when he caught sight of Shuta's face. Whatever he saw was enough to send the man shaking again. There are so many problems that I almost don't even know where to start. Yagi flinched once more, but I guess I'll start with how you apparently can't read. Izuku dash. Add Kuin onto my name one more time and I'll bend you like a pretzel. San. The man hurried to say, almost shouting with his desperation. Izuku-san, I must assure you that I'm perfectly capable of reading. If I wasn't dash. You used a third year's heroics lesson, Yagi. He interjected coolly. I'm failing to see where literacy plays a part in that mistake. Unless dash, he faked a gasp, the action contradicting harshly with his apathetic indifference. You were too busy with your hero job to pay much attention to your lesson planning. An embarrassed flush spread on Yagi's cheeks. Something that generally becomes an important part of a teacher's life considering its importance. The man curled into himself even further. Which you signed up for by becoming a teacher. With every word Yagi looked to be slowly crumbling into a pile of dust. Each action he had taken laid out before him on a silver platter of shame. I haven't even gotten to the part where one of my students ended up in the infirmary for broken wrists, he hissed. He was absolutely livid about that situation and it showed, eyes flaring bright red before he got himself under control once again. Taking a deep, centering breath, he blinked. Letting his hair fall and eyes return to their usual dark gray. His apathy returning as he pulled up his facade again. Bakugo wasn't even supposed to have his gauntlets this early on in the year, especially considering their destructive capabilities, which is something else I'll have to look into after this conversation. He, however, shouldn't have even been put into a situation where he was able to use them either. Reaching underneath his desk, Shoyuta pulled out a thick stack of papers and let them thump onto the desk with a dramatic flair. Though he would deny being so overly dramatic, his family knew better. Aizawa Shoyuta was a petty drama queen. Gabbing off the first sheet, Shoyuta laid it down on the desk facing Yagi. The title in bright bold at the top. First Year Heroics, Request of Change for Jim Epsilon. These are lesson plans previous heroics teachers have sent in to run by Nedzu over the years. You will go through this stack of lessons and mark where they're wrong. Whether due to difficulty level for the proposed year of heroics, or danger due to the lack of safety consideration. Don't think I forgot you didn't even give a basic overview of safety protocol before the battle trials. Aizawa-san, Yagi hesitantly but bravely cut in, I don't think I'll have the time to go over this much. What about my heroics duties? The people here deserve to feel safe and Yagi slowly trailed off, suddenly realizing how dark Shuta's face had gotten. 534. There are 534 heroes stationed in the Shizuoka Prefecture, most of which are either close by or stationed here in Mizudafu due to the presence of UA. Yagi shot him a confused look and the annoyance that had steadily been growing as the man rambled spiked. Yagi, 189 heroes patrol Mizudafu City, sidekicks and UA's own faculty included. Are you telling me that every single one of them is incompetent enough that a single hero, number one or not, is enough to overshadow their abilities? To invalidate their titles as heroes by, consequently, deeming their efforts useless? The silence in the office was almost deafening. You will complete these lesson plans, and you will do it before the end of next week, or so help me I'll set Nedzu on your butt faster than you can deflate like a sad party balloon. Then you will apologize in person to my students. Especially Bakugo. Understand? Numbly, Yagi nodded. A small barely there nod, but a nod nonetheless. Great. Now, get out of my office. Inko was happily humming to herself as she signed off on the last piece of paperwork for a case she had completed yesterday afternoon. A support tech company had decided to cut the pay of a good chunk of their employees due to the newest CEO being a quirkist bigot. A small, satisfied smile grew on her lips as she faxed the paper to the courthouse. She was brought out of her victory bubble by the ringing of her phone, a happy little chime that she associates with family. With an even brighter smile, Inko walked over and answered the phone. "Hitoshi, darling. What can I do for you? Hasn't UA let out already? Oh, how did your day go? I do hope nothing bad happened. I swear Izu is always finding some way or another to get into situations w-. A light chuckle cut off her rambling and her smile softened even as a light blush dusted her cheeks in embarrassment. She always lost control over her rambling with people she deemed family. Nothing explicitly bad happened dash. That doesn't help Hitoshi. But that's besides the point. Plus, Dad's already got that handled. Then it's fine. Shoyuta wouldn't allow harm to come to any of the three teens. Hitoshi and Mei were her children as much as Izuku was Kazami's and the Ayama's. Plus, it helps that she's seen how protective Shoyuta could get over them all. Oh good, she conceded. Then may I ask why you're calling? I don't mind, but it is highly unusual for you to call during my work hours. Actually, this call is for work. I'm listening. Her voice was sharp, serious in the way she always was for her cases. UA used a new support company for costumes this year, and there are some notably bad ones among the variety. I was wondering if I could hand my phone over to a classmate who was interested in pursuing after them in a legal capacity. Absolutely. So, that was how Inko found herself heading over to UA at the bright and early time of 5 in the morning, Izuku tagging along for the ride. He had mentioned something about the super-secret hidden tunnels that he wanted to explore, but Inko hadn't paid much attention since she was already in work mode. Izuku would inform her later over dinner as to what he discovers. They were both used to how they got into the zone when they worked, so she knew he wouldn't be offended. Walking through the gate with a small wave to a camera pointed out to her by her son, Inko Power walked through the hallways with Izuku leading the way. UA didn't give out maps. That was a safety hazard if any of them got out and suddenly villains knew all about the interior, so Izuku had been her guide. A few confusing turns later, they arrived at the faculty room. The public one, since this was an unofficial meeting and thus the principal's office was off limits, and the private faculty room was, well, private. Izuku waved her off cheerfully as he bounded down the hallway and sharply turned before he disappeared. She could have sworn there was a wall and not a hallway there. With 3 short knocks, Inko opened the door to the faculty room and walked in. It was obvious that Nedzu hadn't warned anyone, and Shoyuta joined in the not saying anything train, because the teachers looked shocked by her arrival. Midoriya-san, how delightful to meet you. Please, come and have a seat, chirped a cheerful voice. Looking towards the adorable sitting area around the small kitchen and coffee bar, Inko caught sight of the elusive principal waving her over. A small, genuine smile graced her features as she walked over. The Principal Nedzu, the pleasure is all mine. Please, call me Inko. She cheerfully greeted in return, sitting on a surprisingly soft couch. Maybe Nedzu was more inclined to soft things due to his nature as a chimera, something to discuss with Izuku later, she supposes. Of course, Inko-san. Nedzu replied, a slightly animalistic flair entering his grin, and Inko didn't even falter to return it with a beaming one of her own. This, of course, made the chimera smile even wider as he pushed a teacup in her direction. There was a groan somewhere in the room, and Inko chuckled to herself as she sipped her tea. Shoyuta was always so dramatic. Nedzu seemed to share the sentiment as he hid a small smile behind his teacup. As much as I would rather spend this time getting to know you, there are rather pressing matters to get out of the way, Nedzu stated after a minute of enjoying delicious tea. She nodded, eyes sharp and assessing as she pulled out the paperwork necessary for this meeting from her bag. I must say, she professed, pulling out a large stack of paperwork, I was rather appalled by the costumes I saw in the provided evidence file. Who would even assign such grossly objectifying clothes to teenagers? Don't even get me started on Hagakure-san's costume. The last sentence held heat to it as she stared at the sheet of paper that held the details of the costume. Or rather, lack of costume. The poor girl was only given shoes and gloves. Yes, Nezu grimaced. Her outfit had been quite shocking to come across. This is, however, why we will be suing them to the full extent of the law. Her smile slowly stretched until it could be called a smirk. It was cold and matched her piercing eyes perfectly. Of course, I do believe this will be a rather satisfying win. Hitoshi just took a long sip of his coffee as Yaoyorozu and a few other girls stared bewilderedly at him. With a long sigh, he decided it wouldn't hurt to repeat himself. I said that your new costumes will be in by tomorrow. Principal Nezu is handling the case against the support companies for you, and any compensation he gets out of it will be used to get you top-of-the-line gear. The case itself is being handled by my friend's mom, so it'll be over within the week. It hasn't even been a full day since we've had them and there's already a case and new costumes being made. Uraraka gasped, voice pitched high in shock. Yes, he replied dryly. I must say, Yaoyorozu added hesitantly, I wasn't expecting such efficiency. Who even is the attorney? You said it was your friend's mom? She trailed off, eyes expectant. Hitoshi turned his head to the side, tilting it in contemplation. You should know of her reputation at least, the snake of the courtroom. Attorney Midoriya Izuku. Yaoyorozu's eyes widened to an impossibly large size. It looked decidedly strange on the usually composed girl's face. The Midoriya Izuku? Japan's best discrimination attorney? That's the one, Hitoshi lazily attested, taking another long sip of his coffee. Who? Uraraka asked, voicing the thoughts of the rest of the group who weren't involved with legal matters often. Midoriya Izuku, Yaoyorozu repeated, slightly shaky in awe. She's nicknamed the Snake of the Courtroom because she ruthlessly rips apart her opponents with a sickeningly sweet smile and bright eyes. Every time she enters a courtroom, she always leaves with a win. She's famous for it. The room was silent in awe and shock, wide eyes returning to Hitoshi, who was still lazily drinking his coffee. Eye bags looking especially dark in the mornings before he finishes the rather large thermos he brings each day. He just sighed and waved a hand in the air, as if dismissing the importance of being close enough to call Midoriya Izuku personally. Yeah, that's the one, he said nonchalantly. To me she's just Midoriya, but I guess to those that don't know her she's pretty intimidating. Wait a second. Kaminari shouted, standing up in his seat where he had been not so subtle eavesdropping and totally bulldozing over Yaoyorozu's squeak of Midoriya? Does this mean the friend who called you with that really funny ringtone is the son of Japan's most ruthless attorney? Yep. OF. The room erupted into chaos. So what kind of torture am I about to go through? Hitoshi snorted, shooting an amused glance at Kaminari, who was walking beside him. They were at school an hour early due to the threat recommendation from Izuku and Mei. If all goes well, and undoubtedly it would, then Kaminari would have support equipment focused on helping him done by the same time the girls' new costumes were. His dad had grumbled about the whole process throwing the scheduled activities off, but he knew he was secretly pleased about the changes being made. He really was a softy deep down inside. Not torture, human experimentation. This time it's humane, so don't worry. That sentence inspires fear. They turned down the hallway for the support department's first-year studio, and Hitoshi threw up an arm to stop Kaminari in his tracks. You'll see, he responded, pulling out his phone and checking the time. Sure enough, after 10 seconds a loud explosion rang throughout the hall. Previously closed steel doors had been blown open, one swinging uselessly on a single hinge. There was a mad cackle from inside and an exasperated shout from Power Loader that was indecipherable from their current distance. At this point I'm not really sure why I question anything involving you and your gremlins, Kaminari commented, warily looking at the broken doors to the development studio. Valid, he returned, sending a smirk in his newest friend's direction. They approached the doors cautiously, listening to the argument going on inside over whether explosions were necessary for or hindering progress. With a relieved sigh, Hitoshi waved a hand to get Kaminari to follow as he walked through the open doors. The sight before him was expected but no less amusing. Mei was standing in front of Power Loader, gesturing wildly as she pleaded her case. The ground was covered in soot and scorch marks that could be followed all the way back to her seat. When you finally reached her work desk, there was a distinct line between Mei's desk and Izuku's where the soot stopped and Izuku's desk began. He snorted at the visible contrast between the two geniuses. Sure, Izuku caused his own explosions from time to time, but he preferred to think his inventions all the way through while Mei slapped together her first thought and went from there. What wasn't expected, however, was the absence of green. Izuku wasn't anywhere visible. So turning to Mei, who was still being lectured, Hitoshi asked his question. "Where's Aizu?" Mei spun on her heel, ignoring Powerloader's newest tangent which caused the man to groan pathetically, and she beamed. "The tunnels." She cheered. "The tunnels?" he inquired flatly. "The tunnels," she affirmed, head bobbing up and down rapidly. "Right?" he responded, tone dry. "Well, is he on his way?" He trailed off, turning to look up when he heard a thump. There were a few more suspicious thumps and bangs, the sound getting closer and closer to the ceiling as if something was falling. After a particularly hard bang, the mysterious thing revealed itself. In a flash, the vent that sat in the middle of the ceiling crashed open and with it a green blur fell out. The green blur, who he instantly recognized as Izuku being his usual chaotic gremlin self, landed in a perfect crouch while being interestingly dust-free. "That's different." "Hitoshi!" Izuku cheered, coming out of his crouch. "So you're a vent gremlin now," he said instead of a greeting. Izuku just giggled before responding with a, "Not vent, tunnels, Hitoshi." "Right," he said again, "I brought Kaminari." Izuku lit up like a Christmas tree, a thought that caused him to bite back a snort, as he spun to turn to a shell-shocked Kaminari. "Great!" Izuku chirped. "Come on, we've got some tests to run through." Without waiting, Izuku walked over and bent down a slight bit, wrapping an arm behind Kaminari's legs before stretching back to full height. As a result, Kaminari was flung over Izuku's shoulders like a sack of flour as the gremlin dashed over to what he recognizes as the testing room. Mei following along like a particularly wild duckling, all cackles and gleeful eyes. "Whoosh," was the last thing Hitoshi heard before the doors of the testing room slammed closed. It was quiet, way too quiet for a development studio, for a couple minutes as he stared at the now closed doors. He counted. Quietly, reaching a full minute before a loud bang and scream could be heard, muffled by the soundproof testing room. He looked behind him and caught Powerloader's gaze. The man looked dead on his feet, wary eyes staring imploringly into his own. "I'm not going to be responsible for any trauma they cause your classmate," Powerloader informed, his voice weary yet stern. "Understandable," he responded with a nod. "Dad's got a pot of coffee brewing in the teacher's lounge." And just like that, Powerloader was gone. "Who are you supposed to be?" Tamura asked, aggravated but unwilling to start shouting with Sensei standing next to him. The man looked at him, well, he assumed he looked at him. His face was currently covered by a metal mask that displayed these cutesy face expressions, and the smiling face turned contemplative. "So," the man began, voice warbled and mechanical, "this is your successor?" He grit his teeth. God, people who ignored him set him off. People in general had that effect, but ignoring him and actually existing in a place where he could perceive them? That was just the icing on the cake. "Yes," Sensei said, voice emotionless despite the cheery intonation. "Anthem, meet Shigaraki Tamura. My successor." Tamura didn't say anything, not really knowing if he should and not really wanting to, but Anthem didn't seem to care. The man gave a slight bow, the immaculately pressed full black suit creasing at the waist, before returning to full height. The contemplative face switching out for an eerie smile. "A pleasure," Anthem said. "Now how may I be of service, Mr. Boogeyman? My Tamura here wants to take out All Might and would greatly appreciate some information." Sensei responded, completely ignoring the term Anthem addressed him by. "Oh." Tamura didn't like the tone Anthem used. It reminded him of a predator stalking his prey. Tamura wasn't prey, he was a Shigaraki. The underworld's leaders. The predator. Trembles wanted to ransack his body, fueled by the rage he felt beneath the surface of his skin, but he held them back. He couldn't show any kind of weakness in front of a contact of sensei's. Well, I do believe I can be of service then, Antem cheerfully added. There just so happens to be a few opportunities for you to take advantage of soon. I can have the information sent as soon as I get back. I'd say the usual amount would be fine, but these are rather extreme circumstances. Of course, Sensei said, sounding slightly amused. I'll be waiting. The dark, intimidating presence that sat on Sensei's last words seemed to have the intended effect. The smiling face turned blank and the man bowed again, this time deeper than before. Satisfied, Sensei turned around and gestured for him to follow, falling into step behind him as they approached the newly formed portal. Oh, and Antem, Sensei began, his upper body tilted to show he was turning to see the man, do send my regards to your husband. The portal closed behind them, cutting off their view of the man who had gone deathly still, preventing them from seeing him collapse in on himself, from seeing him as a shivering mess on the abandoned factory rooftop. 5 seconds, could be better but there's improvement. Shoyuta looked over his current class, eyes catching the shift in posture as they beamed in pride. He ducked his head into his scarf to hold in a huff of amusement, something he knew Hitoshi caught based on the sheet-eating smirk sent his way. Brat, he chided fondly in the back of his mind. It was during this general assessment of his students' well-being, a ritual he practiced in attempts to catch any red flags. Todoroki's was bright, neon, and extremely large, but he was working on it, that he caught Kaminari's dead-eye stare into oblivion. Worriedly, not that anyone could tell, he walked over to the podium and stared right back at those dead eyes. Not even a twitch. Frowning, he carefully shifted so that his posture was as non-threatening as possible from the front of the room. It would do no good to spook the kid. He opened the attendance sheet and started marking down those present. When he got to Kaminari's name, he finally made his move. Kaminari, he started, tone bored and indifferent. The teen in question jolted, harshly, which would have worried him if it weren't for the rapidly growing blush. The teen laughed nervously, eyes flicking from his face to the board rapidly. Kaminari went to say something, probably an apology, when Hitoshi spoke up in his usual dry nature. However, there was an undercurrent of mischief that almost made him grin. Kaminari paid a visit to the support department this morning, Aizawa-sensei. He got paired up with the two geniuses of 1H. Shoyuta said, nodding sagely, I see. That explains everything, moving on dash. He sighed heavily but nodded towards Ashido, who had her hand raised and seemed to be restraining herself from literally launching out of her seat as well. Yes, Ashido. What do you mean by, that explains everything? Kaminari looked dead when he walked in. The girl whined, obviously desperate for the details that she could have gotten from Kaminari instead of interrupting him. Though he decided to be nice and grant her an answer, especially since he heard Hitoshi mutter, it's a miracle he isn't, to be honest. Clamping down on the way his lips wanted to twitch up into a smirk, he sighed and ducked his head into his capture weapon. You'll learn at some point, he started with, and wasn't that the truth? His capture weapon was a personal invention of the genius of his year when Shoyuta had gotten into the heroics course. All of his current gear was actually designed by the same person, now a famous support equipment designer in the underground. When dealing with support inventors, he said, turning to activate the chalkboard to display the top 100 support companies nationwide, it's important to realize that sometimes you'll meet some interesting characters. He pressed another button and up came a few notable names in the support world. Names like David Shield, Hatsum Kazami, and Takagi Yuki. Each support designer has a different style. From what I've been told about him, David is known to use statistical data from videos and fitness assessments to gauge how he designs your support equipment. He focuses on Daylight, better known as Spotlight, heroes like All Might. Hatsum Kazami, which, yes, Hatsum May of 1H is in fact her daughter, is a Twilight hero support specialist. Her favorite way of designing equipment is to hear a problem, design 30 ways to fix it, then use you as a personal testing dummy for her prototypes until it works. Bulldozing over the shocked horror on his students' faces, he continued. Takagi Yuki is someone most of you will never deal with. He's an underground support specialist, so he focuses more on non-quirk dependent support equipment. Things like tear gas, ventilators, and weapons. When he does make something for a quirk, it's usually unconventional and made to fix any weaknesses your quirk causes. Out of the corner of his eyes, he could see the realization on his son's face. It switched out quickly for awe, then quickly plunged into straight-up betrayal. It was hilarious. Shoyuta almost snorted at the onslaught of emotions his son was currently expressing, but he held back. He couldn't blame him when they hadn't informed Hitoshi that Uncle Kiki, that stops by a couple times a month, was a support inventor after all. His favorite way of testing what works is to stay up for 3 days straight, use that sleep deprivation to create monstrosities, then refine them after a small 24-hour coma nap. He remembered the day that Yuki had come up to him vividly. He was freshly introduced to the heroics department, angsty and hostile, when Yuki had slammed open the classroom door and loudly proclaimed that he was fit to use his newest horror weapon. They had gotten along like a house on fire after that. Any questions? He sighed. Yes, Ayama. Do you use any of these support inventors? Hitoshi asked with that sheet-eating grin of his. Oh, that little sheet. He knew what he was doing. The worst part? He kinda deserved it for not telling him about Yuki. Yes, he begrudgingly huffed. He just knew Ashido would. Oh, sensei. Which one do you use and who? Do you have any stories of the creation process? Resisting the urge to launch himself, or a student, out of the window to avoid this conversation, he grumbled into his capture weapon. The trusty coils of soft rough fabric and metal were now just an unhelpful reminder of the person who made it. Yes, he stated, and several first-row students winced at the aggravation in his tone. Ashido was undeterred, smiling widely for him to continue. Takagi Yuki specifically. He was in the support department here at UA when I was in heroics. That's all you're getting. He blandly stated. He could tell several students were upset by the lack of story time, but he could care less. At least they didn't push. Expelling Mnita and terrorizing All Might must have left quite the impression. Now, open your books to page. We're going to be working on theoretical rescue situations and the ethics plus morals associated with the decisions you and others made. Izuku was sitting in his room, the clock on his computer monitor displaying 2:37 a.m. as he clicked through the notifications from his network. Netsu had helped him refine his programming earlier that day, and he was now putting the boosted program to good use. Monitoring several locations of interest at once. He even had a separate monitor displaying all information reported that was directly related to the HPSC. Why was he looking into the HPSC? Well, as an avid hero analyst that enjoys going on rabbit hole dives at 2 in the morning, you discover things. Such as, exactly how many times does Endeavor have to readjust his underwear on patrol because his spandex suit gave him a wedgie? 26 times within 4 hours. Maybe he should look into a costume change. What does Best Jeanist do on his days off? Bargain shopping at a fabric store for jean material. How many pizzas does Fat Gum consume monthly? Between 200 to 330 pizzas of varying types. So, discovering something amiss with the way the HPSC was acting towards a certain hero wasn't at all hard to find. It had started with a singular ping on his computer, a sharp chime that he associated with his information network. A certain hero was spotted by a vigilante in the downtown Kyushu area where the neutral grounds were. It had been flagged due to the nature of who was involved and the vigilante that reported it. Curious and most definitely sleep-deprived, Izuku had gone on a mad hunt for information on why Hawks was there. This had snowballed until he had a 85-page long Word document that psychoanalyzed and listed every single thing off about the pro. Which was a lot. From there, he reviewed all possible media that involved the pro, overlaying it with security recordings and moments where Hawks was caught unawares. What he saw was unnerving to say the least. There was a stark contrast between the pro-hero Hawks and the man who fawns over fried chicken on top of a roof with an off-duty Miruko. In fact, the only time the man doesn't look like he was tossed into a washing machine on a sanitary cycle is when he's with the rabbit hero. In every interview and fan meet, every single photo and magazine cover, Hawk's eyes look dead. It was as if someone was using a corpse tied to puppet strings. The lazy playboy charm that is supposed to complement the ruthless efficiency of the hero seemed fake when you watched the man do the chicken dance because he lost a bet, eyes alight with joy and life despite the scowl that painted his features as Miruko laughed. When he discovered this, Izuku made it a point to find out why the hero acted like this. Just what was sking the life out of the winged pro. Turns out, a lot of FING bullshit that made him want to throw up and punch something simultaneously. In fact, grabbing a cup of coffee for himself and an extra to-go mug filled to the brim, Izuku walked out of his apartment, a quick shout to his mom letting her know where he was going. Ascending the stairs, he made it to the rooftop door and promptly picked the lock. Walking out into the open air, he took a deep, calming breath. Eyes closed until he exhaled. "Problem child," an exasperated voice greeted. Turning around, he met Shura's gaze and the man visibly tensed. "What's wrong?" he hurried to say, stepping off the highest point on the roof and coming over to lay a grounding palm onto wild green curls. "I'm refraining from murdering a few people, antagonizing a corrupt organization, and performing a kidnapping on a national public figure," he responded, leaning into the hand that rested against his head. Shoyuta sighed, tousling wild curls for a moment before he grabbed the mug offered to him. "I see you've come across the HPSC's operations. More like I've stumbled across a whole program dedicated to grooming a child into becoming a mascot puppet soldier." He bulldozed over Shura's alarmed, who was actually bought from his neglectful mother who didn't want him. So currently he, quite literally, belongs to the commission. Izuku finally stopped gesturing wildly and sighed, exhausted and more than a little upset. "I'm going to save him, whether I have to tear down the commission or not. Netsu is helping out," he warned, bright green eyes boring into the man he always saw as a father figure. A man who nodded, a sharp proud nod. "Never liked the fuckers anyways." And that was that. "Uncle Kiki, what the actual F-dash?" Hitoshi demanded, finger pointing accusingly at his honorary uncle. "You've betrayed me." Takagi Yuki, underground hero support inventor and engineer, famous for his incredibly unorthodox creations that worked, merely raised an eyebrow at his nephew. Wary eyes looking up towards Shoyuta, who was pretending to be asleep at the table. "Do I want to know?" he asked, eyes glancing between Hisashi's amused expression and Shura's limp form. Apparently, Hisashi started, sending a glance in his husband's direction. "Someone slipped up and mentioned that you were the engineer behind the capture weapon, among other things." "Ah." Yuki nodded, eyes bright with realization that was quickly settling into amusement. "Now this makes sense." He gestured to Hitoshi, who was still pointing an angry finger at him. "I guess Kazuo isn't joining us tonight?" Hisashi inquired as he glanced behind Yuki as if searching for someone. "No, something came up at work apparently. He was really stressed when he came back late last night, so I told him to get some sleep instead." "Where's the other two gremlins?" Hitoshi made a sound akin to a dying whale as he hurried after his uncle, the man ignoring him at every turn. "Mei's at the lair and Izuku's at home researching something." "I don't know what," Hitoshi answered, completely missing the way Shoyuta tensed every so slightly, "but it's important to him." "Now explain, you giant feline BSD, why didn't you tell me you were a support engineer?" "You invented the capture weapon?" How is the capture weapon?" "It was tough to get it the right color purple since it's a hard to work with dye for that type of material dash." "Amazing, thank you so much. Now stop dodging the question." Yuki huffed, the sound rumbling in the air. "It's not like I hide it, Toshi, I just also never mentioned it. Besides, you see me monthly, not daily like your blob of a human for a father over there," he quipped, pointing a thumb in Shura's direction before ruffling wild lilac hair. "Phew," Shoyuta responded, voice muffled by the table. Hitoshi sighed in defeat, batting the hand away from his head, heading over to mirror his dad as he became a blob himself at the dining table. There was a series of rumbling chuffs behind him as Yuki laughed, and he couldn't help the smile that overtook his features. Yuki walked over to the table and sat down just as Hisashi finished cooking, passing by Shoyuta, who grunted as a large tail whacked him in retaliation for his earlier comment. "How?" Shoyuta wondered as he slowly sat up. "Are you so awake? Aren't you normally half dead?" I was given divine blessings, he quipped, tail swishing behind him in delight at the scowl that overcame Shuta's features. Stop calling your sleep medication divine blessings. Over my dead body beach, Yuki snarked, words harsh despite the undertone of fondness. What are you 5 seconds away from putting you in a coffin, Dracula? Don't test me, I'll shove you into a cat carrier. Stop whining then. Instead, how about you find some rooftop to perch on a brood like the discount Batman you are? You little sure dash. All right, Hisashi chimed in, voice edged in a way that had all of them sitting pin straight. Knock it off you two. Don't ruin my cooking with your bickering. Now, you would assume such a statement would be hypocritical since the Ayama family primarily communicates through sarcasm and snark. The difference, however, between that and Yuki Shuta bickering is that they get violent. He still remembers the summer when Yuki burst into the gym they were training in and absolutely decked his dad for FANG up his capture weapon on patrol the night before. Yuki takes his work very seriously, and to have that work destroyed? Well, safe to say he was angry. In response, his dad had waited until Yuki went to move, the hold loosening as he reached for a spray water bottle that he always kept on hand for that reason, and sprayed Yuki in the face. The man hissed and launched up looking like an enraged cat. The snow leopard ears and tail only helped the image, eyes pulled into a glare fueled by incandescent fury. Not that he realized that was what happened until 3 hours ago when he made the connection. They had to reconstruct the inside of the gym after that encounter. As usual when the two were in the same room, the silence invoked by the threat of Hisashi ended quickly. Shuta's need to get the last word in overriding his ingrained fear response towards a man who could vibrate your organs into mush with his quirk. Yuki, the competitive BSTRD he is, wasn't one to back down either. It started with harsh nudges out of view, then it was loud slaps and harsh quips. Next thing you know, the two were wrestling on the ground like a pair of feral cats fighting over territory. Hitoshi could have sworn Shoyuta had hissed like an actual alley cat despite not being the one with the quirk to transform into a literal snow leopard. Hisashi let out a resigned sigh as he got up, heading over to the kitchen to grab a spray bottle. Well, Hitoshi thought as he stared at the scene of Hisashi chasing two full-grown men around with a spray bottle as they hissed their betrayal, karma's a beach. Without remorse, he reached over and grabbed the last piece of garlic bread as he pulled out his phone. This was prime blackmail material. The minute Shoyuta walked in the door on Friday, his class had gone silent. Good, they're learning. With an approving nod, he stalked over to his podium. Placing the large thermos of sweet Italian coffee, courtesy of Inko and delivered by Izuku, on the podium along with his attendance book. He ran a gaze over his students before ultimately sighing and taking a long sip of his coffee. His face the dictionary definition of apathy. His eyes then caught Jiru silently shaking and he was about to raise an eyebrow questioningly when he also saw Tokoyami ruffle his feathers before slightly turning to glance at Todoroki who looked unperturbed by the sudden attention. Brushing the strange interaction off, Todoroki must have said something and he didn't particularly care to find out due to his exhaustion. He finally addressed the class. All right, he began, eyes drifting lazily over the class once more. Normally, we would have had a special rescue simulation yesterday at an secondary location on UA school grounds. However, due to the mishap with the costumes and the need for some consultation with the support department, it has been pushed off till next week. Instead, we'll be having a different kind of special heroics lesson. Excited gasps broke out in the classroom, but any chatter was cut off preemptively by a red glare. Your new costumes have been vetted and approved by Power Loader and any support equipment requested has also been finished. Considering this, we've decided to invite a few of the support core students to help monitor the new changes while you perform in the lesson I have planned for today. He felt, more than saw, the purple eyes staring straight through his skull as he held in a smirk. This is what he gets for videotaping Hisashi drenching him and Yuki with a spray bottle. He looked over at Uraraka who was holding her hand up. With a nod she asked her question. Sensei, she hesitated, curious yet fearful eyes trained on him with apprehension. Where's All Might? She said the last part quietly as if fearing for the worst. In truth, the situation wasn't as bad as it probably seemed. Instead of first years, Nedzu had decided, with more than a little prodding from yours truly, that it would be best to start the man out on third years who already had a majority of their education complete. This way he could learn how to effectively cater to a class while said class wouldn't crash and burn from being tossed into harsh practicals such as FNG battle trials he had tried on the second day. However, instead of saying any of this, he let a grin break out across his face. One he knew was unsettling at best based on the shivers that erupted around the room. Just as fast as it came, though, the smile was gone. Instead, he let his face return to the usual bored indifference. Who's all might? He deadpanned. Tone flat and emotionless. The class collectively gulped in fear. Hitoshi, once again, was barely restraining his laughter. Meet me at ground beta. He finished, turning on his heel and immediately leaving. He savored the startled cries of his students as he walked away, Kaminari's outcry of, "He definitely murdered him." You remember the look on his face, how could you not? Making him snort as he turned the corner. His joy was short-lived, however, because as soon as he turned that corner, he caught sight of Izuku dangling out of the ceiling with a beaming grin on his face. "No one but our family will ever believe you," the menace whispered into the silent hallway before popping back into the ceiling and disappearing. Despite his earnest wishes, the universe never gives him a goddamn break. Not that he'd ever change it, he couldn't deny the fond warm feeling in his chest that flares hot when he hears Izuku call them family. Hitoshi glared at the door Aizawa-sensei had just walked out of, ignoring the chaos around him, something he has a lot of practice doing. He knew for a fact that the support students would include his two chaos demons. Sure, there may be more, but those two were almost a complete guarantee. Especially since he had seen his dad hold back a smirk. With a resigned sigh, he could just imagine the chaos waiting for him. He walked out of the classroom with Uraraka and Kaminari falling into step with him. Though, he could feel an extra set of eyes on him today. A quick glance behind him and sure enough, Todoroki was watching him with an unreadable expression. Furrowing his brows in confusion, he returned his eyes to the world in front of him as he walked. Any idea as to why Todoroki is watching me like I'm a particularly interesting puzzle? Uraraka and Kaminari gave subtle glances behind him, and he may be slightly impressed at how nonchalant the action looked for those not trained by professionals, before shaking their heads. Whatever it is, Uraraka chimed in, Jairu or Tokoyami may be able to help. I noticed him say something earlier but I couldn't hear it. Jairu definitely did though, she looked close to bursting out in laughter. Giving a non-committal hum, he catalogued the slight flinch Kaminari gave when Uraraka brought up Jairu. Something to look into at least. Oh god, he was actually enjoying their presence and going out of his way to help them. This is starting to feel remarkably similar to how Izuku and Mei busted into his life back then, literally. He could still remember the bewilderment he felt when Mei had launched herself across the room until she slammed against his seat by her own explosion, Izuku running after her with worried tears leaking profusely from his eyes. They reached the locker room with minimal bluster, thankfully. Though Bakugo seemed to be at his rope's end with Ishido and Kirishima. He doesn't think the two particularly care either, which is more than a little funny. Since he didn't have anything to change costume-wise, he slipped it on without inspection. His weapons, however? A quick check showed blunted throwing knives stashed away in the secret compartment in his shoes. A mysterious button situated at the end of the handle on each one of the four he found. He stared at it for a second warily before putting it back. He'd ask Izuku about it during class. Walking back out and onto the bus that would take them to ground beta, Hitoshi took a second to look around at the costume changes made to a few of the costumes. Kaminari's wasn't the most dramatic, considering his was just added support equipment, but he marveled over how Izuku managed to seamlessly incorporate the items into the full outfit. The choker was changed a bit, the usual buckle look replaced with a sleek yellow lightning bolt that glowed when Kaminari used his quirk. It was an insulator to prevent his quirk from reaching his head. The weird antenna comm that used to sit on one side of his head was gone. In its place was a black ear cuff that looked like jewelry until you learned that it functioned like a radio antenna and Bluetooth comm link while being resistant to jamming. On his hands were two rings, one on the index and one on the thumb, as well as a bracelet that sat on each wrist. Apparently, They were conductors meant to help channel his quirk. Though Izuku had apparently ranted about him wasting his potential by being a long-distance fighter and not a short-distance taser. The look of awe on Kaminari's face when he told him he had never considered the possibility made him snort. Uraraka, on the other hand, had kept the bodysuit, but had outer layers added and the heels, FING heels, who puts heels on a hero, removed and replaced with combat boots. The bodysuit was actually helping put pressure on the necessary points to help with nausea, so Izuku had left it alone and instead added an outer layer to help with comfort and aesthetic. The bodysuit was mostly black with thinner geometric pink patterns now. Pink poofy shorts, reminiscent of an astronaut suit, along with a bomber jacket were overlaid on top of it. A black utility belt was added, stocked with supplies necessary on rescue heroes along with a recommendation to speak with Recovery Girl for first aid lessons, and the bulky heeled shoes were now form-fitting up to just below the knee with wide soles meant for stomping. Definitely reinforced some way or another considering the thump the shoe made when Uraraka demonstrated the stomping power. They were black with pink laces and soles. The bulky wrist grapplers were condensed down to provide more room for movement, and the helmet was apparently improved to have a HUD system. He gave them both an approving nod, and the two beamed at him with the power of 1,000 suns. Was it worth the human experimentation? He asked Kaminari, ignoring the worried look Uraraka shot at them. Absolutely. Kaminari chirped, though his hands shook a bit, which betrayed his fear of the two. He'll get over it. They're quite fun to be around when you ignore the explosions and subtly threatening subcontext to some of the equipment they make. The bus ride was calm, which was surprising considering the nature of their class so far, though Jiru was sent shaking from restrained laughter every time she caught Todoroki looking at him. He was curious about that, but resolved to find out when Kaminari wasn't nearby. He was worried about the obvious anxiety Kaminari had when she was near, but he doesn't intend to pry until his new friend is ready to talk, or it becomes hostile. They arrived at ground beta to see Power Loader standing with his arms crossed, eyes focused intently on the training grounds in front of him. 3 other students standing near him with apprehension on their faces. PL. Aizawa greeted with a resigned air about him. Power Loader didn't turn to look at him for a full minute, but sighed and nodded back before turning to the group of hero students. All right, Aizawa said, voice sharp in a way that had them instantly paying attention. Today's game plan is simple. You will be separated in groups of 5 and tasked with a search and rescue scenario. The catch? 2 support students are currently out there in the city. Their job is to set up traps and adversaries to prevent you from reaching your goal. You will have 10 minutes each to find the hostages, which will give you points based on how quickly you manage to rescue them. If you manage to restrain a support student, you get extra points. Am I clear? The group as a whole nodded, but Hitoshi gulped. Eyes frantically searching the nearby areas to no avail. They chose Izuku and Mei to be the support students set loose on them. No wonder Power Loader looked wary. Ayama, he snapped his eyes over to Aizawa as the man gave him an unsettling grin. Considering you know the 2 support students chosen, your group will be going last since we will be watching each group through the monitoring screens. Understood, he said, and he knew the relief in his voice was obvious based on the way several nearby students tensed. The selection was random, or it was for the most part. The fact that Kaminari and Uraraka were placed in his group was probably because they also have met the 2, though for small amounts of time. Bakugo and Kirishima, however, were the random extra 2. Good luck, Aizawa said to the first group up, their eyes wide as a man who wouldn't be caught dead giving encouragement. Wish them well, you'll need it. And, Power Loader added, his mouth twisted into a frown, if you need to visit Hound Dog, the school's counselor, afterwards you are free to do so. God knows you'll need it, the last part muttered under the man's breath, but they heard it. Well, that wasn't ominous at all. Suddenly, Hitoshi was a lot more nervous than he was before. They wouldn't let them use any of the lethal stuff they make. Right? Cackles filled the room. It was off-putting, the insanity hidden behind the sound. So unhinged and feral that it felt distinctly like a hyena cornering its prey. It filled the tense silence like undesirable white noise, accompanied by the symphony of crumbling buildings. the crackle of splitting concrete and the random explosions acting like the percussion to this apocalyptic orchestra. As he stared at the screen, the one displaying Mei's feral grin in HD as she hangs from a crane's hook, Hitoshi couldn't help but question all of his life choices. How could one practical lesson go so wrong? It had started with the first group to enter the hostile zone, or the end as we all know it, as Kaminari decided to call it. Is the detector online? Yep. Alright, I'll adjust the programming to focus on the unfamiliar heat signatures and features. How is plan blocked going? 67.4% complete, 24 more minutes until the estimated completion time. Wonderful! Their run lasted a solid 3 minutes. 3 minutes. They had barely managed to make it even a block into the city before it all went wrong. Which, unfortunately, made the situation even worse because that left those watching in the dark regarding any further traps. As he stared at the screen, eyes wide in astonishment, he was left wondering how they even got permission to lethalize the robots used for the UA entrance exams. If he thought they were a pain before, then they're a nightmare now. Why the F? Do they have automatic machine gun turrets? You know what? It was probably Nedzu. Hitoshi couldn't even be surprised. Instead, he was mildly desperate for someone to at least make it halfway through the city so he could get a forewarning as to what lies within. Sure, he has an idea of what they could possibly be using. One doesn't stay friends with the two demons without learning a thing or two, but seeing as they were given permission to alter UA property, the possibilities are endless. They were going to need a miracle to make it out of here alive. They haven't even sprang the AGDB TPS. To be fair, they would have to make it a few more feet in for those to be triggered. Hostage status. All in place. The defenses are online and ready for action, plus the anti-aggression drones are in place around zones B, C, F, and G. Great. I'll go get the crane. Group 2 managed a block further than the previous, but had stumbled across some of the more suspiciously tame traps. Besides the bear traps that apparently have narcotics on them, purposefully blunted to prevent injury, but not enough to prevent the victim from getting a dose of sleepy time drags, the traps consisted of slime baths, spontaneous combustion in seemingly random areas, a plate of chicken nuggets in the middle of the street. Why did Zero try to eat them anyway? Who eats chicken nuggets placed on a plate in the middle of a road? And Sven. How's the crane situation? Almost in place, Sector D on top of the office building, correct? Get the AMGTRB and place it nearby for the backup plan. Understood. Do you know where I left my rocket launcher? Wasn't that confiscated by the National Support Invention and Engineering Museum security? Oh yeah. Group 3 had better luck. After watching Group 2 make their way through the map, they had a pretty good idea what to avoid and kept a tight leash on all their members to prevent another Zero incident. So they managed to get the furthest anyone has so far, but then they started to check the buildings. That's where they made the mistake. Walking into the building was fine. Closing the door was fine. Walking out, not so much. The easing of the tension in the monitor room whipped back hard as they watched in horror as the door that the group had previously walked through exploded when they tried to open it. Cries of dismay echoed in the room and Hitoshi sighed heavily, unsurprised by it all. They just walked through there? Why did the door explode? I didn't even see them place that trap. They never popped up on screen. Ashido cried, eyes wide in horror. Ayama, Kaminari started, an elbow lightly nudging him to get his attention. That door was trapped long before they walked through it, wasn't it? Yep, he responded, sighing as he slumped a little. Delayed or specific activation requirements to trip explosives is Izuku's specialty. You can imagine our family's horror when they learned Mei's explosive tendencies could be further weaponized. Wonderful, Kaminari said, tone flat. With an ungraceful snort, Hitoshi pressed a hand over his mouth to silence his laughter. He didn't notice the wide eyes of Uraraka and Kaminari as this was their first time seeing him actually laugh and not just huff or snort, and Kaminari couldn't help but feel proud. Plan blocked, experiment is a success. I'll fix that door later, progress on the rest. 93.27%, so almost done. Hito's group will probably be the only group to have to deal with the full system. Oh, we'll definitely be hearing about this over dinner later. Blame Dadzawa? Blame Dadzawa. Aizawa-sensei, he heard behind him and recognized the voice as Yaoyorozu's. With an acknowledging grunt, never tearing his eyes away from the screens as his two gremlin children rained chaos down on his students like some kind of divine punishment, he waved a hand for his student to continue. He almost chuckled at the horrified tone to Yaoyorozu's voice as she struggled to find the right words. Turning just enough to peer over his capture weapon at her, he raised an eyebrow. Swallowing back her rambles, he watched as she took a centering breath before speaking once again. What is even happening? A good question. Glancing back at the screens, Group 4 running wildly as they felt the full force of what he calls the support student hunt. They had managed to get just as far as the previous group, but were now scrambling around, away from the lethalized robots. What the F, Nedzu, while searching for doors they could actually use. Apparently, they haven't noticed that the doors were rigged to explode the second time they're opened. So all they really had to do was just not close the door. Currently, you are witnessing the combined efforts of Hatsume and Midoriya Izuku. Hatsume is a legacy support student, as you all know from the previous lesson on support inventors, while Midoriya matches her level of genius and in some cases succeeding it. A large explosion sent Shoji sprawling across the street, arms wrapped around Tsuyu for protection from the blast. Their first years. Sven whipped around the corner of the street, red laser pointers locked onto the other three members of the team. A shout of warning preceded the laser blast from the demon of Arumba as the group locked eyes with the machine. The three just barely dodged the blast before they ran for cover, Shoji and Tsuyu following close behind. Was that the same Roomba that cleans the Midoriya apartment? Who was he kidding? Of course it was. Yes, he said, pushing aside that crisis for later. Extremely dangerous, intelligent, feral, first years. Are they even allowed to do? Ishido gestured vaguely in the direction of the screen showing Shoji being dragged down a dark alleyway by a robot. Poor kid, that? Sighing, he looked up towards one of the inconspicuous cameras placed in the room, noting that the light didn't waver from the vibrant green. He groaned quietly before letting out a sigh, so resigned power loader sent him a glance of sympathy before speaking. Yes, he bit out, sending a glare towards the camera. Principal Nedzu approved. Why? Because he's Nedzu. Beside him, power loader nodded sagely. The room was quiet for a few moments, the only interruption being from the monitor as Group 4 was taken out of commission but startlingly persistent robots. Their screams echoing in the silence, accompanied by the occasional boom from an explosion. All in all, it's the type of noise that would normally be a worst nightmare kind of scenario, but he was, unfortunately, used to this type of noise. Hisashi's screams from the first time those gremlins had him participate in a harmless experiment haunt him to this day. Are all support students like that? Todoroki asked, voice incredibly flat. Before Shoyuta could even verbalize the no that sat on the tip of his tongue, thank for that, the other three support students power loader had brought, he had forgotten they were there, spoke up. Absolutely not, a red-haired teen replied, sounding offended at the very thought. We're not bridging the gap between insanity and humanity like those devil spawns. I'm convinced by this point that they were sent down to Earth as a punishment to humanity. The smaller teen next to the redhead spoke up, metal hair clinking as it moved from their gesturing. Walking into class each day is like playing Russian roulette with fate, except instead of there only being one bullet, all the chambers are filled. Don't forget the terrifying knowledge that Midoriya probably knows everything there is to know about you seconds after meeting you. All I asked for was some tips on how my quirk could apply to a certain invention. Instead, I get a full 80-page report on how my favorite order at a nearby cafe influences the temperature I can produce at max. I never told him about that cafe. The dread Hitoshi experienced as he walked up to the gated entrance of the fake city was almost enough to warrant a nasty glare towards any cameras he could find, despite knowing he was risking 50 extra laps in class. On the way over to the gate, he had to deal with a very aggressive Pomeranian, a happy-go-lucky Chad that's default phrase is manly, Kaminari chatting up a storm due to nerves, and Uraraka cackling at his dismay. This was multiplied by the fact that the two people set loose on them were Izuku and Mei, with Nezu's permission. So, Ayama, Uraraka chirped, done with her cackling at his misery apparently, since you know the two support demons better than all of us, care to give us a rundown on any insider info? Yeah, he said, eyeing the city warily. I've got an idea about what we'll need to look out for but nothing specific. It looks like Nezu allowed them to alter UA stuff so there'll be new devices to look for. He tore his gaze away to really look at his group, cataloging who would best be suited where and to deal with what. Uraraka was definitely an all-rounder type but with short bursts of stamina used to compensate for that nasty after-effect of her quirk. She'll be placed somewhere in the middle of the group. Kaminari is a short-ranged fighter dressed as a long-ranger so he'll be on the outskirts, dabbling a bit in reconnaissance and first-contact fighting. He should also be able to use a bit more of his quirk than normal due to the support equipment. Something to keep in mind at least. Kirishima, or Manly Chad, is a himbo through and through. His quirk is amazing for defense so front and center tank status can be given to him. What was up with the manly phrase anyway? Why does he keep repeating it like a Skyrim guard NPC that's stuck in a tree while staring at you? Bakugo, well, the aggression he has certainly suits a striker. The flashy and powerful quirk he has will help out a lot when it comes to destroying the lethal robotics plaguing the fake city. He was tempted to just point a finger and say, Pomeranian Smash, like some kind of pre-quirk comic superhero. Captain something, was it America? Probably. He'll focus on reconnaissance and de-trapping the buildings they head into and out of. Mei and Izuku already know how to counteract his quirk so he won't be able to use it against them, plus Izuku knows Jace, at the little sheet, and would talk back in a way he couldn't use against him just to aggravate him into making mistakes. Yes, that's from first-hand experience. No, he will not elaborate. All right, he settled on, breaking from his thought process. First things first dash. He gestured for them to get closer as he stared warily towards the drones gathering nearby above the city. The rest of his group complied easily enough considering the sheet show they had seen earlier on the monitor screens. The door problem from earlier is an Izuku specialty. It's modified trip activation for maze explosives. If you enter a building, do not close the door. Leave it open because they're rigged to explode on the second opening. I'll deal with Sven dash. Sven? Kirishima questioned out loud. The aggressive Roomba with the lasers, so if you see the bot, leave immediately. Confrontation with it can get ugly. How ugly? Kaminari asked, the perfect amount of weary resignation on his face. Let's just say that last person to face Sven in battle mode, it was him but we don't speak of that, was covered in what can only be called an aggressive amount of glitter, had a broken ankle, fractured a rib, and received several first-degree burns. Uraraka looked to be stuck between a cackle and a cry for help. Kaminari was just resigned like before. Kirishima looked at him with disbelief and Bakugo. What was Bakugo thinking? Hitoshi hasn't really been paying attention to the explosive blonde. Ever since the first day of school, the only thing he's really noted was that his group of friends were rambunctious and loud. Which, if you know him well enough, isn't his style. Mei and Izuku were loud, but it was safe, so he stayed far away from the group and carried on with his life, not sparing them a second glance. Now that he was actually looking at him, something about Bakugo seemed off. Crimson red eyes stared at the gate of the city blankly, slightly wide as they refused to stray from where his attention was focused. Face pale instead of the usual cocky confident glow he normally had. Fists clenching absent-mindedly at the teen's sides, and he idly noted that it was in a pattern. A breathing pattern to be specific. Was he nervous? Other than that, just go ahead and destroy any and all robots you come across. If you see a lot of them, then you're headed into the right direction. Notify me if you see anything strange and touch nothing. It could explode. Also, please, for my sanity's sake, stay in the group. Izuku's favorite form of hunting is picking off the solos. An alarm rang out into the air, silencing Uraraka's nervous chuckle followed by hunting, and Hitoshi faced the city where two feral demons were now officially set loose on them like a cold-blooded revenge plot. This was going to be a nightmare. Katsuki wasn't FNG dumb. Stating otherwise speaks more about the person saying it than himself. His grades? Perfect. His quirk control? Perfect. His quirk? Perfect. His life? Pretty DMN good. It has always been that way. Always perfect, that's who Katsuki is. Who he had to be. So when the hell did everything start changing? Actually, he knows exactly when it happened. Aldra Elementary School wasn't the best school in Mizudafu, but it certainly wasn't the worst either. It had a reputation, impressive considering it was more towards downtown Mizudafu and had financial struggles at times, and it was focused on being the best care and education for your children, their words not his. Katsuki was sent to that school and he had thrived. Exactly how he was supposed to. He had managed to be the best of the best, the one all the other kids had looked up to and revered. He could still see the stupid faces of Wings and Fingers as they smiled up at him and called him the best and so cool. So it had been a FING trip when the school had been shut down for criminal negligence and being discriminatory and enforcing said discriminatory bias onto the children. It had been within the same FING year that Deku had been diagnosed quirkless. He remembers, back when Auntie Inko still visited, he doesn't know what happened. She just suddenly stopped visiting one day and the old hag wouldn't tell him why, that she had a job as an attorney. Once again, Katsuki wasn't FING dumb. He could put two and two together. Obviously Auntie Inko had been upset over how Deku was treated at the school, which yeah, sure maybe the bruises were a bit much, but was it really all that bad? It wasn't like he was being beaten or some violent sheet like that. It was just rough housing like all the teachers had said it was. Deku was just weak. Katsuki was the best. He had to be. So of course Deku always got a bit hurt when they played. He couldn't stand those eyes. He was weak after all. How they always saw right through him, saw what he had shoved so deep in his mind he couldn't even feel it anymore. He was weak and kept trying to be something he wasn't. How they made him feel vulnerable, picked apart and left out in the open for everyone to see. So Katsuki just did as he was supposed to, he reminded him of his place. The one society made for him, just like Katsuki's. That's all he'll ever be. Hitoshi allowed Bakugo to stalk ahead of the group, his gut telling him to be wary of the explosive teen for now. He had been keeping an eye on Bakugo ever since he noticed his pale pallor and interesting expression. To put it mildly, it looked like someone had spat in his soup, insulted his mother, dragged his dreams through the dirt, and ended it all with an elegant yet dismissive wave as they walked away. So yeah, Hitoshi was wary. They walked through the gates of the city, or stomped in Bakugo's case, and immediately Hitoshi could tell something was different. It wasn't visible, nothing obvious enough for his eyes to see, but he could feel it in his gut that something was different. Different meant unknown, and the unknown was dangerous. So, like any person subjected to the two mad geniuses for over a 24-hour PRD of time, Hitoshi started planning. His eyes traced the streets for any signs of displacement or oddities. Sure enough, on his third look over, the group having stopped around him as he fell still when he noticed it, he saw something out of place. A glaringly obvious disparity that he had only noticed when he saw a familiar purple. Something he knew didn't belong in the training grounds. Something Hitoshi was going to FANG murder May 4. Right there, right in the middle of the large sliding glass doors of a business-themed building across the street right past the intersection, was a poster. A poster of Hitoshi. A poster of Hitoshi dressed up in the cat-themed clothing his dad had bought. Passed out on his living room couch. The words, "Simp for his dash," written on his head, the name having been smudged in his sleep, but anyone with 2 brain cells and the cognitive ability to connect the FING dots could infer the answer. He whipped his head around and stared up at a drone that was hovering over them. He stared straight into the camera as he slowly reached down and pulled out his phone, the light remaining a steady green. Satisfied with receiving permission from their benevolent and chaotic overlord, he turned his attention to his phone and dialed the number he was looking for and tapped the button to make sure his call was placed on speakerphone. Ah, a voice pouted, its familiarity a soothing balm on his nerves even as he planned their inevitable demise. "It's no good when you fraternize with the enemies, Toshi. That's not hero material." "Hatsum May," he started, his tone taking a dangerous plunge into icy calm. The minute I see your cotton candy-colored head will be the exact moment I send you back to the depths of hell from which you came. The city was silent once more, not a single noise to break the tension that had descended over the group as he stared ahead at the mortifying poster of himself plastered on the front of a building. Out of his peripherals, he could see Kirishima edging away slightly from where he stood. He would have felt bad for scaring the guy if he didn't notice that Kirishima had been hedging away because he was the closest to the poster and therefore in the line of sight of his glare. So he was still scaring him, but at least it wasn't due to his words. He picked up this glare from Shoyuta and it shows. "Oh my," Mei said, her voice sounding just slightly manic underneath the pure delight. "I would like to see you try." "Try? You mean succeed in putting you 10 feet under to make sure you're gremlin but can't dig out? Your threats would be more believable if you could, as Uncle Kazuo would say, grow a pair and confi dash." "Murder," he hissed, jabbing the end call button so hard he could have sworn his screen cracked. A day prior to the practical lesson, Kazuo stared at the front door to their apartment, the same one Yuki had just walked out of, frozen where he stood. He felt sick, the place where Yuki had just chastely kissed him goodbye on the cheek burned. Bile rising in his throat as he fought to keep it down, hands clenched into fists at his sides. He only moved when the sharp pain of nails breaking skin broke through the ice that had frozen him in place. He lifted his hands up and opened them, staring blankly at the marks on his palms. A shudder racked his spine and he collapsed in on himself, sinking to the floor like a marionette with their strings cut. Tucking his arms around his legs, Kazuo stared at the door where Yuki had just left. Yuki, Takagi Yuki, the man he had fallen in love with. The one who had helped get him back on his feet. His comfort. His other half. A man he cursed with his own 2 hands. He should never have let himself attach to him. He should have noticed his feelings and then promptly bury them so deep he would never feel them again. But he hadn't. He had fallen so far and so deep in love that he had forgotten his own past, his own invisible strings that dragged him whichever way they pleased. Those Dinan Ifang strings that have wrapped so tightly around him they choked him in his dreams, and now they were wrapping around Yuki as well. His Yuki. Unforgivable. Unavoidable. Clenching his jaw, a habit Yuki always tried to get him to break with light touches and caring words, he stood up once more. Wobbling on unsteady feet as he made his way towards their room to grab his coat. An idea brewing in his mind that promised something he knew was dangerous. It was a necessary idea, but it could bite back just as hard. He all but ran from his room the minute he grabbed his coat, slinging it onto his shoulders as he grabbed his messenger bag and keys. He got to the door and hurried out, locking up behind him before he turned to head towards the station. He needed to get to his office, the one provided for him for this specific task but not by the man who had asked for it. If you could even call him a man anymore. He sent a quick text to Yuki, fingertips burning with each press as he typed the message out, alerting him that he had left to go to work for an emergency. He bit back the bitter resentment he felt towards his own words. It wouldn't help him if he started to have another breakdown now. As he walked he could feel the eyes watching him, their faces unknown but their presences easy to pick out. He had been trained to notice those eyes, they wanted him to know they were watching. He bit his lip, forcing their tremble to quiet down under the pain. He couldn't show any weakness now. The eyes followed him onto the tram but stopped shortly afterwards. He took a shaky inhale before he collapsed into the seat, shoulders slumping down as the air escaped his lungs in relief. His hands shook as he grasped at the strap of his bag, knuckles white from how tightly he was gripping it. He stared out at the passing cityscape, buildings and people walking between them a blur due to the speed he was traveling at. With another shaky breath, he closed his eyes and tried to calm the frantic beating of his heart. He might not be able to stop the man, but he'll be dead if he doesn't at least try to mitigate the damage. It's the least he could do for the people he's come to cherish as family. After the whole murder thing, and he was valid in his response, damn it, Hitoshi had calmly walked over to the poster and tore it down, guiding his group onwards, completely ignoring the fire that was burning behind him as he left. At least Mei was nice enough to not fireproof the paper this time. Ayama, Uraraka spoke up. Her voice was cautious in a way that reminded him that these people weren't used to the chaos of his friend group. The words on your forehead in the photo dash. We do not speak of it, he cut in, sending a pleading look her way. Never? Got it. It was a waste of if any time is what it was, Bakugo huffed, effectively intruding into the conversation with all the grace of a rabid animal. It took every ounce of patience he had to keep the snarky comment that wanted to escape internal, and that is saying something considering who he spends his time with. Patience was a rarity in his life. Instead, he turned from where he had been observing the buildings for any potential missiles, he wouldn't put it past those two demons, to face Bakugo with a raised eyebrow. Bakugo has always been a loud and violent existence, his friend group consisting of similarly loud and obnoxious people, so Hitoshi had made it a point to avoid him at every turn. Izuku and Mei were also loud and chaotic existences, but there was a very big difference between them and Bakugo. Izuku and Mei were safe. Bakugo felt dangerous. Goosebumps down the arm's hair rising kinda dangerous. There was always something off about him that sent Hitoshi's instincts haywire. He didn't really want to admit it, even to himself, but being near Bakugo felt like being near the director of the orphanage back when he was still there. Always waiting for the shoe to drop. Expecting the smallest changes to lead to painful outcomes. Tempers so volatile that engaging in conversations was like tap dancing on a trigger while simultaneously playing an accordion. Difficult and with high stakes. As Mei would say, he was a walking red flag. Bakugo's jaw tensed in a way that Hitoshi knew was grinding his molars as Bakugo glared back at him. So, with the pettiness he learned from his wonderful role model parents, don't let Hisashi fool you, he is a petty man. He raised his eyebrow even higher. The tension built, their team members hedging in closer with arms poised to separate them if something started, and, admittedly, Hitoshi kinda hoped Bakugo would. It wasn't as if he had something personal against Bakugo, at least, not that he's aware of, but not even practice spars can truly get out the years of repressed anger he held under a tight lock. Fortunately or unfortunately, Bakugo seemed to make the decision to huff and turn his back against Hitoshi like a petulant child. However, he wasn't going to just drop it. Bakugo has been acting strange since the beginning and he's done. Hitoshi firmly believes that the universe has it out for him and he's had enough cosmic bullshit for today. Bakugo, he started with, eyeing the team carefully, I've noticed that since we've started, you've been on edge and it's not the usual wariness from Mei and Aizu. Is there something dash? Cutting off abruptly, he narrowed his eyes at Bakugo. When he had said Izuku's nickname, the blonde had twitched. Violently. Kinda like a wild animal being startled. He zeroed in on that reaction, eyeing Bakugo carefully as his mind went into overdrive. Bakugo had been nervous since the start of this practical lesson. He had slowly been getting more and more annoyed when Hitoshi would talk about Mei and Izuku, whether it was their habits or abilities. He tensed whenever Izuku's full name was mentioned. He flinched when Hitoshi used the nickname Aizu. Hitoshi himself has been wary of Bakugo since the start of the semester, and something about Bakugo had always seemed off in a way that suggested something deeper. Eyes widening, he snapped his gaze to Bakugo's. Words tumbling from his mouth before he could even stop them. The desperate need to figure out this puzzling situation spurring him on even as a wary kind of hesitancy settled in his gut. Bakugo, he asked carefully, words slow and measured, you know Izuku, don't you? Personally. The blonde stiffened and he felt the pit in his stomach get heavier as the dots connected. Hitoshi had never met Bakugo before UA, but he had been attached at the hip to Mei and Izuku. There was only one time when their trio wasn't together, and that was before Izuku had transferred schools. The same elementary school where Izuku had received torment and ridicule for existing. A place Izuku was determined to forget, pushing aside the memories to never speak of again. A place where Izuku received the now smaller due to growth, starburst scar. What elementary school did you go to, Bakugo? He asked, his voice ice cold with clarity. I'm curious. Staring at the screens, Shoyuta felt something off about the way Hitoshi had just stopped in the middle of the street. The cameras weren't close enough to show his face well enough to discern his expression, but from the slow turn he had just taken towards Bakugo, something happened. He's never seen his son act like this, especially considering all the training he's been through already. He knows better than to let something someone says throw him off and distract him. He, no doubt, has had years' worth of practice ignoring scathing words and offhanded remarks. No matter how much he and Hisashi try, they can't avoid the quirkism that runs rampant in society. They can only be there to shoot down those thoughts and make sure Hitoshi feels loved. So to watch as his son goes ramrod straight, only to turn towards Bakugo slowly while speaking, was worrying. Eraser, he heard Power Loader chime in from beside him, his words low in the practiced murmur of a hero who knows the power of secrecy. You noticed, right? Yes, he murmured back, eyes narrowed at the screen. Something's off. I thought so, Power Loader sighed. I'll tap into the audio systems, though if Midoriya has tampered with them, I don't know if I'll be allowed access. Got it, he responded before setting down to watch what happens next, doing his best to ignore the weight that had lodged itself in his gut. Something felt off and he didn't get to where he was by ignoring his gut. Ha! He snapped, eyeing eyebags as he turned slowly towards him, the field gaining a sort of tension to it that even he couldn't ignore. The F-dash? Why do you want to know eyebags? It's Ayama, eyebags curtly cut in, that familiar bubble of anger sparking in irritation beneath his skin, and it's a pretty simple reason why I would want to know. I know you're smart enough to know why, so why don't you answer? Oi, he growled, feeling the heat beneath his skin kick up a few notches. I'm not some kind of extra you can just order around. So F off you six-pack Walmart t-shirt looking butt. So you do know, Eyebags said, the knowing look on his face almost becoming his tipping point, and since you're avoiding even talking about it, you know, on some level, that whatever I'm about to ask is going to sound bad. Don't you? He always has to be the best. No, I fucking don't, purple freak, he growled, hands sparking in a warning. It calms him down. Now why does he have to be the best? Aldra Elementary School. Purple stated out of nowhere, and he heard the other extras gasp. You went there, didn't you? It's never Katsuki, it's always Bakugo and his amazing quirk. Bakugo has such a good quirk. A really strong quirk. A flashy quirk. They never see him, they only see his F&G quirk. So what? Oh God, Shitty Hair chimed in, a look of horror on his face. Are you okay, Baku bro? I saw that school on the news all the time. Even though it happened when we were all kids. He could feel the prickle of what? He doesn't really know, run up his spine, setting his entire body on edge as they all started talking about how horrible it must have been. How glad they are that he got out of it. How it must have been scary. Talking as if he was somehow FNG damaged by it. How weak he must have felt. How stronger he could have been. How he should have just... So, Purple cut in, his toneless voice dragging him forcefully back to the present. Considering that's when Izuku met you, I've some questions you Pomeranian look alike. I'm not go dash. A large explosion drowned out their voices and they all tensed, snapping to stare at where a new plume of dust was rising into the sky. The sound of crumbling cement followed and the building where the smoke came from started to lean, slowly falling to the side before it finally collapsed in a heap of rubble and noise. Ah, an unfamiliar voice echoed, distorted in the way it would be if heard through a speaker. Wrong lever. He heard a familiar yet not voice shout in return, freezing the blood in his veins. I warned you about which one was the self-destruct one. Can you go over to Building C and manually activate the defense systems? Izu asked from where he was rapidly typing away at a computer. The cyber systems went down, so I can't activate them from here. Sure thing, Hades. May smiled, knowing from others that it probably looked slightly insane. I'll be right back. Thanks, Hephaestus. Izu grinned, tilting his head to send her a bright smile before continuing on with his work. The comm system's over there, take it before you leave. Tossing her wrench haphazardly across the makeshift work table they had constructed in the headquarters, May made her way out, snatching the comm and placing it in her right ear as the door slammed shut behind her. The trip to the building Izu had mentioned was short, making use of the city's robots and shortcuts to cross the distance easily. The building was one of 3 different decoy headquarters, so the systems were high-spec, containing almost everything the original building had in the attempts to make it look authentic to even untrained eyes. Hitoshi had the advantage of knowing them as well as he does, so they needed to go all out this round to throw them off. Heading up to the top floor where the main access board was installed, she fiddled with the comm in her ears a bit and started to change channels to keep herself busy as she ascended the stairs. It was mainly just the sound of wind and other drones as she went through all the microphones attached to UA's surveillance drones, that is until she connected to Drone B, the drone they had chosen to follow Hitoshi's group. "What elementary school did you go to, Bakugo?" She heard crackle over the comm, loud enough to be heard over the wind. "I'm curious. Bakugo? Elementary? Why was Hito asking about an elementary?" She ran the last few steps until she stood on the top floor, sprinting across until she came to a stop right in front of the manual switch box. Several different levers and buttons all associated with different functions. Listening intently to the comm, one she knows Izuku isn't because he was currently active on their private line, she went through the steps to start up the building's defense systems manually. If this conversation was what she thought it was, she needed to finish quickly. Hitoshi sounded dangerous in a way they hadn't heard in a long time. "Aldra Elementary School, you went there, didn't you?" May normally didn't, but when she heard Hitoshi confirm her worst fears over this situation, she let out a stream of curses. From the tone of his voice alone, May knew Hitoshi was more than a bit bothered by his discovery. In fact, he was growing defensive. Said even. That wasn't good. Hitoshi wasn't the type to get angry, but when he did he stayed that way. Growing quieter but deadlier the angrier he got. Something he perfected after watching Dadzawa calmly but ferociously rip into bigots their entire lives. At this rate, Hitoshi would go against everything he was taught and go after Bakugo. Something she knew Aizawa would tear into him for, especially as Aizawa, sensei. So like the wonderful friend she is, who would rather Hitoshi actually include her into the life-ruining process of their best friend's old bully and not ruin his future in the heroics class by doing something as stupid as letting personal feelings get in the way, May took one look at the levers in front of her and yanked the bright red one down. "Ah," she called out through the open channel, running towards an open window and launching herself out of it. "Wrong lever." With a twist, she slapped the back of her heels and immediately used the built-in jet thrusters to kick herself back into the air and onto the next building. Rolling to a stop even as Izuku's voice yelled out from the open channel himself. "May, I warned you which one was the self-destruct one." "Sorry, Zuzu," she called back, aware that Hades was still a secret, but it was a wonderful test run. "True," came the quieter mumble, "though there wasn't a long enough time lag. I'll have to reset the main programming to bypass the." For the next few minutes, Izuku devolved into a mumble rant. Easily keeping up with it herself, May kept an open ear out for what changes would need to be made even as she pulled up the video feed of the street where Hitoshi was standing with his group. Sure enough, that explosion had been just what she needed. Hitoshi had abruptly changed expressions. The calm apathetic face replaced for a sheepish but disgruntled look that properly conveyed his exasperation. Obviously he had realized what had happened. They might explode stuff often, but May knew better than to do so during an active practical. Anything they used on others must be the completed version, so they knew what to expect, and was actively shoving his emotions down to continue the exercise. Not that he was going to get too, apparently. "May," Izuku's voice called, the icy undertone instantly having her on edge. "There's a problem." "Debrief," she ordered, eyes narrowed at her tablet that had changed from the video feed to the security mainframe. "Nedza-sensei has given me full access to the mainframe. It's how I activated the drones and bots with my ID code, but this also means I can see the security systems and their alerts." May scanned the system and noticed what Izuku was talking about, gasping in horror at what she saw. "Exactly," Izuku bit out. "Something's been blocking the USJ's alarm systems for over 20 minutes. Blocking SOS alarms. It's compromised," she said, breathless and nauseous in equal measure. The third years were having a recap session with Pro Hero 13, Snipe, and All Might. Izuku hurriedly supplied, and she watched as he started to tear apart the security system's access checkpoints to find where the bug was blocking it. "I need you to inform Zawa what's happening. I've got Nedzu." "Got it," she swallowed, immediately snatching her phone up and swiping to her speed dial section where she had Aizawa's number at the ready. Within a single ring, the man had picked up. "May," the familiar gruff voice answered, concern bleeding through his tone. What happened? Eraserhead, she said instead, the use of the man's hero name no doubt conveying the seriousness of her message. Izuku has discovered a jam in the security system. The USJ has been trying to send out an emergency SOS for 20 minutes now. He's informing Nedzu as we speak. The minute she had finished, an alarm rang out. Loud and shrill, coming from the direction of the main school ground before the training grounds they were in copied the sound. The computerized voice warned them much like it had during the break-in with the press. There has been a level 3 break-in. I repeat, there has been a level 3 break-in. Please evacuate to the safe rooms immediately and calmly. I repeat, there has been dash. Sheet, Aizawa cursed, his tone dark and rushed. You are to immediately pull out. That is an order. Get back to the monitor room. This is the safe room for the training grounds. Now. Yes, sir, she quietly responded, unnerved but unwilling to fall prey to fear. I'll head out with Izuku now. Good, Aizawa responded, sounding softer than before, and he hung up. Aizu, she started to call over the comm only to be cut off with his hurried affirmation to meet at the road they last spotted Hitoshi's group at. As she jumped from the roof ledge, armed with reinforced shoes and jet thrusters, May felt the buzz beneath her skin that threatened to send her limbs trembling. A feeling she hasn't felt in years, ever since that time she had watched a horror movie with Toshi and Aizu. Fear, she decided, was an emotion she hated more than ice cream that had nuts in it. Who puts nuts in ice cream? They get all hard from the cold and taste like nuts while ice cream is supposed to be sweet. The most revolting, ghastly, taste bud ruining, disgusting, a hate crime given form. Shoyuta had to hold back a growl that threatened to escape his throat when he heard some of his class giggling about how the press didn't know when to stop. They didn't know any better, but he would make sure to impress the need for expect the unexpected, because assumptions will get you killed on the field. Power loader, he barked out, the man twisting to him immediately, still standing in a ready stance from when he had heard the alarm. I'm leaving you in charge. Nedzu requests all combat personnel to make their way to the USJ. Copy that, Power Loader stated, firmly turning to start the safe room protocol programming from the front control block. Stay safe out there. With a nod, he flung himself out the emergency exit and down the stairs, leaving the support hero in charge of the Hellions for now. Racing down and out of the monitor tower, he hurried over to the bus depot and was presented with the sight of a bus heading at full speed towards him. It turned slightly and the brakes were slammed until it came to a stop, allowing him to jump on before it lurched to a start once again. Vlad gave him a solemn nod from where he was actively driving the bus, and he carefully made his way over to where Nedzu was sitting grimly in a row seat at the front. The rest of the faculty, those that specialize in combat, were sitting in various seats and were silently preparing for a full-on raid if necessary. Hisashi gave him a nod from where he was quietly doing a vocal warm-up. I'll have to give your honorary son a gift basket, Nedzu chirped, the normal amused tone nowhere in sight. I would have never noticed the block in my system unless I was actively going through it. We were lucky he saw it when he did. He wouldn't have been in the mainframe if you hadn't taken a liking to him, he responded, unable to help his own grim tone, but enough of that. What do we know? Not much, I'm afraid. His voice taking on a dark quality. Someone is blocking the signal with a jamming quirk, and those are hard to fight back without a tech quirk. Midoriya is working on a code to break through at the moment, but he said it would take at least 5 minutes. So most of the time it takes to get there, he sighed, barely any time for recon. Exactly, Nedzu growled, his fur raising a bit, and Shoyuta politely didn't comment on it. It wasn't often that Nedzu got angry enough to lose his cool and adopt his more animalistic traits, but if any time would be a perfect excuse, this one would be it. They had some nerve, Nedzu stated flatly, to touch what's mine. Stay cautious, Shudakun, he called out, using an old remnant of his high school days to address him. I have a bad feeling about these trespassers. Yes, sir, he nodded firmly, only looking away when there was a ding from his phone. Good, Nedzu chirped from where he had gotten on top of his shoulders to read the message off his phone. It seems he's just in time. Shoyuta clicked the linked message Izuku had just sent him and watched as the USJ video feed was pulled up onto the main screen. He hissed when it finally loaded, Nedzu's own anger prevalent through the way his paw, the one not currently using his head as a balance aid, clenched. That, he said flatly as he stared at what could only be described as a F-ton of villains in the USJ came into view, is a revolting amount. Nedzu, who seemed to have finally gotten his anger under control, grinned a feral smile that put his fangs on display. I hope you had a light lunch, Shudakuen, because I do believe you're about to get some heavy exercise in. With the USJ on the horizon and the bus approaching at top speed, Shoyuta sighed and slipped his goggles up to cover his eyes. I'd rather be fighting a raccoon behind a Denny's for the last scrap of French toast, he grouched, but life isn't fair like that. The whole thing was a mess in the end. Actually, it was more like several hundred tiny little problems had gotten stuck together and presented themselves before you, like a cat does the dead mouse they caught because you're a useless human being who doesn't know how to hunt and they pity you. Shoyuta doesn't even really know half of the nitty-gritty details of the mess because it was stamped with a big and bold, classified, that was so high up on the HPSC watch list the president herself made sure they knew only All Might and Nedzu were allowed to know everything. A bit annoying, considering he broke 3 different bones and almost shattered his eye socket, but alright. It's not alright, and the only thing keeping All Might from his wrath was the hospital door, which was locked from the outside at night to prevent him from sneaking out, a necessary precaution unfortunately, and his husband who was giving him a glare that held promises. Zashi, he tried, knowing the futility of the action. Unless what you're about to ask me involves some form of human necessity, I refuse. Heaving a heavy sigh, he closed his mouth once more, mourning the answers he could have gotten if they had just let him out of here. By the time he was let out of the hospital, Nedzu would have already found a way to lock up the information and prevent him from hounding All Might for it, no matter how justified he would be. Sure, the rat would tell him at some point, but he rather enjoyed letting him run around in circles to get his hands on the information that way, saying he should use his resources or something like that. Can I have my phone? Where's it again, justified? Hizashi stared at him for a second, eyeing the broken arm and legs he had. After a bit of internal debate, that he could clearly see happening behind his eyes, Hizashi conceded, getting up to hand him his phone to his good hand. Victorious, he immediately opened the chat where he had fondly labeled the gremlin as Green Demon, and sent him a quick message that detailed a very tame request. He'd know exactly what was going on pending a couple hours or so. That seems reasonable for the level of security he'd have to crack through. So, Izuku said the moment he had waltzed into his hospital room while carrying a drink carrier with 4 drinks on it, he also loudly slurped the one held in his hand as he walked over to his bedside. I learned a lot of things and all of it is national security level. Wonderful, he deadpanned, making grabby hands towards the obnoxiously decorated ice latte he knew was his own and giving a quiet mumble of thanks when he received it. Explain. Sure, the brat chirped, sounding nothing like one was supposed to when talking about national secrets. Before that, take a sip. I needed like 4 coffees to get through just the bare bones, and before you say it, this is an iced chai. Acceptable, continue. Cool, Izuku said, plopping into the plastic hospital chair before turning to stare directly into his eyes. You won't believe this and I can't wait to see your face. Get on with it, he groaned, already downing a good third of his coffee. You heard of the boogeyman? The boogeyman? Yes, Izuku nodded, looking incredibly serious about it. The boogeyman. I have, he noted, rumors and whispers from the underground scene making their way to the forefront of his mind, but that's, you know what? I'm not falling into that cliché. From what I've heard, he's a mythical figure in the underground that's been around since the pre-quirk era. Almost, he dates back to around 30 years into the quirk arrival era and has coasted on a high since, Izuku corrected, getting up to start placing the other 2 cups next to different chairs. Apparently he actually exists and is one terrifying and creepy guy all around. Then, and much to his dismay, Izuku started to smirk. Calls himself all for one of all things. Like, why would you name yourself something like that? That's what I wanted to say, but then I came across a red-labeled file that only had a physical copy in Nightie's agency. Using a bit of camera work and decidedly way too much free time, I managed to get a good glimpse into the contents when Night Eye opened it in his office before the start of the year. Let's just say, Izuku carried on, looking both pleased in his abilities and simultaneously exasperated. Since I don't want to spill secrets that aren't mine to spill, All Might's naming sense is way worse. Ah, he cut in, realization dawning on him like an unwanted reality check from an unlikely source. Yep, Izuku chirped, popping the P. That group of villains you fought? All Might killing wannabes. The room was silent for a bit, both of them having a stare down as he tried his best to push the topic in the way he wanted. However, when he saw Izuku's eyes narrow, he sighed, giving up. I'll have to ask him, won't I? Yes, as I said, it isn't my secret to tell. But it involves the reason why the two are connected, and the literal embodiment of a quirked legend given god status due to sheer ability is making moves big enough to send ripples in this very infested pond? Yes. DMN. By the way, I got a gift basket from Nedza recently. Any ideas as to why? No. Izuku, Hitoshi started as he walked through the door, you need to eat. I can't, Izuku responded easily enough, huddled up on his office chair as he typed away furiously at his computer. I'm busy. Aizu, he tried again, staring at the cups of coffee that lay empty beside Izuku on the desk. Please. I know you're worried, but burying yourself into research is not the way to go. Well, it's working just fine for me, was the response. Zawa asked me for some stuff and he's going to get it. Ah, so that's why he was so focused now. Izuku hasn't been able to visit Shoyuda yet, and it's taking its toll. They had only let family members visit, considering it was the first day after Shoyuda woke up from his small coma. The pain from having his limbs shattered had been enough to knock the man out. Then there was also the repositioning surgery he needed to make sure the bones healed correctly. Basically, it's been more than a day, and Izuku, who viewed Shoyuda as his parental figure, was hyped up on adrenaline and nerves. Sighing internally, Hitoshi walked over to where Izuku was once again going through days' worth of security feed. He leaned over the back of the chair and wrapped his arms around Izuku's shoulders, tucking the teen back into his chest before he tightened his grip to have a firmer hold of him. Izuku, he started again, leaning his head against Izuku's own. Please? Fine. He heard mumbled underneath him, the tense posture melting for a more relaxed, exhausted one. Fine, you win. Thank you, he said earnestly, smiling slightly at having won this particular battle. Now come on, Mama Inko made some katsudon. You katsudon addict. How dare you, Izuku gasped. I am not an addict. Could have fooled me, he quipped back, smiling fully now. I swear, Izuku muttered, walking past him, one of these days you'll get it. Oh. He smirked. Kankiwai. Hitoshi. Inko, Hisashi tried, looking at the rather frighteningly determined woman as she stood in front of his doorstep. Really, it's fine. Shoyuda might pop a vein if you try to help him any more than we already are. Ah, Inko said, that sickeningly sweet smile on her face. But you don't have any incentives, Hisashi. I bet you're doing your best to get him to stay off of patrol and failing miserably, aren't you? See, Hisashi really likes Inko. Considers her a dear friend, on the level of Nemuri and Tensei. The problem is Inko has these moments where she uses, what he calls at least, her attorney authority, and manages to break every rebuttal he has ever tried to make against her. Shoyuda was in fact refusing to stay home, ignoring Recovery Girl's very vocal threats about what she would do to him if he went out anyway despite just being healed fully. She wanted him to at least wait until Monday when they all got back to school. Shoyuda, decidedly, did not. Weighing the pros and cons of having Inko come in, he considered the very real possibility of purgatory coming to the mortal plane. Inko, for all that she has been a part of their lives, has never actually met Nemuri. They had schedules that were too different to ever find a moment of time where they were both free to terrorize the Aizawa house at the same time. It was a blessing that they took advantage of every time, no matter how much Nemuri or Inko prodded to meet the other. This ended today, apparently. Sure, Hisashi sighed, sealing his deal with the devil as he heard the click of heels on his kitchen floor echo through his house. He's on the couch. Nemuri forced him to sit while she made coffee. Understood. Inko chirped, and instantly he knew he made a mistake. Inko had shown no reaction to Nemuri's name. She knew. She already knew. Oh. he heard from deeper in the apartment. Is that the infamous Midoriya Izuku I see? Oh, what a pleasure to meet you, Kiyama Namuri, correct. Hizashi. A gruff voice shouted in horror. They were doomed, and it was all his fault. All right, hellions, Aizawa droned in his perfected monotone voice. Announcements. The room, having been shocked by the arrival of Aizawa, with a crescent-shaped scar placed slightly lower than his eyebags from a knife that had cut a little too deep as it flew past, was already silent. Eyes trained on their teacher who had been in a coma less than 4 days ago. Honestly, the audacity of this man. The school sports festival is soon, he said, no doubt enjoying the instant focus shift now that he wasn't the center of it. Here's what that means for you heroes in training. As the class paid attention to Aizawa's usual drawl, Hitoshi took this time to let his focus shift to where the vents were. It was subtle enough that only Aizawa would notice, but Hitoshi had seen a flash of something in the vent system when the man himself had walked in. It took a little bit, feigning focus on the board as he watched silently, but then he saw it. A flash of pink. Pink? He reached into his bag and pretended to look for a pencil as he snatched his phone, opening up his group messages. Gears and Grease. P&P, May? What are you doing in the vents? G&G, I'm pretty sure Izuku reminded you already. G&G, tunnels Tosh, tunnels. P&P, what are you doing in the tunnels then? G&G, just a bit of snooping and gear testing. P&P, gear testing. Hitoshi placed his phone back into a hidden pocket before grabbing out the pencil he had been looking for. He looked up to where Aizawa was writing on the board and sent a silent prayer that no one spoke Morse code because this was about to be very, very confusing to an outsider. Pinky got candy, topped the roof. Aizawa hardly missed a beat, never stopping his lecture nor his writing, as he subtly tapped his thigh. Why the rabbit? Possible. Tell. Bomb. Info later. Copy. There was a new type of tension in the room, one of anticipation as both Aizawa and Hitoshi shifted their focus. Aizawa himself had moved towards his podium and stood slightly to the side as he spoke. Angled towards but staying away from Bakugo's desk. It was then that it happened. With the sound of a quiet squeak, drawing the attention of both Shoji and Jairu, Mei opened up the panel directly above where Bakugo was sitting. In her hand was a small black blob that she slowly lowered down with some kind of string that he couldn't see from the back of the room. Jairu had shifted her focus between Aizawa, who was also watching this happen, and the ceiling as Mei dropped the black blob down. Shoji was in a similar state of confusion. However, he was finally able to see exactly what the black blob was. He remembers that diary entry from one of Aiza's old notebooks. The one where he suggested mailing Bakugo a box of spiders. What the F dash? Well, robotic spiders with the ability to zap someone with electricity are their next best option. What's the status of Phantom? Currently he is at his workshop, madam. He's been there for a couple hours today. No outside activity or connections have been made through his computer or phone. The workshop has been in a similarly silent state. Make sure he finishes that little project on time. Use the usual incentives to do it. If he refuses, move to Plan B and rejog his memory of chip 3457. Understood. We don't have all year. Project HWKS has already reached its final stage. With the movement in the underground getting worse, we'll have only a small opportunity to act. Yes, Madam President. Spiders, Izuku intoned flatly, letting his green eyes rest on Mei's face as she shifted under the attention. Explain. Mei faltered, off-brand for her but understandable considering the circumstances. Well, some information came to light. Continue, Izuku said, uncrossing his legs only to cross them in the opposite direction once again. And, considering it was related, I thought it suited the situation if I used one of my babies to involuntarily test it on someone deserving? Someone deserving? Izuku's voice was cold now, thick with warning. Not like that. It was a harmless prank and well, he hurt you so dash. Mei. Hitoshi, Izuku cut through, silencing both of them. I'm talking to Mei. Your turn is after I finish speaking with her. Yes, sir. So, Izuku sighed. Who are we talking about? Who hurt me? I'm pretty sure I would know if someone hurt me. Bakugo, Mei admitted, ignoring his unsubtle nonverbal cues to not say it. Bakugo? Izuku questioned, looking confused. Bakugo? I don't remember a Baku. Ah. Both he and Mei questioned at the same time. Oh, Izuku blushed, rubbing at the back of his neck sheepishly. I called him Kaken as a kid and genuinely? I forgot he existed there for a bit. Adash. It happened back in elementary school you too, Izuku sighed. That was so long ago. You can't honestly expect me to remember everything from back then. Plus, I'm pretty sure I was happy to forget. So there was no need to get revenge for me. But dash, he tried, shifting forward only to be held back by a firm hand on his shoulder. No buts, Izuku smiled, leaning forward slightly and dropping his voice a bit lower. Thank you though, for caring so much about me. Of course, was the immediate response out of his mouth, always. He meant that in every way possible. Ugh, Mei quipped, flirt somewhere else you homosexuals. Mei, says the ace, go get greasy. You say that like it's a threat, Mei chirped, ignoring Izuku's blushing outburst. Ayama. Turning to face Kaminari and Uraraka as they bounded over to him after lunch, Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. The two of them seemed out of breath, so they had probably been running around looking for him for a while. I'm worried, he quipped once they got close enough. Kaminari running? Without Aizawa's lethal glare to help? Terrifying. Hey! Ignoring that bit of truth, Uraraka chirped, the sports festival is coming up and I have a hunch. He hummed, narrowing his eyes a tad when a feral grin crossed her face. Your boy, she started, causing him to choke. He can get us insider information, can't he? My what? He coughed. Your boy, don't tell me you're not dating him. You two are practically attached on a soul-deep level. How else would you explain, oh my god, you're not dating him? No, I am not. He rushed out, flustered as a bright red blush crossed his cheeks. Not yet but dash. Dude, Kaminari piped up, how's? You try confessing to the person whose mom was the reason you got out of a shitty situation and then practically attach themselves to you out of the desire to be friends and then being stuck as said friend for over 9 years at this point. Yeah, he grouched. My point still stands, Uraraka bulldozed, ignoring the entirety of messy emotions he was currently fighting through once again. He can get us the deets, can't he? Depends, he sighed. Why do you want them? Is that a trick? Question? I'm going to dominate the entire thing and then force-feed the conservative hero wannabe nerds my feminine charm as I beat the sheet out of my opponents. You know what? Valid. Aizu, Ochako heard Ayama call out when they had entered the support development room, his voice soft and fond beneath the layer of indifference. I've brought company. Toshi! A cheer rang out, two separate voices conjoining in a chaotic harmony before the two owners of the voices came barreling out of the back storage room area. Both of the two support developers were covered in soot and grease, suspiciously toxic-looking and glowing stains showing on the pair of overalls Midoriya was wearing. They sent bright, beaming smiles in their direction, causing her to squint before they hurried over to them. Don't you dare, Amma snapped without heat, a hand reaching up to just barely catch the two by their heads to prevent a full frontal hug. Mei, you're greasy and this is my uniform. Izuku, why the F are you glowing? Midoriya turned to send them a smile that was shaded sharp in ways she couldn't express. She knew she had picked the right person to look for when it comes to finding out information. Midoriya seemed like the type to deal out shady information that was true but you weren't allowed to know how he found out. Chemical formulas gone wrong a couple of times, the glowing is harmless. All of it better be harmless. Depends, Midoriya shrugged, turning to face them in deliberate fashion to ignore the outraged gargling noises Ayama was making. What's up? I don't normally catch you too near the support department. For good reason, Kaminari muttered, shuddering as he stood behind her. I came to make a deal, she smiled. I want information. Oh. It was fascinating, really, the way Midoriya changed when he was focused. It was almost as if he was becoming someone else. His usual bright atmosphere turned cold, calculating, and indifferent. His smiles are sharp and perfectly polite if a bit empty, as if his face was a mask and his smile was carved into a perfectly fake replica of what a smile should look like. The sports festival is coming up, and I want information regarding what it could be and what I should prepare for. Everything I would need to dominate it. Midoriya hummed, tilting his head slightly as his eyes narrowed a tad. I could get that, Midoriya finally said, relatively easily as well, but what will you trade? My services aren't free. Well, Ochako started slowly, honestly having expected a bit more denial about being able to find secret information. I could owe you a favor? I'm kinda broke and I was honestly expecting a bit more denial before I reached this point. Actually, Hatsum chimed in, blocking her mouth with her hand as she whispered into Midoriya's ear the rest of her statement. Midoriya smiled, a wider and sharper smile. She was, understandably, terrified. A favor, huh? I believe I'll take that deal. Oh God. As of last Friday, the UA High School, famous for its heroics program along with other programs of similar quality, has had a break-in. Hundreds of villains invaded during a practical heroics exercise. Thankfully, All Might, along with 2 other staff members and third-year heroes in training that have almost reached pro status, were there in order to prevent dash. Ugh, Kazuo coughed, swallowing thickly as bile seemed to rise once again up his throat. F dash. Yuki swore, hastily placing his knife down as he hurried over to drag Kazuo's head closer to lay on his chest in comfort. I can't believe it. I know we were warned, but seeing it on the news is just dash. So much worse, he whispered, meaning more than what Yuki will ever know. Yeah, Yuki agreed, ignorant of the truth. As he sat there, cradled in Yuki's arms, he felt like crying. Eyes burning as they always did before he was able to push down the urge. He never cried anymore, it was too much of a liability, but there were times when he wished he could. Feeling better? I know bad news always upset you in a more physical way. Yeah, he breathed, pushing down the urge to throw up again. I am. We should go visit them, Yuki mused as he shifted to sit next to him on the couch, gently pushing him to lay down with his head on his lap. I know Shoyuta should be healed up already, so we should be good to go. That sounds nice, he lied. He wouldn't be able to look them in the eyes. I'll try to get out of work that day. Let me know. No promises though. I know, Yuki huffed playfully. The commission really likes you, don't they? You almost were called in during our wedding. I remember, he smiled, the action feeling painful as memories began to resurface. I took begging to make them reconsider. Oh? You're getting married? Do you think you can afford to leash someone else like that? Go ahead. Just know we'll need to call in a favor for this act of kindness. Honestly, Yuki grouched, tail swishing behind him in frustration. If they think they could have gotten you to work on the day of our wedding, I would have gone mental. You wouldn't want him to get hurt, would you? Of course, he smiled sweetly, trying to push memories out of his head by focusing on the love of his life. I knew you would. Leaning up from where he was laid down, he pressed a kiss to Yuki's lips, smiling at the purr that rumbled out of his husband's throat. It was moments like these that he enjoyed the most. A chance to forget all the chains that were attached to him. A chance for him to just exist. Yuki was his miracle, and he would never let anyone ever harm his miracle. Your information was accurate like always, the man praised, his eyeless face shifting with the shadows like some morbid illusion to seem happier in a way a faceless man shouldn't be, though some mishaps happened. That was due to my successor's inexperience though. Of course, sir, Antum replied. I aim to please. Of course you do, the man smiled then. You couldn't afford anything less. The night was silent then, the man's words hanging heavily in the air with their implications, only to be broken by the man once more. Now I have something else for you to do, the man hummed, and I expect results. Or I take what you care for most, was implied if not said out loud. And I always give them, Antum chirped, feeling those heavy chains get heavier. The day Inko met Kiyama. I've been meaning to have a meeting with you at some point. Inko smiled, voice soft yet still. Dangerously authoritative as she looked up at Kiyama. but it seems our schedules just never align. That's all right, Kiyama smiled back, grin sharp in the way she's weaponized so well over her years as a pro. We're meeting now and that's what matters. I can't believe this, Shoyuta muttered from the couch. I'm going to murder you, Hizashi. Turning to give Shoyuta a softer and more concerned smile, Inko walked over to place her bag on the counter. Oh, Shoyuta, she sighed, fondly exasperated, always so dramatic. Don't use the mother tone on me, the man hissed, looking remarkably like a feral mummy as he wiggled to send her a red-eyed glare in retaliation. She's right, Kiyama quipped from where she was mixing a bowl of batter. You always were a drama queen. Petty too. Petty is an acceptable trait to have, Shoyuta grumbled before sagging into the side of his husband. Only to this family, Inko went to say, but ended up grinning even wider when she realized Kiyama had also said it at the same time. Oh, we'll get along just fine, she nodded, patting Kiyama's shoulder twice before taking off her blazer. Now, what are we making? I agree, and brownies. Oh, I do love a good double chocolate fudge, she sighed, swaying a bit at the thought. She's always been fond of dark chocolates. Good, Kiyama said, face tilted somewhat out of view from where she was standing, because I have a delectable fudge brownie recipe I'm using right now. That sounds heavenly. Oh, a familiar voice called from the hallway that led to the rooms of the apartment. Mom? Izuku. She cheered before her eyes narrowed slightly and a sly smile crossed her face. Spending time with your Toshi? He hissed, mortified, before he turned on his heel. Nope, I'm going back to hang out with my friends. Friends, plural. 'Cause both are here. Okay, she giggled, a softer smile replacing the mischievous one from before. Enjoy. I will. Hizashi. Nem? What's up, Dash? Hands grasped the collar of his shirt, yanking him down until he was eye level with Nemuri and he was forced to face what is slowly becoming his worst nightmare. Nemuri looked flustered. How dare you have such a bombshell of a friend and not introduce us sooner? She's a MLF, Hizashi, a FING MLF. Please stop talking, I don't want to think about this. Think harder, Nemuri hissed, you deserve it. She's bisexual, Shoyuta called out from where he was supposed to be asleep on the couch. The utter betrayal. It's what you deserve is right, Shoyuta muttered before getting up enough to send him a glare. You pushed the domino, deal with the fall. Shoulda. I am sorry. An equal opportunity MLF, Hizashi? Do you know how rare that is? I came from the hallway, all three of the demon children they've begrudgingly become fond of all standing in one place, Hitoshi staring at them in horror. I want bleach. Oh, Izuku said, looking remarkably calm about this whole situation considering who it involved. Go ahead. Go ahead, Izuku repeated, ignoring all the stares aimed in his direction. Mom's single and could use some romance in her life after him, so go ahead. Though I do have to warn you. Warn? Nemuri repeated, head tilted in curiosity. Hurt her feelings and I show you what it's like to not exist anymore. Oh. Next time you look at a sunrise, Izuku called out as he dragged Hitoshi and Mei by the arms to head out. I hope you appreciate it more. Understood, Nemuri responded, face slightly pale. The door slammed shut. That child is terrifying. Agreed. That's actually terrifying, Uraraka had commented the minute the randomly selected first-round challenge was selected, her face completely blank as she stared up at the screen. How in the world did he manage that? You asked, Hitoshi returned. I don't know why you're so surprised. Izuku had taken just 3 days to gather everything he decided Uraraka would need for the event. Compiling it into an easy-to-read format had taken up most of the time. Hitoshi had witnessed the mad scramble personally and is desensitized to the whole hacking and borderline illegal if not activities Izuku spends his time partaking in. The first few times he had seen the team gather information had been terrifying. He's, as previously stated, desensitized to it now, so he knows how Uraraka feels. I asked, Uraraka agreed, I just didn't expect. Half of that was educated guesses based on analysis of previous festivals. He just predicted a whole sports festival using his mind. Just wait until you see his analysis on quirks, he idly responded, moving towards the starting line of the obstacle race. It's even better. Oh. Uraraka smiled then, something decidedly feral. The prospect of violence enticed her. Oh God. I regret speaking. No please, she said, face deliberately smoothed out into a hopeful look. Continue. As if he was a blind rat and that gleam in her eye wasn't telling of her true thoughts. Are you ready? Rang out Hisashi's voice, echoing loudly in the stadium as they stood at the starting line. No, he shuddered. I fear what would happen if you had access to it. As it is, you're nerfed enough. So you're saying I could potentially become a cheat character? You say that like you aren't already terrifying. Ah. Uraraka chirped happily as the counter went down, Hisashi's persona counting along with. That's so nice of you to say. Goo-oo. Seamlessly dropping their conversation, both he and Uraraka jumped as they felt a wave of cold before landing back onto ice-covered ground. He was right, all the way down to what individual students will do. Please stop being impressed, I can feel his eyes looking this way. Are you scared my words will give him a boost? You will quite literally fuel an all-nighter based on improving your quirk to the point of God status. I've had it happen to me. I spent the next week contemplating my existence. It was the same all-nighter that exposed the truth about his quirk, namely how it shouldn't have been named brainwashing in the first place. Instead, if his quirk counselor had been any good at his job, he should have been named something closer to hypnosis. Too late. Izuku chirped as he flew past them, riding something that was going faster than Hitoshi expected. F-. Shoyuta, Hisashi inquired, his tone suspiciously calm for what Shoyuta has no doubt is an internal parental panic. Why is our honorary son-in-law if those two can get their act together? Riding what looks to be a nuclear-fueled motorcycle? I highly doubt it's toxic. Oh look, Mei's riding with. Would you please stop being nonchalant about this? Ah, it seems Hitoshi is finding his way through by using his quirk creatively. Shoyuta, love, the moonshine to my sunshine, the human embodiment of a cat, stop ignoring the motorcycle-powered insanity of Izuku and Mei. I know you still don't forgive me over the Inko and Nemuri thing, but this is insane, Shoyuta. Oh, Uraraka seems to also have gotten some last-minute heads-up from the duo. She just casually dropped someone into the pit in a rule-abiding way. Hitoshi hopped off the top of the human pyramid he had managed to acquire, but not after merging into the winning ranks seamlessly enough that not even his pops had time to comment about him passing the line. It had been a rather boring race, if you didn't account for the rather random and explosive additives to the course that were certainly not planned on Yue's behalf. In fact, he would bet his last piece of garlic bread that Netsu put Izuku up to it as a rather fun little game. He's heard them use that word in increasingly more disturbing circumstances for him to ever think of it the same again. He had noticed that Uraraka had taken their advice and made sure to keep herself safely within the top 10 but not enough to get caught by whatever Netsu cooked up for first place in the first round. After all, the rat is a estet. He's starting to believe Izuku and Mei are too, to be honest. He should have known this would happen at some point. Tamura has decided to use the sports festival as a way to find some new recruits. I've decided to toss in my own hand for a pick. That's not good. Not good at all. This entire situation was already bad, considering they actually did manage to break into Yue. Thankfully there was no casualties, but how long would that last? But now the boogeyman himself was getting involved. If he starts moving, the HPSC will start moving, and they'll have a full-blown-out war if things head the way he expects them to. And how would you like to go about that, sir? He managed, carefully keeping his tone neutral. Well, the type of person I'm looking for is someone with rather technical skills. You see, my Tamura has collected a rather eclectic group of SC people that could use the help of a supporter. You want someone from the support course? Yes. Support students don't usually go past the first round, if they participate at all. Oh, but I believe they have and will. Uraraka, what do you think about teaming up with someone other than Hitoshi? Huh. Uraraka tilted her head, confused. Hitoshi wants to go underground while you want the spotlight. He plans on dropping out of this round in order to keep his civilian identity safe. Rather, why not get Kaminari on your side? May, do you have the insulation suit I talked to you about? Yep. Insulation suit? Well, Uraraka. Izuku smiled, a sharp and terrifying smile. Ever heard of lightning strikes? Oh. I do believe at least 2 will make it past the first round. The man grinned and Antum felt his heart drop. You already know who you want then. I do. Why did you ask for my help? If you already knew who you wanted, then there was no need to get an informant. Well, Takagi Kazuo, the boogeyman smiled wider, sealing his fate in such a simple sentence. I do believe your husband takes on interns, doesn't he? He wanted to throw up. Yes, he said weakly, thankful for the mask's effect in hiding the drained tone in his voice. Not that it would hide much considering he knows he's being read like a book. Invite one of them then, All for One said, something dangerous cutting through his polite tone. I'll handle everything from there. What the F? Hitoshi watched from the sidelines of where he stood, having purposefully lost in this round, as the culmination of Mei's safety guidelines, bent and twisted in all the ways necessary for her chaos, given form and Izuku's quirk analysis combined to rain holy hellfire upon the students of UA. The insulation suit was something Izuku and Mei had created in order to test out Kaminari's quirk while still being in the same room. The full potential of his quirk, without the short-circuiting limitations. So, Uraraka had tossed on said suit, paired up with Kaminari and Mei, who had a spare suit, and launched her team up into the air, only to cancel it while Kaminari let off thousands of volts while they plummeted onto the arena floor. Todoroki's penchant for frostbite certainly did not help considering how conductive ice was. You know, Hitoshi said, leaning back against the seat where he and Izuku were sitting happily away from the painful-looking electric shock that was plaguing the battlefield below. I'm very glad I'm going underground right now. Izuku hummed from where he was writing in his newest notebook full of quirk analysis on their peers. What do you think about visiting Meowth Cafe after the internship PRD? He blurted out, dying a little inside because our Eely Hitoshi? Sure, I'll let Mei know dash. Without Mei, he clarified, just the 2 of us? There was a silent moment, one that felt like an eternity as the anxiety crept up his spine. A horrible feeling, really. Sure, Izuku finally said. It sounded muffled, and when he looked over he saw Izuku's head buried into the notebook he had just been writing in. Were the tips of his ears red? Cool, he said, instantly wanting to smack himself in the face for being such a effing disaster. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, Izuku nodded into his book. Sounds good. Someone please just kill them now. It would hurt less. Wow, Yuki giggled, eyes bright with amusement as he gazed at the screen displaying the sports festival. Mei sure knows how to advertise. I feel bad for the poor Ida boy. Kazuo smiled at the sight, but it felt fake. Cold and carved, a mask. Bile rose in his throat once more. God, he was lying. He was faking himself to Yuki. He was lying to the love of his life, his other half, the man who seemed to have welded himself to his very soul. He had promised to never put up a mask for Yuki. Even if he had to dodge questions, stating work was tough but it was classified, he had wanted to show Yuki everything he was. His ups and downs and everything in between. Yet here he was, faking. Smiling even when he felt like he was dying. Smiling and chuckling even as his mind screamed at him for the sins that tainted his soul. Oh, Yuki breathed, leaning in close. It seems Izuku and Mei formed a partnership. A company symbol and everything. Is that so? He questioned, tone light and amused as to not betray his inner thoughts. He couldn't bear the thought of what Yuki would do, would say, if he found out. Yuki hummed, pointing to the screen. That Triple H on the insulation suits and inventions they've used so far are consistent and change slightly. Probably based on who made the invention or equipment. Clever. He glanced at the screen, memories of previous years fluttering past at light speed through his head. Uncle Kazuo. Hey Lil, Razor. Kazuo chuckled, picking up the 7-year-old as he spun the child around, still keen on being Eraserhead's sidekick? Hitoshi chirped. The totally awesome Eraserhead sidekick that helps Dad take down the bad guys. What about me? Hisashi whined. You're too loud, Pops, you'll alert the enemies. Betrayed, Hisashi bemoaned dramatically, by my own son nonetheless. My name's Midoriya Izuku, you can call me Inko, the green-haired woman smiled, a genuine warmth so like those who've become his family radiating from her eyes and soft features. And this is my son, Izuku. Izuku? Why don't you introduce yourself? Hello. Izuku chirped, I'm Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, sir. Uncle Yuki, screamed two different voices. Tell them they are wrong about the equation necessary for the chemical bonds between the elements used to produce chloroform. Why are you discussing the chemical composition of chloroform? That's not the important part. Not important? Oh, Kazuo smirked. You have a crush on him. Hitoshi stammered, face gone beet red under the teasing words. Shut up. Kazuo cackled. How's my favorite nephew? Kazuo sang as he walked in for their monthly dinner night. The Ayama family, with the addition of the Midoriyas and Hatsums, all sat around the dining table, eagerly waiting for dinner to finish. Great, came to voices, one snarky and one hyper. Ha! He laughed when the sound of battle ensued, watching Izuku and Hitoshi battle it out in the living room. You did that on purpose, Yuki grumbled, the sound rumbling about despite the twitch of a smile that tried to appear on his husband's face. Absolutely. Yuki, he said, voice barely above a whisper as he so desperately wished to go unheard, what do you think of taking one of them as an intern? All right, Hellions, time for you to take your next step to become heroes. Shoyuta drawled, tone incredibly flat as he sarcastically relayed what their internships would be like. As predicted, the class erupted into excited whispers and conversation. He watched as they tried yet failed to control their volume as they practically bounced out of their seats. A couple were slightly calmer than the rest, but even they couldn't hide the sparkle behind their eyes. Namely, Bakugo, who has been eerily calm since the USJ incident, was sparkling behind his scowl. That was good. He was starting to get worried about that one, but it seems it will work out in the end. He was debating on getting involved considering it seems to involve Hitoshi, which means it involves Izuku because God forbid that child ever gets angry about something not related to his crush, but he refrained. It wouldn't do them any good if he got involved before they came to him. People who don't ask for help will react explosively to unwanted attempts, and it hadn't gotten to the point where he would need to. Chose from the lists of people who have offered you internships based on your performance from the sports festival. However, if you didn't receive any, that's also fine. UA has a list of agencies that we work with to provide internships for those who haven't received any offers. With those words concluding his teaching for the homeroom PRD, Shoyuta snatched the yellow sleeping bag from his podium, a very practical gift even if it had a snickering and unfairly amused Inko attached to it, and collapsed into it on the ground. He had to deal with a slightly hysterical Hisashi all weekend after the festival. He deserves a nap. The poor man hadn't been able to cope with what he had seen during the festival, and it didn't get much better when he noticed who offered internships to the chaotic trio. Yes, he's referring to all three of those demon children. Quietly discuss amongst yourselves, he spoke to the room behind him, already closing his eyes to take his long-awaited nap. Don't wake me unless someone is heavily injured or dying. He heard Kaminari whisper in the quiet room. Why did that sound like he's experienced that exact situation before? This is UA, Hitoshi drawled, plus ultra. Izuku, Hitoshi asked as he walked into the support development lab. You got an internship offer, didn't you? May too. Yeah, Izuku responded absent-mindedly. I got two and so did May, same people too. Who? He asked, taking a seat at Powerloader's desk considering it was the only one left that wasn't covered in soot or oil or whatever was glowing suspiciously in the back corner. Uncle Yuki, Izuku started before turning around with a grin, and I-Island researcher David Shield. You, Hitoshi commented, propping his chin onto his hand to look down his nose at the devil, warbling his voice to the perfect old gentleman type, are the most devious bastard in New York City. Ugh. May scoffed from where she had decided to appear, which is to say from the ceiling like usual. Stop flirting. I'm literally calling him a devious bee, Hitoshi whined, exasperated and embarrassed as he felt his face flush. Yeah, May rolled her eyes, pointing to a very red Izuku. That's why he looks like that. Completely understandable. That's because you said we were flirting. You were. How? Like a cur. What does that even mean? You used a common audio meme in order to make him giggle because you like the sound of his laugh but can't let him know that because it would ruin your image as an apathetic badass. So you hide behind jokes and memes in order to make sure he's happy but within reason because your poor little gay heart can't take it if he stares at you too long with those bright emerald eyes of his that dash. Shut the f up dash. Izuku stared at the 2 sheets of paper before him. Each had a different sender, but what they requested was more or less the same. So, May called out from where she had just returned from changing into pajamas to join him in the living room of his apartment, Hitoshi having been too exhausted due to his heroics training so he was staying home to rest. What are we going to do? Well, I have an idea, Izuku murmured, staring at the papers in front of them. Think you can handle a bit of distance? Oh Izuku, May feigned reluctance. It would be hard to be away from your gifted mind, but I could handle it. Good, Izuku smirked, because when given an opportunity, one should always go for the best deal. Of course, May nodded, a smirk of her own spreading across her face. Hades-san. Well now, Hephaestus, he leaned back in his seat, grabbing the paper he decided to go for and tossing the other to May. Drain them dry. Of course. They stared at each other with wild smirks, eyes glinting with mischief and mirth before they cracked. May led them both into a fit of cackles so terrifying to witness let alone listen to, that the cops had been called out of fear from the nearby apartment tenants who had believed a villain had been scheming next door. Yuki, he heard called behind him, arms wrapping around his middle, and he sighed contentedly as he leaned back against his husband while still keeping an eye on the pot he had on the stove. What are you cooking? He hummed, the sound coming out more as a rumble than anything else. Potato leek soup, along with cheddar biscuits for dinner. Delicious, Kazuo praised, sagging and letting all his weight fall onto him, making him stumble to keep both of them upright. You're a gift from God. Dramatic, Yuki chuckled, feeling heat rise on his cheeks. Sappy dramatic man. My miracle, Kazuo whispered reverently beside his ear before letting his face drop into the crook of his neck. Kazuo, Yuki hissed in embarrassment, dropping the spoon to place his face into his hands to hide. Stop. But you like it? Kazuo smirked. He knew he smirked from the way he could feel his lips move on his shoulder. Your ears are moving. Sure enough they were. With a disgruntled whine, he focused on his ears, making them still from where they were flicking around. Feeling somewhat betrayed when all that did was make his tail wag instead. Menace, he griped, turning the stove's heat off as he twisted around in Kazuo's hold. You're a downright demon, Kaz. Something flickered across Kazuo's face, too quick for him to take note of what it could have been. He was going to question it, would have questioned it, but the smile that came after quickly dispelled any worries he might have had. After all, what kind of person could smile like that while feeling down? You're demon, Kazuo returned, his eyes crinkling as he smiled wide and cheekily. Just for you. Yuki grinned. With that, the two of them stepped away from each other, content to start plating their dinner and spend the rest of their night relaxing with a nice homemade soup and a movie. Something he has taken to doing every Friday to make sure they spent time together in a relaxing way. It was his favorite part of the week. I love you, Kazuo, Yuki whispered as he leaned into the half-cuddle they had while watching a movie on the living room couch. I love you too, Kazuo whispered back, almost too quiet to hear. A perfect Friday evening. Inko sighed heavily as she made her way to her usual stop at Meowfie Cafe to grab a coffee after work. It was a habit so deeply ingrained into her routine that every time she tried to head home instead, wanting to just go to bed early, she'd accidentally find herself walking through the cute cat paw print-themed doors. Accidentally. As per usual, the nice barista behind the counter recognized her on sight and smiled, moving to type into the computer her usual order, a medium iced lavender latte with cold foam on top and a dash of cinnamon. A calming drink that still gives her energy, a perfect drink for the end of a day after dragging, removing criminals and bigots from places of power. Inko smiled back towards the kind teenager, nodding a bit while dumping all of her payment into the tips jar with no mercy. Enjoying the pout she got in return. If they wouldn't let her pay for her coffee, then she'll pay them in another way. She was just waiting on the coffee to be finished at her usual spot, a booth with only room for 2 people, and was tucked away close to the cat enclosure. The windows allowed her to properly view the adorable felines while also giving her a nice view of the rest of the cafe to people watch. Because of this, she saw someone familiar walk into the cafe with a strut unique to them. The confidence in the gait, the sway of the hips, the heels no one in their right mind would wear unless they were confident in their skills. Oh, Inko knew exactly who this was. "Namuri," she cheerfully called, catching the woman's attention instantly. "Come join me once you're done, "Of course," Namuri replied, just as delighted by this outcome. "I'll be over in a second." Just as she claimed, Nemrui slid into the only other seat with a grin soon after. It was adorable, nothing close to the sultry smirk she wore often when she was in costume. Of course, there was nothing wrong with the smirk, nothing at all, but this was softer, kinder, more NTMT in a way one only recognizes after getting close to someone. It was charming. "So," she started once their orders were placed in front of them, noting with a faint feeling of bafflement that Namuri's ladder was a few shades darker than normal. "What brings you here?" "Ah." Namuri smiled, looking around the place for a second before returning her gaze to Inko's own. "I saw this charming little joint last night while on patrol, so I decided to stop by while it was open. I need to be at UA soon to help fill the internship paperwork, thus the extra shots of espresso." "Oh," Inko giggled, conceding that she had been caught staring at the drink by inclining her head slightly. "Well, this cafe is a frequent stop of mine. The staff are sweethearts and the coffee is downright delectable dash." She held back a grin at the slight flush on Numri's face and continued speaking, "along with the feline attraction. All in all, I highly recommend coming again." "And will you be here?" Namuri purred, obviously pushing past being flustered to tease back. Too bad Inko's unfairly skilled with her words. "If you wish," Inko let her tones soften and sweeten, like dripping honey into tea. "I'll make sure I am." "That's so," Namuri bravely powered through, clearly ignoring the blush on her cheeks. "I'd rather like that." "Then it's a date," Inko stated clearly, not one to beat around the bush with her wants. "I'll see you tomorrow same time?" "Absolutely," Namuri returned, a small smile on her face that looked so soft and sweet that it nearly stole her breath away. "Good," she said instead, smiling back. "Now tell me about that man from the news. Do you need an attorney? I don't mind helping after all dash." "It's done," the digital voice whispered into what seemed to be an empty rooftop. "He did as you expected." There was nothing but silence to greet him as he stared off over the rooftops, hands wringing together in violent twists and pulls that left them aching. He could feel the hollowness in his chest grow as the silence continued, the only company being the night's cold air. It stayed like that for a long moment, long enough that he began to think that they just wouldn't respond this time before the silence was broken. A familiar hollow voice that reflected how he felt so perfectly that it made him want to laugh. "The master sends his regards," stated the monotone voice, "and his thanks." There was a gust of wind, bone-chillingly cold, that dragged across his skin like knives, cutting straight to the deepest part of his limbs and sending him shivering. He glanced back, catching the tail end of the man's portal closing, and he sighed. Turning his gaze up, he stared unseeingly into the starless sky. "Yuki," he whispered into the night, the only beholder of his words being a crescent moon. "I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that I love you. I'm sorry that I'm me. I'm sorry that I let you love me. I'm sorry that I let you in." The moon was gorgeous, a bright white shaped in a perfect crescent. Silent yet knowing as it lights the otherwise pitch black of night, revealing secrets to those who are awake to see them. Just like how it gently embraces his features, now that his mask was removed and lay against the ledge beside him, casting a soft glow on him as he speaks his truth into the otherwise quiet night. "I'm sorry that I chained you just like I am," Kazuo spoke. "I hope when you find out, You'll love me enough to let your last name be carved into the headstone for my grave. Hey guys, so I've realized that it has been a while since I last posted, so I wanted to update you so your expectations don't run wild. Currently, I am in a really good place mentally, which makes it incredibly difficult to write. My writing is a piece of me and is heavily influenced by my moods, so being happy isn't really conducive to writing angst and many of my current fics. I've also been extremely busy with my life as of late, so I hadn't had the time to update my fics as often as I would like. I'm also lacking the motivation and inspiration for my current fics, so I can't even start writing when I am in the mood or free. Emcha has kind of fallen out of my hyperfixation and some old fandoms have resurfaced instead, so I'm writing for those for a bit. I am not dropping this fic. I'm putting it on hiatus for now, though I may randomly update as the mood strikes. Feel free, if you want, to write your own versions or continuations of this fic as long as you credit back. I would love to see some of them. Also, no calling me out for random one-shots or different fandom fics I post. It's the best I can do considering my current circumstances to keep writing and polishing my skills. So sorry for any inconvenience, but it's either this or shitty work that's half-hearted at best, so I decided to take the best option for all of us. Love ya. Chapter text. We'll all be back together once this week is over, Izuku consoled as he watched Mei and Hitoshi pout. We can all spend time together afterward. It's not as if we aren't coming back. I know, Mei whined, sighing afterward as she brought her suitcase closer to her as the speakers announced that her flight was now boarding. It's just, I'll be pretty far away and won't be able to help you while I'm gone. Same, Hitoshi echoed, looking downtrodden. I'm interning with an under and so most of my communication will be shut off. You too, Izuku sighed, his eyes watering despite his best efforts to stop it. We know, just a group hug? Mei questioned, arms held out in question. Absolutely, Izuku breathed, launching into her arms as Hitoshi made his way over to encompass both of them with his unfairly long arms. See you after this week is over, Mei said softly. Promise, Izuku whispered back, smiling when he felt Hitoshi nod as well. Soon after that, the trio parted ways. Hitoshi had to make his way to the train station where Aizawa would be sending off his class, and Izuku had to make his way over to Uncle Yuki's warehouse. He had given Izuku the coordinates instead of directions like a normal human, but it wasn't as if Izuku couldn't read coordinates, so he concedes that he isn't normal either. Taking time to stop and just breathe, Izuku stared out over the mass gathered in the train station. Hundreds of people walked to and from the trains as they went about their daily lives. It was humbling and fascinating, the idea of hundreds of lives all so different yet similar in ways to your own. Each is a person with complexities and thoughts just like your own. People with their own struggles and triumphs in their lives. He loved to just stand still sometimes and observe, to watch as these people walked by completely unaware of how fascinating they were to him. How individual and unique they were. He took an extra moment to gather himself before he let himself slip away into the focus he uses for difficult tasks and problems, eyes sharpened in concentration as he waited for his train to arrive. He was going to learn everything he possibly could, whether Uncle Yuki wanted him to learn it or not. Nothing, and he means nothing, will come between him and his dreams. Nothing. Sir, the student who accepted the internship was Dash. I know, the man smiled, a visually disconcerting image considering his lack of eyes. Oh, I know. Netza gazed out past his office windows and towards the city's skyline. Observing the subtle movement that could be seen at the distance, it was as he thought and pondered. There was an itch in the back of his mind, a feeling he rather despises that comes from the unknown. He gets the feeling whenever his brain faces a problem it can't figure out, an unsolved problem. He didn't know what was causing it, but he knew the itch wouldn't go away until he figured it out. It was annoying as much as it was a driving force behind his thirst for knowledge. The more he thought about it, the more it itched until it became unbearable, driving him mad. It was possibly a side effect of his quirk. He's never been able to resist the urge to figure out anything this itch focused on, so he doesn't know if it would truly make him go insane, but he certainly wasn't in the mood to ever find out. The problem was he didn't even know where this itch came from. He was just sitting in his office and working on paperwork for the HPSC when it started. It was subtle at first, growing more as he pondered that particular. The attack. What did the villains say? Something about Sensei? Why is that itching? Is it related to something else? Kill All Might. Why do they want to? Was the Sensei the one that actually wanted to kill All Might? Hatred? Grudge? Desire? Greed and grudge. Not hatred. He wouldn't have sent a lackey to do the deed if he hated All Might enough. So no hatred, but definitely greed. All Might has what this man wants. What could it be? Successor? Didn't he die? Oh, he whispered as the itch started to soothe a bit the more he figured it out. That's an issue. He never trusted the HPSC, not before and certainly not now. The HPSC confirmed the kill. Call Aizawa, he ordered, the office windows tinting by themselves until they appeared like regular walls as his computer sent a summons for Aizawa. Tell him it's urgent. Something was about to happen, and he wasn't going to head into it unprepared. I swear, what are they even teaching you in that demon school? Came the aggravated voice from the back corner of the workshop. Idiots. All of them. Izuku slowly stepped backward as he kept an eye on the dark and dreary corner. He had been confused when he walked into the lab and noticed that all the lights were off. What he hadn't anticipated was the fact that Yuki was still there. Working. In the dark. On military-grade explosive rounds. He might seem insane, but even he has a limit on what OSHA violations he would commit. Yuki huffed, the sound rumbling out in a strange squeaky howl that was ear-piercing. Another terrifying thing about this man. Sometimes, just sometimes, Izuku wished that his uncle in all but blood had been born with a feline mutation of a different big cat. Like a lion or tiger, maybe then he wouldn't have the frankly horrifying capability to sound like a snow leopard and all their squeaking death howls from hell. You might think he's being overdramatic about this situation. After all, he is an insane inventor himself, or so everyone says, but if you take into account the situation you'd realize how valid his feelings actually were. There was a reason that no one visited Yuki during one of his creative processes. Sure, after a single all-nighter, one could be a bit loopy, but after 4 days? And he was still working on something that looked more and more like a biblically accurate weapon from Hell's fallen angels? Izuku fears. He fears this man's abilities so much. He's gonna become just like him. Uncle Yuki, Izuku stated sweetly, stepping closer, have you tried increasing the damage potential by creating a chemical bond that would fuse the two reactions together into a giant mass of damage? The dark grew still and silent. Slowly, a pair of floating and glowing orbs turned in his direction. Their pupils a hollow blackness in the reflection of light from Yuki's iris. They stared directly into his soul for a long moment, an incredibly long moment, before he eventually blinked. I have never been more proud, Yuki whispered reverently into the dark, than I have been in this moment. I do try my best, Izuku stated warmly. I have to tell Shosho about this. Oh my god, you call him Shosho? Absolutely, he hates the living hell out of it. I am learning so much during this internship, I appreciate your existence. I don't know what's worse, Shoyuta whispered into his husband's hair. The fact that Yuki took the time to call me to inform us that Izuku was a gift sent from hell despite being 4 days deep into his creative process, or that the green demon was able to place himself on a pedestal in the eyes of a man that hasn't slept in over 96 hours. Love, Hisashi whispered back. It's both. It's definitely both. How about how Izuku discovered Uncle Yuki's nickname for you? That if a feline abomination, Shoyuta hissed in his son's direction. He deserves to be skinned and made into a fursuit for a HPSC board member. Ow, that was harsh. Mason, Shield spoke quietly from behind, quite a ways behind. Oh, so that's why he sounded quiet. I think you should at least wear safety goggles. Absolutely not. May responded with enthusiasm. That would hinder my creative sparkle. Sparkle? Shield asked with a wobble to his voice. How else would I make something like this? May cackled, holding up what looked to be a portable atomic collider. It's the sparkle. Turn the sparkle off. A voice shouted in fear from the doorway, revealing hundreds of I-Island scientists standing behind Shield. You're not God. There is no God, Mei shouted back, turning the device on. All I see up here is myself. Somebody stop her. Repent. Afu dash. Diary entry vlog number 364, the handheld Atomic Collider Jr. Extravaganza mounted dash. Still, I think Mei's frequent video diary updates take the cake, Hitoshi added, flopping onto the floor from exhaustion after dealing with Demon Sensei Aizawa for an entire night. They started calling her a fallen god. How fitting, Aizawa mused. She does seem like the type to descend directly to hell. That's an insult to demons, Hitoshi piped up. True, Hisashi added. I'm pretty sure Satan would be more gentle than her. A scratchy voice, one thick and gruff from smoke damage spat. That's effing disgusting. You're all effing disgrace, Tamura hissed, stalking his way over to the bar's entrance. I should have dusted you all a long time ago. Disgrace is a big word for you, that shitty but voice said, the scarred-up effing mess attached to it popping into view. Impressive. I will make you regret being born, Tamura grouched, trying to open the door in a rush and succeeding in only dusting the door handle. In a fit of aggravation, he slapped his palm on the door and removed the entire thing, much to the dismay of Kurogiri, who was standing right behind it sweeping. Already do, you should've. Checked in with my father if you wanted that privilege. Nice door opening skills, by the way. Dabi, Tamura warned, fortunately or unfortunately getting a shrug in acquiescence. He had a small amount of hope in his chest that the man would continue so he could dust him with a reason, but he let that hope die out as they fell silent upon entering the bar. Feisty tonight, huh, Dusty? Came a chipper voice that he absolutely loathed. He's on his time of the month, Dabi whispered in no way that could be considered one. Hey, that's offensive to women. Sorry, I learned my humor from my shitty dad. That's an excuse. I deserve a good stabbing in apology. Why would I ever let you stab me, you bloodsucker? Because you deserve it. Tamura, Kurogiri quietly asked, standing at a healthy distance away from the mayhem. What can I help you with? Tamura stopped for a second, staring into the golden eyes that the warp gate holder beheld. How they wavered slightly before going back to their normal squint. Like a sad puppy that had its toy taken from them or their tail stepped on. He turned his head away, pouting like a child. Sorry. They were silent for a moment, both of them turning to view the group of rascals that were already causing a wreck in the bar anyway. It's quite all right, Kurogiri sighed. I'll just replace that by tomorrow. Sorry. It's fine. So who will I be interning under tomorrow? Hitoshi asked as he rolled over to stare at Aizawa. A surprise, I know I explained to you how under internships work. When you intern under one, you intern under all. You're all a cult in disguise, Hitoshi muttered. Fair assessment, Hisashi called out from the kitchen. That's what I said when I first learned of their dirty little secrets as a Twilight hero. Tamura, a crackle called out in that dimming voice, the TV of the bar coming to life in all its static glory. You have an assignment to complete. Yes, Tamura called back with a grin, teeth bared in feral amusement. Sensei. I hate it when he does that, like the look on his face reminds me of that one movie. What was it? The Shining? I will dust you, Dabi. Try it, Krusty. You dash. Kurogiri, the voice said once again, at a lower volume that only Kurogiri could hear. Make sure he gets this job done right. Yes, sir. Aizawa, Nedzu calmly spoke, back turned towards the man as he typed away at his computer. We have an issue. I'm not gonna like this, Aizawa sighed. Am I? No, Nedzu chirped. You most definitely are not. Fantastic. Do I at least get the option of dying on the spot? As always, Nedzu said in the most sympathetic voice he could muster, the answer is no. Worth a shot, Aizawa shrugged. Lay it on me. Of course. What do you know about ancient supervillains that not even the HPSC could handle during their prime and that stalk the underground of Japan for hundreds of years? Effendi knew it. Some nights are more silent than others. There is no scientific explanation, nor is there a spiritual one. There could be superstition or even wise words from the old man at your corner store, but there is no proof. Nothing concrete to base this horrid gut feeling on. Izuku looked out of the window of the bedroom he was currently occupying. It has been 2 days since internship started, and this room has served to be more of a nap spot that he gets dragged to after passing out while inventing. Yuki's knowledge was golden, and it was hard to come by past this internship. He was determined to soak up every last drop of the stuff before he had to go back. He can already imagine the improvements he was going to make to his in-progress projects. Dragging his sore eyes away from the street lamps that light the roadway, he focused on the sky. Gazing at the moon as it sat tall in the sky, its full face illuminated in a bright, beaming light that removed some of the shadows from the night scenery. It was a night like tonight that Izuku had made it a point of never working on something, as it seems it always either goes wrong or goes wildly out of control. There was no reason for it, it just always happened to react that way. He wouldn't say he's superstitious, but the data accumulated all seemed to point out that full moons were the worst days to work on anything. With a sigh, he dragged his eyes back down and let himself flop against the mattress with his tired eyes closing on the way down. He was exhausted, too many days and nights spent awake, and the feeling of his soft pillow and the scent of eucalyptus lulled him straight into sleep, no matter how on edge the pair of eyes in his window made him feel. "Izuku, breakfast is ready," Yuki called out absent-mindedly, tail flicking in every direction as he tried to catalog everything he needed to complete that day in order of most important to not at all. He kept walking around the kitchen, cleaning up a bit more before dragging the assortment of breakfast dishes toward the table. It was the 3rd day of this internship, and so far Yuki was astounded by the way Izuku would collect and memorize information, putting that information to use almost immediately after a demonstration. He's glad the kid was a sight-based learner. He could only imagine the horrors of having to describe his creative process. After a bit more shuffling about setting the table and bringing food over, he tilted an ear toward the 2nd story of his warehouse. "Izuku, breakfast," he called out again, this time listening for the sound of shuffling and footsteps. "Nothing. I swear, was he tinkering again last night?" Yuki grumbled to himself, walking towards the steps and heading to the guest bedroom on the 2nd story. "Izuku," he called out again, starting to grow concerned and paranoid. Letting his ears tilt completely forward, pointed down the hall Izuku was supposed to be sleeping in, Yuki listened. 1 minute passed. Nothing. 2 minutes passed. Still nothing. 2 minutes and 15 seconds have passed now, and Yuki has come to realize something. The only breathing he can hear in his warehouse was his own. Izuku wasn't here. Eraserhead speaking, Shoyuta announced as he lifted up the heavy-duty phone the commission assigns as a hero's version of a walkie-talkie, answering the rabid buzzing that had been happening in his pocket the entire time he was in class. "Aizawa," Detective Tsukachi's voice crackled over the line, the heat behind his words sending Shoyuta straight into his well-earned paranoia mindset. "We have a problem." Criminal did something weird, problem or dash. He started, but he didn't get that far, being cut off by that familiar smooth and terrifying voice he knew well by now. "The problem, Shudakuen," Inko's voice cut in, smooth like rich velvet and dipped in molten lava, "is the fact that my son was just taken from Yuki's house. During the night. Without a single person hearing a DMN thing. Shoyuta cursed, rage splitting through him like wildfire even as dread and anxiety dragged his spine through ice-cold water. "I'm heading to the station now. Tsukachi, I expect a full report on my way there, and for God's sake Nedzu, you better get a search going on in your little rat holes." This was one of the few times that Shoyuta was actually glad Nedzu spied on conversations and phone calls he finds curious. The telltale sound of a beep from a disconnecting phone was all the warning he needed to know that Nedzu had left the call to do just that. It allowed Tsukachi to fully debrief him as he flew through the hallways and towards the teacher's garage, flipping out his ID with the precision that comes from years of use and running toward his car. The trip to the station had definitely broken several laws within the country of Japan, but he couldn't give any less of a shit. What the hell was a hero license good for if it didn't aid in situations such as this one? He stalked through the police department and slammed open the detective's door with the same kind of force he uses to knock out villains with particularly nasty quirks that reinforce their durability. What's the plan, who's been notified, and where is the goddamn coffee pot? I'll need more than one of those to get this sheet done. We're making it now. The immediate family and Nedzu along with the police department, and an official notice has been paging for about 20 minutes on the HN, and to the left already brewing the first batch. FING perfect. Someone get Inko a punching bag. Stat. Roger that, Kurasumi. Fetch one from the training room. Inko-san, he began but stopped short at the fire that was practically spewing from her. Inko, as far as he's known, has never been one to break her poker face. No matter what the situation. She's shown empathy, that's a given, but when she was faced with dangerous or stressful events she's never dropped that ever-present snake-like smile. That was not the image Inko was showing him now. Show Yuta, she spoke, tone clipped and cold. Until my son is within my arms, I do not recommend trying to console me. I'm afraid I am not in the right headspace to be nice right now. Namuri? There was a pause, a stillness in the air that Sho Yuta loathed more than anything considering what had put it there, but it was broken fortunately enough. Yes please. Alright, I'll call her over. Nedzu's probably already given her leave of absence. Cunning man, Inko idly stated in a mockery of her usual jokes. Cunning rat, he responded, grateful for even a bit of the usual Inko he was used to. It shows that she's still got her head on her shoulders. They needed that now. Do we have a list of potential suspects or motives? A few, but Inko is a well-known lawyer with a lot of enemies. Tsukachi sighed heavily, there's a lot to cover. Inko, Sho Yuta turned, looking at her as she gazed soullessly at the papers on Tsukachi's desk. Do you know of anything that might stand out? Just one. Inko? Please, what is it? Sho Yuta begged, eyes pinning the woman to the spot as she gripped the wood of Tsukachi's desk hard enough for them all to hear a slight creak. A shameful past, Inko laughed, a scratchy and hollow sound. Izuku wasn't born from thin air after all. His father. That man doesn't deserve to be called a father, Inko spat, more like a walking SPRM donation. Inko-san, Tsukachi asked, quickly covering up his surprise at this startling change in Inko's character. A side of her that none of them had seen. Who is he? Who knows, she shrugged, throwing them off. The name he gave me doesn't exist after all. What? I meant what I said, Inko sighed. Hisashi Akitani doesn't exist. I checked several times when I tried to serve him court papers for a restraining order and push charges of assault and other crimes. He's a man I've been searching for ever since I managed to get my degree and finally provide a safe home for my little Aizu. He did use another name once before me though, one that's hard to forget considering how creepy it was. And? Tsukachi asked, uneasily half out of his seat with focused eyes that were slowly filling with dread. I only knew of it because some random man on the street tried accusing him of being referred to as that. He denied it, but I know the look of a liar. Called himself Shigeru. Tsukachi cursed, scrambling out of his seat. Tsukachi? Do you know what that means? Sho Yuta questioned, cutting in front of a scarily calm yet determined Inko who looked 5 seconds before strangling that question's answer out of the detective herself. Inko. Tsukachi seemed to deflate, sighing loudly as he covered his face with his hands. If this is who I think it is, you courted a man much worse than anything you thought he was. Detective, Inko asked coldly. Shigaraki, otherwise known as All for One, Tsukachi said quietly, the mastermind of the underground and a villain that's been plaguing the streets of Japan for centuries. Yo Hypno! He heard called behind him, night flight joggin', passed on their way to the locker rooms. Looks like Owl trained you good, nay? Shut it, Hitoshi huffed back with a smile. He launched a haymaker at me after dropping from the sky. The cackles of the Twilight hero echoed in the lobby as they disappeared. Smiling as he shook his head, Hitoshi left for home. It was late, nearing 4 a.m. in the morning, and he was finally done with his training for his mentors were unders, so all of his internship training and experiences happened during the night. Yawning into his hand, he brought up his phone to check the time and his notifications. Knowing his dad was already trailing him from the roofs at this point. It was how they agreed to keep him safe. Hitoshi stayed vigilant on the ground and Dad watched from his stalking points on the roofs. Suddenly his phone buzzed. For short buzzes. A break. For more buzzes. Another break. This kept going, continuously buzzing until he finally unlocked his phone. From there, his screen went black, a triangle in 3 different colors spinning in the center of his screen. 1 pink side, 1 purple, 1 green. These sides stretched and folded in on themselves, slowly forming the shape of the now familiar logo that stood for the 3 of them. The symbol stayed there for a minute before the image of Izuku's cat popped up on the screen. Mask proudly display on the cat's face rather than hanging around his neck. This was serious then. Izuku was in Hades mode, not his own. Hypno. A cheery voice, warped and garbled yet still clear enough to be heard, spoke. Hades requests you make your way to the lair. You'll need to collect some data sheets and bring them down to Detective Tsukachi's office immediately, Naya. Oh god, he made the cat say Naya. I hate this so fucking much dash. Stat. Alright, I'm going as soon as dawn breaks. Dad will be sad if I go out at night. Hypno, the cat continued, the eyes of the mask glowing dangerously, this must happen immediately. The last word spoken was dark, thick, and heavy with hundreds of voices molded into one. It sent shivers down his spine and he almost tripped as he made his way up the first flight of steps to his apartment. All right, he conceded, hands admittedly shaking a bit. Not creepy at all. I'll head out soon. Just what could be so important that he had to hear a demon cat predict his words with such accuracy and rip his soul straight out of his body like that? It's not as if Izuku's in danger or anything, so just what could have happened? Password. To be cruel is to be kind, but to be kind is to be cruel. Accepted, granting access. Welcome Hypno, you have an urgent message awaiting Terminal H. Understood, Hitoshi stated, walking through the hallways. The lair had undergone serious modification during the first 3 weeks of their time at UA. Izuku had somehow managed to get a hold of the building plans of UA and decided to build upon some of the programs that were implemented in the gyms onto the lair's security and layout. They had gotten several noise complaints until the soundproofing had been reattached again. Walking over to Terminal H as the AI specified, Hitoshi sat in the chair and activated the terminal, entering the second password and unlocking the database, and sighing when he saw the screen go black once again. The screen turned red and a lock icon appeared along with the voice of the system's generic AI program. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I come alive with the wind. What am I? An echo. Hitoshi answered, letting out a relieved breath when the screen changed from the red-locked background to the green acceptance one. Bringing up the desktop along with the cat avatars that Izuku programmed in. Hades, Hitoshi asked, I'm here as promised, can I have the files? Of course. Hades chirped, the database appearing on screen with the animated vision of files flying out into a folder that Hades was sitting on. Don't forget though. Bring this to Tsukachi immediately. The file folder can only be opened when the flash drive is placed into his personal computer. Again, personal computer. You got it, he said, snatching the flash drive from the loading dock. I'm heading over there now. Hitoshi. Shoyuta heard Tsukachi mumble, snapping his neck around to see the detective gazing at his phone in confusion before slowly answering it and putting it on speaker for them all to listen. Hey, Tsuka, and Dad, plus Inko, I'm being told by Izuku's programmed cat, Hitoshi started with, gaining all of their focus immediately with Izuku's name. I've been told to bring you some files from Izuku's database. I'm almost there. Tsukachi, this flash drive has been loaded with XPLCT instructions to be used on your personal computer, so don't put it in a government-assigned desktop. If I know Izuku, and I'm pretty sure there's no one I know more than him, the police database will melt with the resulting security measures put in place. I also mean that literally. Do you know what's on it? No, Hitoshi said, his voice wary and a tad bit fearful. All I know is that Izuku's cat declared it an emergency. I was going to do it in the afternoon, but Hades demanded it be completed immediately. What's going on? Well, no bullshit either, because I've only heard Izuku use the word emergency once in his life, and the resulting situation was a FING mess. To say the least, his cat AI declaring an emergency? Even worse. Izuku's been kidnapped, Shoyuta just blurted out, knowing well enough that lying would only cause more damage in a situation like this, and I'm pretty sure that AI has something to tell us about it. The world was both kind and cruel, Shoyuta knew that firsthand. Hearing the wounded noise over the speaker as his son learned about what had happened to Izuku? That was nothing but cruelty. The minute Izuku was aware enough to grasp his surroundings, he began to think. Truly think. Izuku's brain has always been his sharpest weapon, something he has spent years honing to be as precise and efficient as possible. Izuku might not be aiming to be a hero, but he sure did train himself to react like one. Calm down, adrenaline is useful but it is harmful as well. Focus and listen, establish an understanding of where you are. A blueprint was necessary to build and a map was necessary to traverse unknown territory safely. A compass leads a sailor, Izuku's senses will lead him. He could smell alcohol but it was fruity. SPKD. Consumable rather than antiseptic. A bar or lounge then, not a very high-end one if the smell of petrichor and dust was to go by. He let his hands brush along the cuffs and the chair he was tied to. Eyes closed still and movements just slight enough to appear subconscious. Just a sleepy teen's unconscious movements. The chair wasn't dusty, in fact, there was a surprising cleanliness to it. Polished even. The dust was from somewhere else. Someone else. He listened, catching the faint murmuring of a few people nearby. They weren't whispering, they were just far away, or behind a wall. By the sound of it, they were playing a game of some sort. A video game. He stayed like that for a while, casually listing everything he could possibly discover without his sight. Keeping a close eye on his heartbeat to make sure it stayed slow and rhythmic so as to not alert anyone if they had the capabilities to monitor him in such a way. Time passed by slowly, each tick of a faraway clocking helping him keep track of how long he has been aware. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 20 minutes. It had just gotten to the 30-minute mark when he decided that the only way to discover more, having learned all that he could so far, would be to open his eyes. With a sigh, he peered through a slit opening of his eyes and observed. He was right about the bar being low-end but kept up through effort. Everything had a polished look to it despite the obvious melancholic look that all dive bars in downtown areas had. A look into the distance showed a glow from a TV through an open door, obviously, an attempt for them to hear him when he woke up and had their expected freak out. Too bad he doesn't freak, just calculates. The room he was in was a bit trashy with stuff just flung everywhere, but who was he to judge his kidnapper's living situation? If anything, this just made it a bit sad really. Like they did it out of desperation rather than just evil intent. "I see you're awake," a voice called out, and a quick glance over showed a man made entirely out of gas, black swirling gas. Kurogyri, Izuku politely greeted with a smile, having gone through the contents of Yue's break-in case for Aizawa long ago and memorized the details. "I assume that's Shigaraki playing Mario Kart in the lounge?" Kurogyri was silent for a moment before he nodded. Izuku thinks he did at least. Smiling brightly, though, at the confirmation Izuku turned his attention to the doorway where he heard footsteps approaching. "Oi Kurogyri, the man-child want— Oh, he's awake?" The man was on the taller side, with black spiky hair and skin held together by staples of medical grade. A wide smile on his lips that Izuku supposes was meant to be unnerving. "Good evening," Izuku smiled, having noticed the lack of light through the small basement ventilation crack. "I see Shigaraki has made some recruitments since he decided to break into UA. How are you?" The man stammered a bit, obviously off-put by Izuku's nonchalance. "Fine?" "Oh good," Izuku chirped. "It's never good to be having a bad day. Not fun at all. Now, would you grab Shigaraki for me? I want to get his monologue over with so I can know the truth behind my kidnapping. I have deductions, but it's the basis of science to complete experiments to dictate theory and facts." Sure. Thank you." "That's effing freaky," the man mumbled under his breath, heading back out the door he came through in order to grab the Shigaraki in question. "So," Izuku spoke out loud, still watching the man leave even as he addressed Kurogyri, "what polishing technique do you use for the wood on these chairs? It's simply pristine and my mother would love to know how you managed to get these roughed-up chairs to look so nice." "Well, thank you." It took a while to get the right technique down, but after a few trials and errors with a few homemade recipes for a polisher, I managed to dash. Kurogyri. A new voice seethed, the violent stench of stale dust coating the air in its thick presence and almost sending him into an asthma attack. What the F dash? Sorry, sir, Kurogyri silently responded, a droop to his shoulders showing just how excited he was to talk about his polishing skills. Honestly, it made Izuku feel bad for the guy. And you, the new member, quite obviously Shigaraki based on the crusty and dusty skin and bloodshot red eyes, spat, stop trying to get information out of my league. Apologies, I never knew you cared about chair polish. That was my fault. If it makes you feel any better, I was only going to spoil it to my mother and not any of the neighboring competition. You won't be telling anyone. Alright, I guess I can keep it to myself then. And oh, Shigaraki seethed, getting more said by the second, you won't be telling anyone because you're kidnapped and won't even be able to. Pretty aggressive tactics to prevent your secret polish techniques from getting exposed, but whatever you have to do to survive dash. Just shut up. Shut up. Shut up. That was rude, Izuku huffed, pouting at the man. Didn't you ever learn that saying shut up is incredibly rude? Everyone deserves to have a voice in life dash. I'm gonna dust him. Stop talking. Alright, Izuku conceded with a gentle smile. Dust him? Good to know his theories on the man's quirk were right. Finally, Shigaraki exhaled heavily as if that entire conversation took tremendous amounts of his energy. It probably did considering the man didn't get out much. He was quite pale. Now listen here, brat dash. Oh good, a villain's monologue. They were always so informative. While Izuku sat there, being told the ins and outs of Shigaraki's league and their plans to end the public figure All Might, already something he was aware of, he thought back to AI's programmed protocol when he was unable to send a check-in when he woke up in the morning. If he didn't provide a check-in every morning when he woke up, then there would be a system put in place to provide his loved ones with all the necessary information to be able to help him in a worst-case scenario like now. Though microchipping himself with a vitals monitor and GPS, satellite-based and not Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, may have seemed like an extreme measure at the time, Izuku always prided himself on being prepared. Location pinging. Current health status. Heart rate, 62 BPM, athletic resting rate. Cortisol levels. Current estimated status, healthy optimal. Location pinged. Downtown Muzudafu. Alleyway off 34th. Bar lounge. Name, unavailable. Current owner, unavailable. Activity, low activity, minimal front entrance uses. Security cameras nearby, single traffic camera. Searching cameras for confirmed images. No, Hitoshi said, seemingly unaware that the sound had come from him before he shook himself out of it and spoke louder. There's no fucky, you know what? This is the kind of stuff only he would do. He microchipped himself. Tsukachi started to wonder out loud in awe. He actually microchipped himself. I swear to God, Shoyuta cursed, a feral smile threatening to stretch across his face despite it all. Only he would do something like that. Do you think Mei has one too? Hizashi piped up from behind him, and that was also a very valid and concerning thought. Search complete. One confirmed image. Locating secure device. Device found. Device name, Blackhat. Downloading images. Images downloaded. There was a ping in the room and a quick pat-down led to Shoyuta pulling out his personal device. On the screen was an accept image? Question, because of course, the green devil would have his device listed in his network as Blackhat. Below it was a grainy security camera image showing familiar green hair being dragged out of a car and a group of people headed down an alleyway. The dumbasses got caught by the traffic cameras. Arguably the worst ones to get caught by considering their footage has to be good enough to read plate numbers. He's paranoid, he spoke, voice an unnatural neutral as he held back the brunt of his volatile emotional state. And I do not want to know why at this point in time. You're right. Not important, Inko cut in, we'll ask him when we see him again. Instead, let's get some heroes on this case now. We have a location and just cause for a warrant. On it, Tsukachi jumped up, grabbing his work phone while rushing out of the room. Hisashi, Shoyuta started, but a familiar ringtone was already blasting through the room. I'll see what he has to say, Hisashi said, heading out of the room while answering the phone. Hey Nedzu. About that image dash. The door shut behind him and Shoyuta turned to Inko. The case details and raid information will be sent to your personal and work computer. We're going to operate with the police's authority this time, so the commission is going to try and throw legalities at us just because they wanted to play first. Like spoiled babies, Inko nodded, flashing her scariest smile yet. I'll be ready to meet them in court then. Hitoshi, Shoyuta warned, voice sharp. Don't worry, Dad, Hitoshi sighed. I trust Izuku's judgment and I am well aware I'm not ready for a raid yet. I'll just stock the cameras and radios used during the raid to keep up to date. I'll allow it, Shoyuta nodded, even if they all knew Hitoshi and Mei would do it whether or not he allowed it. Thanks, Hitoshi drawled, and yep, that was the face of a teenager that couldn't give less of a shit what he had to say regarding rules. With a stern nod, he twisted on his heel and headed out the door of the detective's office. Already making a beeline to the conference room they usually used for raid meetings. He needed to get the projector set up so Nedzu could hack in with his no doubt already drawn up infiltration plans. Every second needed to be used efficiently to make sure they got their family back, and Izuku was as much his family as Hitoshi was, and that was final. Yuki, Shoyuta cut through the man's hello as the call he made connected, pushing the door open to the meeting room. I need my raid costume to be brought to the precinct, along with my secondary capture weapon. Yeah, Yuki whispered out through the phone. His voice was raw and trembling slightly as Shoyuta heard shuffling in the background. I can do that. I'm getting it cased up now. I'll be there soon. Thank you, Shoyuta said genuinely, stopping next to the projector as he looked towards the ceiling. And Yuki? Yeah. You are not at fault. There was a sharp inhale through the phone and Shoyuta could hear the beginnings of a protest, so he cut that sheet off before it could even start. You are not at fault and no one blames you. You did your absolute best and that's all I would ever ask of you. Now let me handle the rest. Thank you, Shoyuta. Anytime, Yuki, your family, and nothing will change that in my eyes. I share the sentiment, he quietly added, voice much sturdier than before. I'll be there soon. Understood, Shoyuta responded, cutting off the call and shoving his phone into his pocket. Time to get everything set up. Izuku cannot say that his time has been spent efficiently, and none of that is his fault. He had wanted to get a few insider glimpses of the quirks of the new league members, but does Shigaraki ever shut up? He needs to die, do you understand? That FNG glitch ruined everything I had planned to get rid of him, and now I need to make a need raid team. That's so iffy annoying, don't you know? It's so fucking dash. No, the answer to that is no. Izuku has been sitting in this surprisingly comfortable chair, chained with quirk-suppressing cuffs, a mistake on their part that gives him all he needs to know about their spy network, and forced to listen to a 45-minute rant on the #1 hero and public defender of peace. Overall, out of all the villain rants he has analyzed so far in his life, which is quite a good amount considering he had access to police records and security cameras, this one ranked 62nd on his list. A solid 4.5 out of it had started pretty good in terms of trying to convince him of their purpose in life, but then it had just dissolved into a trauma and emotional dump. He didn't even ask him if he was okay with the vent. Izuku is very proud of his work in progress PhDs, but none of them are in psychology. Actually, maybe he should look into that? Sighing internally, Izuku leaned back in his chair. He positioned his head in a way so that he could vaguely glance at Shigaraki's face while he got comfortable. Then, and with great effort, he let his brain click off. Oi, he heard Shigaraki start to say, voice trembling in barely controlled anger as the guy started to finally focus on him again. What the F did you just do? Oh, all I did was shut off my beer dash. What the F did you just do? That as I was saying I dash. You shouldn't be able to. You're in quirk-suppressing cuffs, what the F? Are you even capable of doing, huh? A sudden and sharp pain erupted from the side of his face, followed by a forcefully changed point of view as Izuku sat there and processed three things. 1. Shigaraki thought he had just used a quirk, A piece of faulty information he was aware of, but it seems that they weren't even considering he was quirkless. 2. The quirk suppressant cuffs on his wrist weren't official and were made by the government. Likely underground mechanics work that has a chance of being faulty, and it's putting Shigaraki on edge. 3. Shigaraki just slapped him. He only used 4 fingers, but he had still slapped him. So tell me what the dash. Shigaraki Tamura, he found himself politely saying, twisting his head back with a small and lifeless smile. What the F do you know about me, huh? Quite a bit. I am diligent in my research, after all. It's a pride point for me. However, let me make something else very, very clear for you. Letting his eyes narrow, Izuku sharpened his smile and relished in the seemingly cold air that surrounded them. I allow a lot of things. Whether to observe or just because I am unbothered by it, the main thing is that I allow people to do a lot of things around me that most wouldn't. Some may call it the behavior of a pushover, some would chalk it up to my passion for analysis, and I call it vaguely interesting to get a good look at what people choose to do if left to their own devices. Just shut dash. Silence. The room grew quiet as Shigaraki's stunned face seemed to get stuck on him. Kurojire's shocked expression was much harder to read but was still here nonetheless. You will speak when I am done, he spoke carefully, calmly, and with the type of underlying poison his mother would use to make sure they didn't interrupt her mid-sentence, and I am not done. So as I was saying, I allow a lot of things. That doesn't mean I allow people to do just anything. Shigaraki Tamura, I am letting you know now, think of it as a warning of sorts for future reference, but the next time you put your hands on me I will make sure you will never, ever, be able to use them again. Am I understood? Excuse me? I understood. There was silence. Shigaraki, I can remove each one of your index fingers with a slow precision that will make sure you feel the agony of such an action in chronic pain and nightmares for years if that's what it takes. An action that would also leave you quirkless considering you have a 5-point activation requirement for a touch-based quirk that decays the objects it makes contact with. Now, am I understood, Tamura? Yes. Good. Izuku let his face slide back into a joyful expression, eyes alight as he stared at Shigaraki. I would hate to have to give a demonstration. A loud thunk accompanied his sentence, and the 2 villains in front of him stared down in shock as the nefarious, quirk-suppressing cuffs lay flat on the ground, no longer wrapped around his wrists. There was a knock at the door, breaking the 2 out of the stupor and grabbing Izuku's attention. 3 short taps before someone called out loud enough for even Izuku to hear in the back of the bar. Pizza DLVI. Who the hell ordered pizza? An unfamiliar voice called out, angry yet confused. That was the cue. Smayawayawash. Tashinori yelled, acting as the physical cue for the rest of the heroes to start the operation in full. A job he was proud to say he was used to by now. It's not the first time the number 1 hero's face was used as both a signal for raids to commence and physiological warfare. There are times when Unders and Twilights need attention focused on a sole point to make it easier to sweep up the enemies, and he was happy to provide that for them. Pushing a bright show smile on his face, Tashinori pushed down any anger he was feeling in a place he couldn't reach and focused on the task at hand. He's angry, they took a child and he's angry about it. Posing, he upped the amps of OFA to make sure his movements kicked up dust as a cover for the heroes finding their places inside the building. You! Someone shouted before devolving into a coughing fit, a familiar shout. How did you find this place? Wouldn't you like to know? He grinned even wider, laughing heartily as he finally could see the man of the hour. Shigaraki! All might. The man seethed, fingers scratching at his throat in a way that made even him wince. You? The left foot of Aizawa connected with Shiraki's face, launching the man-child into the nearest wall as blazing red eyes made contact with Kurojire. Flames cast light on the situation, and he sighed internally as the other man-child seemed to throw a fit that he wasn't part of the main raid force outside. Wood shot out beside him and wrapped around each of the remaining people who had started to throw up defenses, binding them together into a large ball of wood. One of them has a fire quirk. A shout echoed in the building. It sounded young and confident, unfazed by the current situation. Snapping his attention to the ball of wood, he saw one of the imprisoned members had blue flames liking at his hair despite the horrified looks that he was being given by his companions. Delaware! Smash! He shouted, launching towards the criminal and sending an open-faced palm directly towards his face. The slap connected and instantly the man was out, flames receding back into nothingness as he moved on to find the hostage. The hostage? Sitting amongst the chaos, a smile so delicate that it gave off warm sunshine rays of calmness etched into his face, was a small child with wild green hair pulled into a bun. The only indication that this was the kidnapped student was the cuffs that sat off to the side on the floor near the chair with visible bench points for kidnapped people. "Hello?" he questioned, carefully moving forward and tilting his head to the side in confusion. "Oh, hello, Mr. All Might, sir," the student responded, legs crossed and posture perfect. "Thank you for the rescue." "It's no problem," he sheepishly responded with a grin, hand rubbing at the back of his neck. "Midoriya? I believe." "Yes, sir." Midoriya nodded, seemingly unperturbed by the sounds of struggle from the villains surrounding him. "I have some information for you later during the debrief with the police that you might want to hear without prying ears." "Okay." Tashinori winced at his stutter, but he felt a little justified in his confusion. "That can be dealt with later. How about we get you out of here first?" "That sounds fantastic. I've been away from my workbench for far too long." "Great." He beamed, lending a hand to Midoriya in case he wanted some help getting up and getting out of there. "This is, of course, where everything goes wrong." Well, if it isn't All Might. I see Tamura had a good reason to not be answering my call. I had just chalked it up to teen rebellion. "How have you been doing, though? I haven't seen you since the time when I gave you that scare to remember me by, isn't that right?" "Nah." Tashinori, in a fit of horror, has never been more ready to simply pass away. "It's in poor taste," the man, with the face of an ugly avocado that puts the old comics about Deadpool to shame, stated, "But you heroes always had a penchant for destroying things, so I'll overlook the mess you've made out of my protege's bar." All for one, All Might seethed quietly, stuck in between what appeared to be shock and hatred. A strange look for the number one hero. "It's been far too long, Tashinori." "How did Y-? All Might-san," Izuku piped up, catching both men's attention as he sighed. "Anyone with even a sliver of computer programming knowledge could find your old school records for your name. It's everything else about you that's hard to discover." Midoriya. "Oh." Izuku turned to stare at the newly dubbed avocado head as he seemed to finally acknowledge his presence even though he's been aware of it since he showed up. "It's not a very powerful display of ability even if it works on blonde him boss," he continued, ignoring the squawk from All Might. "Apologies." The man hummed, a smile breaking out on his face. "I knew I was right about you. You're very clever for a quirkless support wannabe." "Why, thank you for that backhanded compliment." Izuku smiled himself. "It wasn't a pretty one, though I don't suppose you would understand much about the support industry considering you decided to kidnap a child when there were plenty of other options to choose from on the black market. A child from UA no less." "Oh, but you see," All for One tried to continue, but Izuku was a bit set off now. "What? That your protege who has the emotional intelligence of a rock and the mental capabilities of a jellyfish deserved the ability to get back at UA for ruining his precious plan to kill All Might because he hadn't arrived to save him despite the fact that he's not the only hero available, and if he's going to have an issue then he should have picked a fight with every hero he's ever seen? Especially since All Might most likely was already stuck in his own rescue operation considering the man doesn't even know what a day off looks like, and the real object of his hatred should have been the patrolling hero of the area in which he had his emo moment? The man talks like a wannabe YN novel where they're the villain, but instead of being a published bestseller, it is instead the written work of a 12-year-old middle-class child with mommy issues. The field was silent, the smile on All for One's face cracking a bit as one of the corners dropped down. He offered up this weird half-smile or smirk of confusion as he rammed every issue he's had since being kidnapped into the man. "I just had to sit through 45 minutes worth of one of the worst villain monologues of my life, and I'll be dead if you don't suffer with me." "Seriously? Was brainwashing the best you could do?" With what I've learned through my research, you should have at least done a total rewrite of his memories. Maybe then he would actually be a decent villain and not a fourth-grade creative writing assignment monstrosity. I mean, did you even actually try? Izuku had started to say, but suddenly he was cut off. A familiar pressure wrapped around his midsection, pulling taut around him before a yank sent him flying across and away from the battlefield. Buildings seemed to fly by before he smacked into a familiar body weight, tumbling to the ground with it as the force sent them toppling over even as sturdy arms wrapped around him in place of whatever had yanked him, holding him close. "Oh," he gasped, a smile of relief stretching across his face as he looked up at his newest kidnapper's face. "Kid," the man sounded so relieved, as if some kind of weight was ripped off his shoulders just as he was about to buckle under it. Thank God. The arms around him squeezed tight as Aizawa seemed to hold on for dear life, as if at any moment he would slip away. It was a grounding weight, a familiar and comforting warmth, so, to all that know him well enough, it comes as no surprise that within the next minute he was crying. Bawling all over the rough yet soft jumpsuit that was a fashion travesty yet so undeniably Aizawa. All the stress, the fear, the anxiety, all of it was finally able to surface as Izuku sunk into the embrace. Aizawa. Izuku sniffled, tears already falling down his cheeks as he gripped the man's jumpsuit like his life depended on it. I was so scared. "I know, kid," Aizawa responded, his grip tightening. "I didn't know how long it would take Hitoshi to get the information to you, or if the chip would work. What if they had put satellite jammers in the room? What if they decided I had no use before the police and heroes arrived? I couldn't stop my brain from running through every possibility, and it scared me so badly I just wanted to leave. I had to sit there in that overly well-polished chair and listen as that demon man-child dash." He was rambling, he knew this, but Aizawa was listening and never stopped him. He let him ramble until he fell silent, getting all his worries and anxieties out in the open. Everything he had kept bottled up, hidden behind a mask of indifference and confidence, was let out in a flood of words and tears. His mind went blank as he finally let go of everything he was holding on to, like opening a window to air out a room. He went limp in the hold, exhaustion taking over as he cuddled closer to the man. He fell silent as he lost the energy to talk. He yawned, taking the capture scarf and wrapping it around his wrist. "Want to go home?" "I know, kid," Aizawa sighed himself, all content and relieved. "Let's get you checked out by Chio and you and your mom can stay at our place tonight." "I would like that a lot." "Good." Izuku hardly paid much attention to anything on the way home, having checked out at some point during the look over Chio was doing, and it worried him. Shoyuda knows the signs of dissociation, and this was quite literally a screaming red flag waving around in his face. He sent a glance over to Inko and she had a firm set to her mouth that he knew meant she had noticed as well. When he caught her attention, she nodded with a sigh. "Shoyuda," she called as she walked a bit closer, the sudden drop of honorifics startling him a bit as he turned to look at her fully. "Inui-san is the counselor at UA?" "Yes," he nodded, though not the one he has to see if you want to try a therapist outside of UA. "It's up to Izuku," Inko sighed, a firm set in her eyes, "but he will be seeing one. Just like the month after I shut down his school, hopefully, we find one that he clicks with." "UA will pay for it," Shoyuda offered, already knowing that it would be a fight to bill. "Not if I or Yuki gets to it first," Inko smiled for the first time in a while, as she gestured to her phone which would not stop flashing as numerous messages lit up the screen every couple of seconds. "He's going to blame himself for a bit," Shoyuda added. "It might be best to let him pay for it." "I was thinking similarly," Inko nodded. "I'm still going to make sure he's very aware that I don't blame him." Shoyuda hummed, looking towards the recent explosion from Kamino that was raining debris down on the city at a distance. "There's just one thing that's bothering me. And that is..." "How?" Shoyuda spoke quietly. "Did they find out where Izuku was interning? How did they even find Yuki's address? Yuki's location isn't even known to the Yuachin or myself. He always made sure he delivered his support equipment instead of having people go to him. I was honestly surprised that Yuki even invited Izuku to train under him at his own home instead of a rented lab with how secretive he is. Shoyuta, that's Yuki. Inko suddenly looked disturbed. What if they track down someone else, someone he's close with? What was Kazuo's job again? He's an investigator for the HPSC, Shoyuta cursed. They must have hacked into the HPSC's database, Inko spat, found out where the HPSC place trackers so that they can monitor their investigators and found Yuki through him. I'll talk to Yuki about Kazuo's possible security breach tomorrow, Shoyuta sighed. Izuku deserves full attention today and I intend to make sure that happens. Agreed, Inko smiled, heading towards her child as Hizashi pulled up in a UA-provided SUV, discreet and tagged with a fake identification to confuse any onlookers with bad intentions. It was cold. Despite the numbness of his limbs, he could tell it was cold. Freezing. He tried to move his head with little success, barely changing his position as something forcefully held it in place. He tried to open his eyes as well, but it was like they were glued shut. It felt like someone took over control of his body, preventing him from doing anything at all. Oh dear, a muffled voice echoed in his head. It sounded as if they were speaking from a large distance away. It seems you're attempting to wake up. We can't have that just yet. Panic started to settle behind the haze. He felt separated in a strange way from his emotions as if he was experiencing them in a third-person position. Here, the voice called out, and abruptly he was yanked out of the fog and into a deep searing pain that seemed to spread like a fire across his body rapidly. That'll fix that. His body was trembling, spasming as the pain burned his veins. He lost the little bit of control he had and felt the tether tying him together snap. He fell back into the foggy sleep once again. At least this time he didn't have nightmares. They hadn't even gotten through the Genkin. Izuku tossed over his shoulder as they took off their shoes when the door was slammed open. Shuta's red-piercing gaze met the desperate and almost crazed look on Yuki's, who had violently slammed open the door. Yuki wa dash. Kazuo, the man gasped, coughing as he choked on his own spit and collapsed on the ground. Kazuo! Yuki, Inko rushed, kneeling down with a panicked look. You need to breathe. Take a deep breath before trying again. Yuki didn't listen, opting to rush words out in between gasps and coughs. It's Kazuo, he coughed, gasping for air. I can't find him. I looked everywhere. I tried calling his workplace, but I couldn't find him, and after Izuku's kidnapping I got so worried, I went to his laboratory even though he always told me not to and that he could get in trouble with the HPSC, but I had to. It's my Kazuo, my love, and he's gone. Wait, Yuki, slow down. Hizashi tried to calm him down, placing both hands on his shoulders as he forced Yuki to look into his eyes. What do you mean? Yuki went silent, tears falling from his eyes as his lips wobbled. He choked out a sob and collapsed into Hizashi's arms. His lab is destroyed, Yuki sobbed out. There were signs of struggle everywhere. The weapons I know I gave him were missing from the cases they belonged in, and the cases were tossed around. Computers were smashed and the workbenches were overturned. I panicked and searched around for them and dash. You dash. They left a thingy note. Yuki started to tremble all over, his body shaking beneath the weight of his outburst. They left a thingy note that I should just sit and wait like a good husband for my love to come home because they had some business with him that might take a while. Said I should be ready to love a man who might be a bit broken, but that's fine because that's what love is about, no? Yuki reached down and ripped out a paper from his back pocket, shoving it into Shuta's hands as he sobbed. They took him. He yelled, grabbing Hizashi's wrists as he seemed to sink even further into his spiral. They took him. Who? Hizashi tried to ask, hands trembling as rage seemed to set in despite his tries to seem calm. I don't know. Yuki cried out. I don't know. Shoyuta stared at the sheet of paper. The Beastus had written it in crayon and squinted. He looked over each individual word as if it would give him some kind of clue, flipping the paper over and over to see if they were missing something. And they were. On the back of the paper, traced so lightly with pencil that it took shining a light on the paper to see the reflective tint of the graphite, was a single word. Antum. Antum. Shoyuta questioned, staring at the sheet of paper. Just what the hell did that mean? And what did Kazuo have to do with it? Shoyuta, Hisashi quietly called, catching his attention immediately. He passed out. Sure enough, Yuki was laying limp on Hisashi, completely dead to the world. Move him to the couch, I have a call to make to Nedzu. Izuku dash. I'll be fine with Hisashi and Mama. Izuku, despite his own anxiety and experiences, confidently nodded toward him. Hitoshi and Mei too. I have so many people here for me. Kazuo is going to need people too. Okay, he whispered, putting Izuku down from where he had been dangling off his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and giving him a hug. I'll go make this call and notify you all when I get me new orders. Okay, Dadzawa. Izuku smiled, a glint in his eyes so reminiscent of Inko's when she was on a warpath to get Izuku back. Good. He stepped out of the Genkan and made his way to the stairwell that led to the roof of his apartment. Calling Nedzu when he made it to the roof that had no cameras or recording audio. Nedzu, he demanded, staring out at the cityscape. It seems the HPSC wants to hide something. Nedzu practically growled into the phone, and someone else wants to let them crash and burn. What? Basically, the HPSC had issued an order for the relocation of their criminal investigator and technician only for the order to be cancelled because a third party had intervened. They decided to label said investigator as and scratched off the employee from the directory. What? 2 organizations want Kazuo dead. Nedzu spoke calmly but with heat, and one of them got the upper hand. I'm afraid we won't have long, Shudakuen. Kazuo's use as a hostage has already lost most of its value when the HPSC discarded him. Shoyuta cursed. I'll pull HPSC records from here. The sound of rushed typing piercing through the background of the call. Get the police on the security cameras from around the location of the lab. I estimate we've got less than 24 hours to find this man, otherwise, you'll be helping to arrange a funeral, Shoyuta. That's if they're nice enough to let us recover the body, Shoyuta hollowly responded, ending the call. He'll be dead if some shitty villain made him bury another loved one. He'd rather rot in hell than let that slide. Tsukachi, I need your district on a case. A whole police district. Nedzu simmered slightly, anger crawling through his veins. 5 limelights, a twilighter, and 2 unders. Yet, not a single one of them was able to gather much besides the basic knowledge that he did not go willingly and that he was brought to an undisclosed location. So, the HPSC representative shrugged, as he stared at Nedzu with boredom written all over his face. Agent Kazuo knew the risks of his career. It's hardly a surprise that he ended up going MIA. Something festered beneath the sharp smile Nedzu was sending the rep, and it wasn't a happy feeling. No, this was something darker, something he had spent years ignoring. Well, maybe not ignoring, but he tended to gloss over it for the sake of going under the radar. As always, Nedzu spoke, his grin growing, sharp canines glinting in the artificial light. You humans are always so interesting. Excuse me? The rep began to say, something offended in his face before it was quickly replaced with caution. A wise decision. I have been forced to interact with humans for several years now, especially since I was bestowed the esteemed position as UA's principal, a position I give my all to despite your organization's constant and endless stream of commentary regarding otherwise, and I have come to a conclusion of sorts. You see, I can separate humans into 3 categories. Something I believe your scholars have done with the study of morality and ethics. Nedzu wasn't smiling now. Let's say that I present to you the same problem I present to Hyoric's course candidates, a question that helps me determine whether or not they would be a good hero. You're faced with a decision during an emergency evacuation. This decision involves which out of 3 people you'll be able to save before the building collapses. There's a young girl to your left. She has been pinned beneath a column and is crying out for help. There's a middle-aged man to your right wearing the scraps of a business suit. He is crying out that no, you should save him, and he'll in turn present you a reward benefiting saving the life of a man like him. Across the room is another, hanging delicately from the ceiling, crying for help. They have a mutation quirk that is similar to a rhino and is obviously strong enough to hold on for a bit longer before they fall. You hear a building support beam crack and suddenly understand that you have minutes before this building all but collapses. Who do you save? The representative remained silent, confusion and apprehension written all over their face. In all my time as principal of UA, I have only shredded 3 applications right after this question. Do you know what those children chose? No, the rep rolled their eyes. Obviously I wouldn't. Let me educate you then. Nedzu smiled, reveling in the twitch of anger on the rep's face. None of them. What? They chose to, in a roundabout way, say they would simply leave the building as their health was important to save more people along the way. They simply chose to not even try. And what does this have to do with us? The rep scoffed, looking incredibly confused. Shikoku Jisu, Kamisaki Kyo, and Heiga Fumio. I believe you'll recognize their names, yes? I would be quite disappointed if you didn't, considering their prestigious positions as directors and chairmen within your corporation. We were not a corporation. Could have fooled me. Nedzu shrugged, letting his smile dull into something similar to the bored face he had received earlier. With all your lack of care and desire to cut costs, as you put it so eloquently earlier when you denied our search warrant. However, that is beside the point. Nedzu shifted so he could lean forward in the seat provided to him. Those superiors of yours have found their way onto a list. I will not describe this list, nor its purpose, but you can tell them that they are on one and that I spend a good amount of time focused on this list. As for the other 2 categories I separate humanity into, well, that's not important. Nedzu hopped out of his seat, turning to exit the room. I do hope these superiors of yours realize that I am personally invested in this case as it pertains to a close friend's relative. I do not take kindly to those who mess with what's mine after all. With that, Nedzu walked out the door of the cramped office he was rather familiar with in a frustrating way. The HPSC would never address an animal like him directly. Always through the lower levels, always out of sight. He made his way out of the building and grimly looked towards Shoyuta, who seemed to go through several stages of grief before settling into a familiar anger. Anger does you no good, Shuda-kun, Nedzu advised, hopping into the man's car. We have more productive things that need to be done, and with a calm mind. Yes, sir, Shoyuta grits out, carefully pulling out of the parking lot once they are properly secured, the steady sound of grounding breaths echoing in the silent car as Shoyuta brought himself down from the brink of rage, visibly settling for a cold and calm fury. Head to Detective Tsukachi's office. We need to formulate a plan of action now that the HPSC has confirmed how useless they plan to be. Understood, Shoyuta calmly stated, hands gripping the wheel before he yanked it to the right and sent them flying down a secret police and heroes tunnel that's modeled to look like a simple garage entrance. Nedzu simply yanked his seatbelt till it locked. Weird and stressful. There were numerous words to describe the first 24 hours after Kazuo's kidnapping, but those 2 took the top spot on Izuku's list. Yuki had collapsed in exhaustion and emotional distress, laying completely still on the couch despite being wide awake. Not a single twitch. Not even from his ears and tail. It was unnerving to witness. Inko was slumped over the kitchen stove, Hizashi having been called in to go over his agency's resources to see if there was a hint to where Kazuo may have ended up. Mei was blowing up Izuku's phone, wondering how he was and what was happening, and then proceeding to spam him with messages asking for updates on Kazuo after he spilled the beans. Hitoshi hadn't left his side. The lanky teen was doing his best impression of a barnacle as he latched onto his side. Following him everywhere, even waiting outside the bathroom when he needed to go. It was sweet but also quickly getting on his nerves. Being stressed out about his own capture was enough, but now that he was worried over Kazuo? Having been in a similar position 24 hours ago and knowing on a personal level how terrifying it was? He was not doing well. Hitoshi, he spoke calmly, latching on to his self-control using what little of it was left to speak. I am going to the bathroom. I swear to all that is holy, if you follow me one more time I might actually break down. I get it, Izuku sighed, frustrated but understanding, but right now you're making me feel chained up and I would like to use the restroom for a few minutes of peace without you waiting on the other side of it. I need some space, please. He loved Hitoshi, as a friend and most likely as something more, but he had just spent hours in captivity. Being watched every second of the day and chained to a chair. He just couldn't handle it anymore, the watching, the holding, the questions. I'm sorry, And it hurt, seeing that flash of fear and guilt in Hitoshi's eyes. I just dash. I know, Izuku said softly. I know, but you know me. He stared into Hitoshi's eyes for a second, begging him to realize that he was not offended and he had nothing to be guilty about. Yeah. Hitoshi nodded, making his way over to the kitchen to hang out with Inko. I'll help Midoriya with the cooking. Slumping his shoulders in relief, Izuku beelined for the bathroom, closing the door and slowly collapsed onto the floor. Inhaling a deep, unrestricted breath as he finally had the space he needed ever since he woke up with chains wrapping around his legs and cuffs around his wrists. He felt safe sitting in the familiar apartment's bathroom, safe enough that the tears he needed to shed were finally falling down his cheeks. He was safe. But Uncle Kazuo wasn't. Hitoshi stared at the bathroom door for a moment before finally forcing himself to enter the kitchen and head to the coffee maker. Stress buzzing underneath his skin as he reprimanded himself. He knew Izuku. He knew how much Izuku valued his private time. Yet he completely ignored that, despite knowing that being kidnapped would make his desire for space increase, and he felt like shit about it. He cursed quietly to himself, going through the familiar motions of making a pot of coffee. Izuku had always had an issue with being around people for too long. Even with him and Mei, there were times when Izuku just needed to be alone. He would warn them, stating that while he enjoyed their company, his brain was currently going to set itself on fire if he stayed near them, and it was alright because they knew Izuku loved them. He just needed the space to be himself. Being kidnapped, forced under watch, and chained up must have pushed him over the limit. Izuku hadn't even spent time alone, with internships and UA and all the planning for HH, since the beginning of the school year. This was long overdue. He probably hadn't helped one bit. No, he knew he hadn't helped one bit. Staying plastered to his side the entire time. He had just been so scared, so worried, that letting him out of his sight hadn't seemed like an option. As if Izuku would get taken again if he slipped up even once. The steady chick-chick noise of the coffee maker whirling to life complemented the sounds of frying pans clinking on the stove. A part of it, he reflected as he grabbed mugs for everyone, was due to that matter. Being unable to tell the person just for them to disappear is something he hadn't even considered as an option. Always comforted by the fact that he would have another day to try, another day to talk about it. That another day almost disappeared right under his nose, along with the person who meant the most to him. That realization struck him to the core and he almost dropped the mugs in his hands. Carefully, he placed the cups on the counter and sighed, reaching for the pot of coffee and steadily pouring the god's nectar into each of the cups, setting each of them up in the way the responding recipient would prefer. Inko took her cup, just enough cream to turn it a caramel brown and a teaspoon of honey, and ruffled his hair in lieu of thanks. He smiled at her, a small little thing that barely moved his lips, and received a similar one of her own. He walked towards the living room where his other uncle lay sprawled along the couch and placed his cup on the coaster on the coffee table. Satisfied when he at least saw an ear twitch in recognition, he made his way to his room with his cup, Izuku's having been left on the counter with Inko, and he sat at his desk, taking a long sip of his coffee before turning the desktop on. He needed to distract himself before he catapulted out of his room at the earliest sign of Izuku's emergence, and what better way to do that than prowling the deep web for information? He might even stumble across something useful. Hopefully. The sky was getting dark, he thinks. He's not entirely sure. Sight has been coming and going for a while now, the same with any feeling in his body. As if he's being kept on the brink of true consciousness. Floating in an endless void of awareness he can't feel. There was something comforting about this void, it was soft and calm. He couldn't think about it, but he knew that he was okay here. It would be fine to stay there. Away from the hurt, the knowing, the decisions and the consequences. What consequences? Well, he doesn't remember. That's fine, he decided. He was more than okay with floating in the void. He's stable. We'll be able to continue the experiment then. It's been a long while since the last one that made it to phase 3. It was that voice again. He didn't like that voice. He couldn't remember why, but he knew that voice was bad. Yet, he couldn't do anything about it. The voice would come and go just like his sight and the feeling and the awareness. I should have known a man with a quirk that turned them into a phantom would have succeeded in the second phase. They are already quite used to losing the feeling of being there. The voice was staying longer than usual today. Doctor? A bad voice said. This was a new voice, but he knew it was also very bad. You seem quite excited about your new project. It's heartening to see so much progress. Well, of course, sir, the doctor responded. At this rate, we might see another success like Kurogyri. He felt something jerk, twisting in recoil at a statement he didn't quite understand but knew was bad in the depths of his soul. He could almost swear he heard a consistent beeping now, one rapidly gaining speed as something akin to awareness trickled down. Oh dear, the doctor cheered. I see you've missed your next dose by a few minutes. What surprising recovery ability. Normally you would stay unaware for at least a slight bit low. Oh, I'm getting sidetracked. Here you go. Pain. 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 But it wouldn't dash. The void was welcoming and he all but fell into its embrace. So I've been stewing the last 3 months about how I should approach this, but there's no real way to say this in a way that y'all wouldn't be slightly mad about, so Emma, just say it. I'm abandoning any ongoing FICs related to the MHA fandom. I know, how dare I? How could you? We don't even know the final end of the plot line and you're giving up? Yes, I am. It's gotten to the point where I cannot write any more chapters of these FICs without wanting to cry because I want to provide y'all with the work, but I quite literally just cannot do it anymore. Nothing comes to mind, none of the work I do produce is up to standards, and quite frankly I don't even remember the actual plotline of the show because I stopped watching it a year ago out of boredom. My ADHD has decided to no longer hyperfixate on this series, and I wanted to give you closure that yes, I did abandon the FIC. So I'm putting HHH Inc. up for adoption. If you want it, take it. If you want to know how my plot was planned out, I'll post another chapter dedicated to my plotline notes and you can infer or write based on the sacred timeline if you wish. Or change it how you wish. Up to you. Have fun and don't put a hex on me please, and thank you. I'm mentally exhausted enough as it is due to my IRL stressors. In a week, I plan on deleting the work itself off my page so no more unfortunate souls click on it and go, oh wow, I can subscribe to this. Only to notice the timestamp and the final chapter bring nothing but misery. I may write one-shots for Ma, or based off of the few one-shots I have like behind the scenes cause I really did like that one, but no more ongoing fix. I just can't do it anymore. Peacefully.